Chapter 2272. Do you want me to prove it to you? Qin Feiyang said. Sure. If you go and slaughter Sky Dragon City now, I will believe you. The black-robed old man crossed his arms in front of his chest with a mocking look on his face. Qin Feiyang looked cold on the surface, but he was furious in his heart. Even if he pretended to be indifferent, he would not be able to stop the ancestral dragon from slaughtering Sky Dragon City. What could he do to get rid of this danger? Did he really have to follow the ancestral dragon to the dragons? Who was the one who said that he had slaughtered an entire continent? Why don't you do it now? The black-robed old man mocked. Qin Feiyang made up his mind. If this continued, it would become more obvious that he cared about everyone. Then you better watch carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as a surge of divine power surged out like a tide towards Sky Dragon City. He really did it? The black-robed old man was surprised. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression again, there was indeed not the slightest bit of pity. Could it be that his second son was really different from Qin Badian? However, at the same time, the Vice Pavilion Master and the other two Vice Pavilion Masters all made their moves at the same time. Boom! The divine power was destroyed on the spot. The black-robed old man turned around and stared at the three of them. What are you doing? But the heavens are merciful. Please be merciful and let them go. The three of them knelt in the air and begged. As for Su Mo, he did not say a word from start to finish. Courting death. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with hostility as he charged towards the three Vice Pavilion Masters with an overwhelming aura. The three of them vomited blood on the spot as they were sent flying, their faces pale. Aren't they just adding to the chaos? Qin Feiyang muttered. What ye thought? They are saving the people of Sky Dragon City? How is this adding to the chaos? Do you think you can save them? Let me tell you, not only will you not be able to save Sky Dragon City, you will also implicate Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion. I attacked Sky Dragon City because I did not want to make any more sacrifices. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I know. But I know Great Elder and the others too well. They won't just sit by and watch, even if it means risking their lives. Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang fell silent. Was there really no way to stop it? My lord, I am willing to die for them. I only beg you to let them go. Shengguan Fenglan exclaimed. She blamed herself. If she hadn't been impulsive and killed those 10 people, if she hadn't been possessed and suggested this idea to the First Elder, none of this would have happened. Die for them. The black-robed elder lowered his head and looked at Shengguan Fenglan, who was kneeling in the void. He raised his eyebrows and said, Do you really care about them that much? As the law enforcement hall master of Nine Heavens Palace, I have the duty and responsibility to protect everyone. I'm not afraid of death. I just have a guilty conscience. Shengguan Fenglan said. The more you care, the more I want to kill you. And unfortunately, I have to tell you. Your actions have already angered me, so not only Sky Dragon City, your Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion will also face destruction. The black-robed elder raised his head and laughed, his entire body emitting a monstrous evil aura. Shengguan Fenglan, Great Elder, and Vice Pavilion Master trembled. Hui also clenched his fists tightly. What Qin Feiyang was worried about really happened. The Northern Region General Pavilion is also in Sky Dragon City, right? Then let's start with Sky Dragon City and Treasure Pavilion. Then Nine Heavens Palace. Finally, the various branches in the entire Northern Region. From now on, the Northern Region will no longer have Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion. The black-robed elder laughed sinisterly, his aura surging out. At this moment, whether it was the Great Elder and the other two, or Qin Feiyang and Shengguan Fenglan, they all fell into deep despair. Suddenly, Hui exhaled a long breath and said, Brother Qin, promise me one thing. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Take the Great Elder and leave immediately. After the killing zone opens, you must help me kill this bastard. Also, help me take care of the Fire Lotus. Hui said, as if he had made an important decision. There was a trace of determination in his eyes. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Don't ask anything, just remember what I said and leave now. Hui roared, his half-step undying aura erupted without holding back. The black-robed elder looked at Hui. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Hui said word by word, his fire god power roared out, melting the world. And the black-robed elder's eyes were filled with disdain. He grabbed at the air, and the space around Hui instantly shattered. Hui's face also twisted. It was as if an invisible hand was holding him tightly. His body was already deformed, and blood spurted out from all the pores on his body. Although I am not your opponent, at least I can seriously injure you. The North region is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Hui roared, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. What? Self-destruct. Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed. Hui actually chose to self-destruct his body? The black-robed elder was also shocked. The self-destruction of a half-step undying was no joke. It was enough to destroy half of the North region. He's really crazy. Su Mo was also panicking. Life is short, why choose to self-destruct? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded in the sky. Everyone immediately looked up and saw the void above. Unknowingly, an old man and a young man appeared. The old man's body was stooped, wearing tattered clothes, and his hair was messy, like a beggar. Next to him was a beautiful woman, wearing snow-white clothes, elegant and refined. Yi. Qin Feiyang looked at the two in a daze. That's right. The old man and the young man were Lin Yi and the sloppy old man. Lin Yi supported the sloppy old man, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, Brother Feiyang, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Qin Feiyang said, Why are you here? We happened to pass by. Lin Yi said. Happened to pass by? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then hurriedly looked at Hui and shouted, Stop, stop. Hui heard the words and hurriedly stopped self-destructing. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lin Yi's master could even defeat Long Zun's avatar. It was definitely more than enough to deal with Ancestral Dragon. Su Mo's face was full of suspicion. Who are these two people? The sloppy old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the black-robed elder and said, You are a bit too much. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice, Mind your own business. Do you think this old man has ever cared about your dragon race? But this time is different. You plan to massacre the city. How can I sit back and do nothing about such a heinous thing? The sloppy old man laughed hoarsely. The black-robed elder stared at the sloppy old man. He seemed to be disgusted with the sloppy old man, but there was also a trace of fear. Lin Yi transmitted her voice, Brother Feiyang, you and Brother Hui leave quickly. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. With Master here, Ancestral Dragon does not dare to massacre the city. But Master will not intervene in the grievances between you and dragons, so if you don't take the opportunity to slip away now, your situation may be very bad later. Lin Yi secretly said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang secretly thanked her, then pulled Hui, activated the concealment technique, took out the Mystic Moon Jade pendant, and escaped without looking back. The black-robed elder saw Qin Feiyang and Hui suddenly disappear, and immediately released his divine sense. But there was nothing in his divine sense. Celestial Divine Stone. The black-robed elder's eyes sank, and his divine power surged out in all directions. The role of Celestial Divine Stone was only to conceal one's aura and block the search of divine sense. It couldn't really make a person disappear. A large-scale attack like this could make the other party reveal their true form. However, just as the black-robed elder released his divine power, the sloppy old man raised his arm and gently pressed down. Boom! The black-robed elder's divine power dissipated instantly. Don't go too far. The black-robed elder roared. The sloppy old man said, If you do this, you will hurt the innocent, so this old man will not allow it. Although his tone was flat, there was a majesty that couldn't be disobeyed. Do you have to go against me, the dragons? The black-robed elder's face sank. This old man will not intervene in the matter between you dragons and Qin Feiyang. Even if you kill him, It has nothing to do with this old man. However, this old man can't tolerate hurting the innocent creatures of the North region. As the sloppy old man finished speaking, his old arm gently pressed down again. Boom! A formless aura burst out like a flood that had just broken through a dam. The black-robed elder's body shook, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. His face instantly turned pale. The great elder and the others were stunned. With a wave of his hand, he severely injured the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. This strength is too terrifying. I hope this time's bloodshed can make you remember. In the future, in the North region, don't mess around like today. After the sloppy old man finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Yi and smiled. Girl, let's go. Lin Yi nodded, supporting the sloppy old man. They stepped into the air step by step and gradually disappeared into the horizon. They were like two passers-by, coming and going quickly. As for Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, they had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2273. The sky above the forest was dead silent. The black-robed elder looked in the direction where the master and disciple left, his face extremely gloomy. Next to him, the great elder, the vice pavilion master, Shangguan Fenglan, and Su Mo were all terrified. They were afraid that the black-robed elder would vent his anger on them. After a long time, the black-robed elder retracted his gaze and turned to scan Sky Dragon City. The great elder and the other two became nervous again. They prayed silently in their hearts that the city would not be massacred. They did not want to be sinners. A moment later, the black-robed elder finally looked away, looked up at the great elder and the other three, and said, Your North Region and East Tomb, continue to arrest Qin Feiyang for me. The four responded respectfully. Immediately after, the black-robed elder left alone without saying a word. The great elder and the other two secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped this calamity. The vice pavilion master looked at the North region where the black-robed elder was and asked loudly, Sir, where are you going? But the black-robed elder acted as if he did not hear and quickly disappeared from the sight of the four. What is he doing? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the great elder and the vice pavilion master suspiciously. Who knows? The great elder snorted, looked at the vice pavilion master and said, Next, I will have to trouble your treasure pavilion to appease the people of Sky Dragon City. It's a small matter. The vice pavilion master smiled, turned to look at Su Mo, and said, Brother Su, you are so busy, how do you have time to come to our North region to play? I don't have time to play. Su Mo sighed deeply and said, I came to the North region to investigate Qin Feiyang and Hui. Investigate them? The great elder and the other two looked at each other, and an imperceptible light flashed in their eyes. Shangguan Fenglan asked suspiciously, Why do you want to investigate them? Su Mo said in a deep voice, They killed my sister and brother-in-law in Sky Luo City, and my nephew. What? The three were stunned. As expected, they had gotten into big trouble again. Brother Su, if I remember correctly, your sister seems to be the law enforcement hall master of Sky Cloud Mountain? The great elder said. Su Mo nodded. The great elder shook his head and said, Truly two malefic stars, bringing disaster wherever they go. Su Mo was stunned and asked, What do you mean? I won't hide it from Brother Su. This Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi have given us quite a bit of trouble. The grand elder sighed. I would like to hear the details. Su Mo said. First elder was silent for a while, then he turned to look at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Fenglan, send a message to your sister and ask her to arrange a banquet at Yulan Tower immediately. I want to entertain Brother Su well. All right. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. The first elder said, Brother Su, this is not the place to talk. When we get to Yulan Tower, this old man will tell you the details. All right. Su Mo smiled. Sky Dragon City, south side. In the air above a desolate mountain, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi stood in the air, their hands on their knees. They were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. He shouldn't have chased after us, right? Hui Yi turned to look at the void behind him. With his speed, if he were to chase after us, he would have already caught up to us. Let's go down and take a rest. Qin Feiyang pointed to a bare mountain peak below. Hui nodded. Along the way, the two of them had been running for their lives, and were exhausted. Landing on the mountain peak, the two of them leaned against a rock, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Looking at the sky, their faces were full of fear. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. Hui let out a long breath and said with a smile, "When I self-destructed, I really thought I was going to die. You gave me a fright too. I really admire your courage. You actually dared to self-destruct your body without the slightest hesitation." Qin Feiyang said. "In that situation, was there any other way besides self-destructing?" Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and patted Hui's shoulder, saying, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later." "Nonsense." Hui pursed his lips. "This is called speaking from experience. How is it nonsense? Believe me, the two of us will definitely have a great opportunity." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hui glanced at him and said indifferently, "You can slowly comfort yourself. I'll take a nap first." "Rest?" It seemed that he was really scared. Qin Feiyang said, "Take a nap later, answer my question first." Hui's eyes flashed slightly, frowning. "Aren't you annoying?" After saying that, he directly closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "This question concerns me." Hui turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang also ignored him and said, "Why did you say that you would take care of the fire lotus when you self-destructed?" Hui's eyelids moved, but his expression did not change. "Do you know the fire lotus? And you know the identity of the fire lotus? Did you approach me for the fire lotus?" Qin Feiyang threw out 3 questions. Hui was still indifferent. Qin Feiyang said, "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes?" Hui said impatiently. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes flashing with a hint of contemplation. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Hui, his eyes flashing as he got up and entered the castle. Fire Lotus was still busy in the hall. She raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled, "You're done. I'll go check the pill scripture first, and come out later to help you organize it." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Fire Lotus nodded. Looking at such an obedient Fire Lotus, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. But in the end, he sighed inwardly and entered the cultivation room, tightly closing the stone door. "Why did you close the door?" Fire Lotus looked at the stone door suspiciously, but did not think too much about it. Cultivation room. Qin Feiyang sat in front of the desk, his head lowered, his eyes flickering. A moment passed. He took a deep breath and took out the image crystal. After a while, Shangguan Fenglan's image appeared. When Shangguan Fenglan saw Qin Feiyang, she immediately revealed a grateful expression and said, "This time, I really have to thank you." Qin Feiyang was startled and laughed. "Hearing you say this, it seems that Sky Dragon City has avoided this calamity." "It's all thanks to you," Shangguan Fenglan said. Now that she recalled the scene of Ancestral Dragon getting angry, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. "I didn't do anything. The people I really have to thank are Yi and her master," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said regretfully, "I also want to thank them in person, but unfortunately I don't have the chance." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Not long after you left, they also left." "What about Ancestral Dragon?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I don't know where he went." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. "I don't know where he went." Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. "But what is certain is that he won't give up just like that. You must be careful." Shangguan Fenglan warned. "N." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Now, let's talk about Su Mo. Why did you kill his sister? Do you know that he is the great elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain?" Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. "I know. But so what? Don't tell me that just because of their identity and status, we have to stand there and take a beating?" Qin Feiyang said. "What is going on?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Chapter 2274. It's actually very simple. Qin Feiyang explained the situation in detail. "So that's how it is. After listening, Shangguan Fenglan nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me now. If it were you, would you tolerate it?" "It's not a big deal. Why do you have to make such a fuss?" Shangguan Fenglan looked at him helplessly. "This is not a big deal? Well, I'm narrow-minded." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "You guys are impulsive. Tianyun Mountain is the ruler of Dongling. Offending them won't do you any good." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang shrugged. "I'm not worried, but the eunuch is. Okay, I'm meddling in other people's business." Shangguan Fenglan said discontentedly. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, "Where is Su Mo now?" "The first elder and the deputy pavilion master are receiving him in Yulan building. But don't worry, the first elder and the others know what to say and what not to say." Shangguan Fenglan said. "From what you said, it seems that I have some secrets that I can't let others know." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "The power of your bloodline has been exposed, and your identity has been exposed. You really have no secrets. However, you definitely can't let Su Mo know about your relationship with us." Shangguan Fenglan said. "That's true. Now he hates me and Hui Yi to the bone. If he knows about our relationship with you, I'm afraid he will secretly inform the dragons." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So, no matter how much trouble you encounter in Dongling or how much trouble you cause, we won't care." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang said, "Not only can you not care, but you also have to hunt us down with Tianyun Mountain." "Hunt you down together?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and speechless. "I can't help but wonder if you have masochism. You feel uncomfortable not being hunted down for a day." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. "Who wants to be hunted down every day? Isn't this specially made for dragons to see? Wasn't it because they didn't want to implicate Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion?" He actually said that he was masochistic. That was too much. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand and said with a smile, "Okay, I won't joke around. Is there anything else? If not, I have to go back to work." "Wait a moment. What was Grand Elder's reaction when he found out about my relationship with Yi?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "What reaction?" Shangguan Fenglan thought for a moment and said, "Let me put it this way. If you were in front of him at that time, he would definitely beat you up." "Then it's fortunate that I wasn't in front of him." Qin Feiyang patted his chest and said. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and laughed in spite of herself. "But I believe that after this incident, the first elder will not fuss about it anymore." "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. He seemed to be hesitating about something. "What happened?" Shangguan Fenglan looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, I'm sending you a voice transmission this time because of another matter." "What is it?" Shangguan Fenglan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang frowned. "You're a big man. Being so wishy-washy is not like your character." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang exhaled and said, "I want to know what our Ninth Heaven Palace master looks like." Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just suddenly curious. Based on my understanding of you, if you're just curious, you won't be so hesitant. I don't like to be fooled. I want to know the real reason." Shangguan Fenglan said. "Can't you just tell me first? I'm begging you." Qin Feiyang put his palms together and looked at Shangguan Fenglan pleadingly. "You're really unpredictable when it comes to doing things." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head helplessly. With a wave of her hand, a woman's shadow gradually condensed. "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at the woman's face. It was as if he was struck by lightning. The woman was about 20 years old. She had an excellent figure and a small waist. Her two slender legs were extremely tall. Her delicate facial features were flawless. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Especially those eyes, they were like two gemstones, bright and lively. She was wearing a long golden silk dress. There was an ethereal air in her nobility. She was like a fairy. No one could raise the slightest blasphemous thought. But the most eye-catching thing was between her eyebrows. In the middle of her eyebrows, there was a fire lotus pattern. What's wrong with you? Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, Shangguan Fenglan was quite surprised. However, Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear it. His eyes kept scanning the woman's face and the fire lotus pattern between her eyebrows. This face, this figure, and that fire lotus pattern was exactly the same as the fire lotus. In other words, just as he had guessed before, Fire Lotus was the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. In fact, he had suspected that Fire Lotus was from Nine Heavens Palace, because the pattern between Fire Lotus's eyebrows was exactly the same as the symbol of Nine Heavens Palace. But he never thought that Fire Lotus was actually the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. It was also because he had never thought so that he had never inquired about the appearance of the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Just before, Hui Yi's silence suddenly reminded him of the pattern between Fire Lotus's eyebrows. Coupled with Hui Yi's abnormal behavior, he could not help but begin to suspect in this regard. This was also where he had been hesitating, because once he confirmed the identity of Fire Lotus, he might lose this sister. After being together for so long, Fire Lotus had become an inseparable part of his life. That was his family. Moreover, this matter was also very inconceivable. A person who had been dead for thousands of years was actually still alive in this world. How shocking was this? So, he had been hesitating. Should he ask Shangguan Fenglan? But in the end, in order to solve the doubts in his heart, and for the sake of Fire Lotus, he chose to find out the truth. And all the doubts in the past were easily solved. For example, why was Fire Lotus in the land of the undead? This was because she had originally died in the land of the undead. And that fire dragon. Why did he say that sending Fire Lotus to Long Zun was a great merit? Because at that time, it was Fire Lotus who had tried her best to protect the ancestor. And finally, because he had seen through Fire Lotus's identity, he had come to approach him. In other words, on the surface, Hui Yi was fooling around with him, but in reality he was secretly protecting Fire Lotus. Then the truth of Hui Yi's identity was naturally revealed. Nine Heavens Palace's Vice Palace Master. Qin Feiyang, say something, is there a problem? Don't scare me. Seeing Qin Feiyang standing there in a daze and not responding for a long time, Shangguan Fenglan couldn't help but become anxious. Qin Feiyang quivered and came back to his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I just saw that the palace master is actually so young. I'm a little surprised." "Are you a pig?" Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said unhappily, "You are also a reputable figure. How can you scold people? Did I say something wrong? People who have reached our cultivation level, as long as they are willing, can maintain their youthful appearance for the rest of their lives." Shangguan Fenglan said, That's true, that's true." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 2275. Shangguan Fenglan said, "All right, I won't talk nonsense with you, I'm going back to work." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan's shadow immediately disappeared. The palace master's shadow also disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, lowered his head and gently knocked on the table, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face as he got up and walked towards the stone door. Back then, in order to save his ancestor, Fire Lotus had died in the hands of the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. And now, by chance, he had saved Fire Lotus again. This should be the so-called fate. Opening the stone door, Qin Feiyang entered the hall and walked to Fire Lotus's side. "What are you doing so mysteriously?" Fire Lotus raised her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What can I do?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, squatted on the ground, grabbed a Qianquan bag and asked, "How is it?" "The harvest this time is not bad. Other than the treasury, there is also a large amount of wealth in the city lord couple's Qianquan ring." Fire Lotus laughed. "What I am most concerned about is how many soul stones they have." Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus said, "The two soul stones added together are more than 1 billion. So much?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. After all, One is the City Lord of Sky Dragon City and the other is the Hall Master of Sky Cloud Mountain Law Enforcement Hall. It is normal for them to have more than 1 billion soul stones. Needless to say about the divine crystals. The two's divine crystals added together are tens of billions. As for the soul stones in the treasury, I have not counted them yet. Fire Lotus said. Then we've really become rich overnight. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang checked the Chenkuan bag in his hand. Most of it was filled with herbs. He looked up at Hui Yi and smiled casually. Girl, I suddenly want to ask you a question. What question? Fire Lotus was suspicious. I'm just saying if your status and position in the northern region is really very high, will you still recognize me as your big brother? Qin Feiyang asked as he tidied up his Chenkuan bag. Fire Lotus raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, a trace of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. However, this trace of bewilderment quickly dissipated as she smiled. Why are you suddenly asking this? Answer me first. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course, no matter who I am, you will always be my Qin Dage. Fire Lotus said without hesitation. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang put down the Chenkuan bag in his hand and looked up at Fire Lotus, saying, Then do you want to know your identity? Of course. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I've already investigated your identity. What? The bewilderment in Fire Lotus's eyes appeared once more, with an additional trace of undetectable panic. Qin Feiyang said, You're the Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Fire Lotus the truth. After all, this was Fire Lotus's background and she had the right to know. Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace? You're not joking, right? How did you find out? Fire Lotus asked with a smile, trying her best to hide the panic in her heart. Just now. I sent a message to Shangguan Fenglan and asked her to tell me what the Palace Master looked like. In the end, it was exactly the same as you. Qin Feiyang said. No way. Fire Lotus was in disbelief. I'm not lying to you. Even the Fire Lotus pattern on your foreheads is exactly the same. Qin Feiyang said. This? Fire Lotus's eyes were dull as she shook her head and said, I still find it hard to accept. This is too unbelievable. And I know Hui Yi's identity. He's the Vice Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace. He approached me to protect you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hui Yi is the Vice Palace Master? Protect me? Let me digest this first. Fire Lotus waved her hand, her face full of disbelief. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but your identity is definitely true. Why don't you go back to Nine Heavens Palace now? In a familiar place, in front of familiar people, you might be able to recover your lost memories. Qin Feiyang said. What about you? Fire Lotus hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, I'm definitely going to find the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang, then enter the divine land. Then I'll go with you. Fire Lotus said. You're going with me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you think I'm troublesome? Fire Lotus asked nervously. No. If I didn't know your identity, I would have taken you with me. But I hope you can go to Nine Heavens Palace to recover your memories. Qin Feiyang said. It's not like I haven't been to Nine Heavens Palace. Back then, I was also a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace. If I could really recover my memories in Nine Heavens Palace, I would have recovered them long ago. But after so long, I can't remember anything. So I don't think it's useful to go back to Nine Heavens Palace. Fire Lotus said. Is it because you haven't come into contact with anything related to you? For example, the courtyard in the depths of Nine Heavens Palace. That's where you used to live. If you can go back there, you might be able to recover your memories. And the Great Elder and the others. They know your past. As long as you're willing to go back, they'll definitely do their best to help you recover your memories. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus said unhappily, You're chasing me away. Silly girl. How can I bear to chase you away? But I really hope that you can recover your memories and no longer be a blank person. Qin Feiyang sighed. Don't say it, don't say it. I won't go back anyway. Besides, if I'm really the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, I can't go back now. Because the ancestral dragon of the black dragon race is in the northern region. If he knows that I'm still alive, not only will I be in danger, Nine Heavens Palace will also be implicated. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. After thinking about it, he nodded. That makes sense. Fire Lotus smiled. Actually, I'm not in a hurry right now. Let nature take its course. All right. As you wish. Qin Feiyang rubbed Fire Lotus's head with a doting expression. He didn't feel restrained or distant because of Fire Lotus's identity. Fire Lotus also enjoyed this doting. Time flew by. The next day, early morning, Qin Feiyang appeared on the mountain peak. Looking at Hui Yi, who had slept on the mountain peak for an entire night, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Hui Yi glared at him, then stood up and stretched. He smiled and said, After waking up, I feel so refreshed. Then he turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, Are we going to Dongling now? I think that you should return to Nine Heavens Palace to take charge of the situation. Don't throw everything to the Great Elder and the others. They're also quite tired. Qin Feiyang sighed. What do you mean? I don't understand. Hui shook his head. Since you want to continue acting dumb, I'll leave this window paper for you. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the space-time gate. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and raised his eyebrows. Clang. As Qin Feiyang's god force poured into the space-time gate, accompanied by a deafening sound, the space-time gate quickly recovered and the two of them walked in. Chapter 2276. Dongling. After Heavenly Cloud Mountain and Treasure Pavilion issued the arrest warrant, everyone was looking for Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi everywhere. Of course, they didn't dare to hope to take the heads of Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. After all, Hui Yi's cultivation had long been public. He was a half-step Undying Realm expert. Who would dare to provoke an expert of this level? So, everyone only had one goal, which was to find their whereabouts. As long as they found their whereabouts and reported it to Heavenly Cloud Mountain and Treasure Pavilion, they would be able to obtain a pinnacle divine artifact. Clang. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out in the sky above Tianluo City. What's that? Everyone looked up in surprise and saw a huge stone door appear in the sky. It's a divine artifact. What's going on? Why would a divine artifact appear? Grab it? Everyone rushed towards the stone door as if they had gone crazy. They all thought that a divine artifact had appeared. However, at the next moment, two young men walked out of the stone door. Immediately, everyone stopped in the air, their eyes filled with horror. Because the people who came out were Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. Hui Yi's powerful cultivation intimidated everyone present. It's them. Quickly report to Treasure Pavilion and Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Everyone scrambled towards Heavenly Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang put away the space-time gate and glanced at the crowd below. Why do I feel like we're two pieces of cake in their eyes? Isn't that nonsense? If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid they would have already swarmed us. Hui Yi shook his head. These two are really arrogant. Yeah. They know that Treasure Pavilion and Heavenly Cloud Mountain are looking for them, but they still came to Tianluo City so brazenly. They should at least cover it up. Do they really think that no one in Dongling can subdue them? But then again, they're really charming. And they're also quite handsome. Below, there was a woman in purple standing in the crowd. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. This woman was about 1.8 meters tall and looked like she was in her 20s. She had an exquisite figure and was as beautiful as a fairy. Her soft and tender skin seemed to break with a flick of his finger. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. She looked like a fairy who was about to leave with the wind. Behind him, there were two girls around the age of 18. Their attire was a little different from that of the purple-clothed woman. They were more simple, but they were still quite pretty. It was also the two of them who were criticizing Qin Feiyang and Li Mu. When the purple-clothed woman heard their conversation, she was speechless. I say, the two of you are about to become love-struck fools. Do you know that? It's the truth. Miss, I think they are a good match for you. Why don't you just pick one? The two girls giggled. Are you asking for a beating? The purple-clothed woman glared at the two women. The two girls stuck out their tongues at the purple-clothed woman, appearing extremely lively. The violet-robed woman rolled her eyes. She inclined her head and stared at Qin Feiyang and Qin Wenin as she mumbled, "These two arrogant brats actually dared to destroy my Heaven Immortal Tower. I won't spare them." Quickly look. It's the Tower Lord of the Heaven Immortal Tower, Miss Heaven Immortal. Suddenly, someone stared at the purple-clothed woman and exclaimed, "It's really her. Miss Heaven Immortal, I have admired you for a long time. Please give me an autograph." "Miss Heaven Immortal, I am Luo Yun. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss to the solitary cloud peak to admire the moon?" The crowd instantly became restless. "Miss, look at how charming you are. You can cause a commotion wherever you go." The two women laughed softly. "You guys talk too much." The purple-clothed woman angrily knocked on their foreheads and disappeared without a trace with the two women. Miss Heaven Immortal. Everyone looked at the surrounding void, their faces filled with disappointment. Tower Lord of the Heaven Immortal Tower? Miss Heaven Immortal? Hearing the commotion below, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi couldn't help but look down suspiciously. However, they didn't see anything. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Hui Yi and asked, "What is the background of this Miss Heaven Immortal?" "I don't know." Hui Yi shook his head. "Are you interested?" Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. "I really don't know." Hui Yi said helplessly. Qin Feiyang wished he could kick him. If others didn't know, he could still understand. But as the Vice Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace, how could he not know? Playing dumb all day long, was he addicted to it? Hui Yi coughed dryly and looked around. He frowned and said, "Why hasn't this demon ancestor appeared yet?" Qin Feiyang knew that this guy was changing the topic, but he didn't expose him. He looked around and his brows gradually furrowed. He brought Hui Yi and openly descended in the sky above Heaven Luo City. In fact, he was waiting for the demon ancestor to take the initiative to appear. Because yesterday's matter was already big enough. The demon ancestor was at Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Even if he was in seclusion, he should have received the news. But now, after waiting for so long, he actually didn't appear. What was going on? Could it be that because of what happened back then, the demon ancestor felt guilty and didn't have the face to see him? But thinking about it, that didn't seem right. Because he knew the demon ancestor too well. He was definitely not such a person. Boom. Suddenly, two terrifying auras burst out. One came from the direction of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, and the other came from Heaven Luo City. "This is..." Hui Yi's expression changed. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew out of the city without looking back. He flew towards the depths of the mountain. "What?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Hui Yi said in a deep voice, "Two half-step eternal realm auras. Staying in Heaven Luo City to wait for death?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "The aura from Heavenly Cloud Mountain is the old man we saw yesterday. As for the aura from Heaven Luo City, there's no doubt that it's from the Treasure Pavilion." Hui Yi said. "They actually sent out two half-step eternal realm experts. Looks like Dongling City is serious this time." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Wrong." Hui Yi shook his head. Qin Feiyang was startled and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Hui Yi said, "Think about it. If they really want to kill us, why would they release their aura in advance to alert us? Yeah. They could have snuck over and caught us off guard." Qin Feiyang said. "They should be hinting at us to leave immediately. In other words, they're secretly helping us." Hui said. "But why would they do that?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The Treasure Pavilion should have something to do with the Vice Pavilion Master. Do you remember that the Vice Pavilion Master talked with the Treasure Pavilion Master for a long time after bringing us to Dongling City? Hui asked. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I think the Vice Pavilion Master asked her to secretly help us at a critical moment. As for why the old man guarding Heavenly Cloud Mountain wants to help us, I really don't know." Hui shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Could it have something to do with Old Man Wei?" "Old Man Wei?" Hui was stunned. Yeah. I remember that he said yesterday that he and Old Man Wei were old friends. Qin Feiyang said. Old friends? Hui murmured and frowned. That's not right. Chapter 2277. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion helped us because of the Deputy Pavilion Master's instructions, but this old man from Skycloud Mountain doesn't know about our relationship with Elder Wei. Hui said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Su Mo had been to the northern region, the Great Elder and the others didn't tell him the truth. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said, Do you think someone from the Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion secretly informed this old man? That may be the only explanation. Hui thought for a moment and whispered. Boom! Behind them, two terrifying auras surged toward the place. Qin Feiyang and Hui turned around and their expressions changed slightly. They saw two old men chasing after them at lightning speed. The one on the left was the old man guarding Skycloud Mountain. The old man on the left had a head of long red hair. He wasn't very tall, only about 1.6 meters. But his face was ruddy and his spirit was hale and hearty. His body was also full of muscles. It could be said that he was stronger than a young man. Both of them were using a mysterious footwork and were extremely fast. Legendary level auxiliary divine technique. Hui muttered. Didn't you say that they were helping us? Why are they chasing after us? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not only were the two chasing after them with all their strength, but their expressions were also full of killing intent. Maybe I guessed wrong. Hui whispered and also used a mysterious footwork. His speed instantly soared by a large margin. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Is this also a legendary level auxiliary divine technique? I'm a half-step invincible realm expert. Is it strange that I have a legendary level auxiliary divine technique? You're making a fuss over nothing. Hui glanced at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang and Hui had already entered the depths of the mountain. In the mountains, ferocious beasts were everywhere. But none of them dared to run out and block the way. Under Hui's terrifying aura, they were all trembling. Behind them, the two old men were also chasing after them. Are you done? Hui arched an eyebrow. He simply stopped in the void and turned to look at the two. The two old men glanced at each other. As soon as they got close to Qin Feiyang, they immediately attacked Qin Feiyang without saying a word. It seems that we were wrong. They released their auras in advance not to inform us, but to provoke us. Hui thought. Why aren't you leaving? Qin Feiyang shouted. Although Hui was also a half-step undying, his opponents were two half-step undying experts. He was definitely not their match. Boom! The two of them charged over aggressively. Killing intent flashed in Hui's eyes as he raised both hands. Divine power surged out and blasted towards the two. Qin Feiyang decisively entered the castle. Rumble! The three of them clashed. A destructive aura immediately spread out in all directions with this place as the center. In an instant, the surrounding mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth caved in. It was like a scene of doomsday. Hui was also sent flying by the two at the same time, blood gushing out of his mouth. But the two of them didn't chase after him. Divine power roared and condensed into a huge ending that enveloped all directions. Immediately, the destructive shockwave was blocked by the spirit formation. They did this to avoid harming the innocent. The two of them spread out and blocked Hui from the front and back. The old man guarding Heavencloud Mountain smiled and said, Little brother, we meet again. Let me introduce myself. This old man is Shun Qianshan, an idler of Heavencloud Mountain. The red-haired old man also said, This old man is Chou Tianwei, also an idler of the Treasure Pavilion. There was an icy chill in his tone. Shen Qianshan Chou Tianwei. Hui muttered and sneered, I didn't expect that a half-step undying expert would become a dog of the dragons. You and Qin Feiyang fought against the dragons. You know better than us how strong the dragons are, so you should also know that we have no choice. Shen Qianshan said. That's right. We must strictly follow Lord Ancestral Dragon's orders. Chou Tianwei nodded. Hui nodded and suddenly shouted, Qin Feiyang, give me a legendary divine artifact. With a clang, the blue phoenix sword appeared. This was the legendary divine artifact that Qin Feiyang had snatched from Feng Zihan. Qin Feiyang had more than one legendary divine artifact now. The blue phoenix sword was only one of them. The giant scythe that he had snatched from the fire dragon in the depths of the Sky Dragon Sea was also a legendary divine artifact. This included the dagger that he had snatched from the law enforcement hall master of Heavencloud Mountain. Hui grabbed the hilt and poured his divine power into the blue phoenix sword. Clang! Streaks of world-destroying sharpness gushed out like an avalanche. The barrier that Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei had set up immediately began to twist and crack. Revive the legendary divine artifact. Are you crazy? Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei's expressions changed as they looked at Hui angrily. Hui turned a deaf ear, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Stop. You're a half-step undying. If you fully revive the legendary divine artifact, everything within 100 million miles will be destroyed. Shen Qianshan shouted. What does it have to do with me? If you dare to attack me, then you should have this awareness. Hui sneered. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei's faces sank. Suddenly, the two withdrew their auras and slowly retreated. HM? Hui was slightly taken aback and laughed. Seems like you care about the people of East Tomb. Shen Qianshan said, our goal is only you and Qin Feiyang. We don't want to hurt the innocent. I'm afraid that's very difficult to do. After all, once people at our level fight, it's inevitable that innocent people will be hurt. Hui said. Chou Tianwei said angrily, you're a half-step undying. How can you be so cruel? I don't want to either. But you forced me. What can I do? Hui shrugged helplessly. Give up resisting. The dragons are not people you can afford to provoke. Facing the pursuit of the dragons, no matter how much you struggle, you won't have a way out. Shen Qianshan sighed. That's not necessarily true. Hui smiled contemptuously. Is that so? But at this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Following closely, two terrifying killing intents swept out from the top of Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei's head like lightning, piercing through Hui's lower abdomen. Hui's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The recovering Azure Phoenix sword also stopped abruptly. And on his lower abdomen, there were two bloody holes. What's going on? Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in surprise. Why did two killing intents suddenly appear? Wait, this killing intense aura and this voice were very familiar. Hui's face was also filled with shock. He never thought that the two of them would have such terrifying killing intents hidden in their bodies. Who was it that instantly shattered his qi? The next moment, the two killing intents turned into human figures. It was the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. I knew that you would come to East Tomb again, so before returning to the Divine Land, I deliberately left behind a few killing intents. The two killing intents looked at Hui and sneered. Chapter 2278. Hui's heart sank. This ancestral dragon was indeed not so easy to deal with. Wait, why did the ancestral dragon return to the divine continent? Could it be that he went back to get reinforcements? Killing intent, Hui muttered, his eyes flickering. Go to hell. This time, the black-robed old man's killing intent did not give Hui any chance to counterattack. Two killing intents frantically rushed towards Hui. Hui smiled coldly and said, just two killing intents, can you overturn the heavens? He took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. What? Although the pill was like a flash in the pan, it was still clearly captured by Qin Feiyang. It was a spirit sea pill. And it was a spirit sea pill with a dragon-shaped pill qi. In other words, that was a real divine pill. This guy actually had a divine pill? As soon as the spirit sea pill entered Hui's body, it turned into an incomparably majestic energy and rushed towards the broken qi sea. Immediately, the qi sea was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the two killing intents revealed a trace of contempt in their eyes and instantly rushed in front of Hui. Moreover, they were both rushing towards Hui's glabella. Obviously, They wanted to destroy Hui Yi's divine soul in one fell swoop. Hui Yi snorted coldly as his divine sense rolled out and collided with the two killing intents. His Qi was not repaired and could not use divine power, so he could only temporarily use his divine sense to delay the two killing intents. But even if it was just two killing intents, it was far from what he could compare to. Boom! His divine sense shattered on the spot. Hui Yi let out a miserable groan and crashed into the ground below like a meteorite. The ground suddenly shattered and collapsed. If it were not for Shen Qianshan's divine power barrier, the surrounding tens of millions of miles would have been razed to the ground in an instant. So strong, Hui Yi lay on the ground in a sorry state, blood spurting out. Even the two killing intents had the strength to shatter his bones. Boom! It was also at this moment, under the restoration of the divine pill, his Qi was finally healed. This speed could not be said to be slow. Hui Yi took a deep breath and rushed into the sky. Divine power surged as he used all his strength to revive the Azure Phoenix sword. Seeing this, Shen Qianshan said in a deep voice, "Old man Chou, you must block their battle fluctuations." Chou Tianwei nodded. The two of them soared into the sky and poured their divine power into the barrier. The Azure Phoenix sword emitted a dazzling radiance that swept across the heavens and earth. And the two killing intents were filled with disdain as they transformed into two gigantic black swords. They carried a world-destroying sharpness as they shot towards Hui. Qin Dage, Big Brother Hui Yi's situation is not good. Inside the castle, Fire Lotus had also appeared behind Qin Feiyang at some point in time. Her face was full of worry as she looked at the scene in front of her. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Hui Yi had a fearless appearance on the surface, the truth was that he didn't have a chance of winning. Because that was the killing intent of the ancestral dragon. From this, it could be seen how powerful the ancestral dragon was. Just two strands of killing intent were enough to suppress a half-step undying. I have to think of a way. Qin Feiyang mumbled. But what could he do in the face of an expert of this level? Wait a minute. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he shouted, "Fire Lotus, prepare the herbs. Open the furnace and refine the pill." With that, he walked towards the cultivation room. "What pill are you refining?" Fire Lotus hurriedly chased after him. "Heavenly Dust Divine Pill." Qin Feiyang said word by word. The Heavenly Dust Divine Pill could temporarily increase a person's cultivation by a small realm for half an hour. Perhaps when Hui Yi's cultivation reached the initial stage of the Undying Realm, he would have the strength to fight against the two killing intents. And these years, they hadn't been able to harvest any herbs. Especially when they looted the treasury of the city lord's mansion, the herbs they obtained were countless. Among them, there were many herbs for the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. It was Qin Feiyang's first time refining the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, so he was especially careful. Because this was related to Hui Yi's safety, he absolutely couldn't fail now. He had to succeed in one go. About 100 breaths later, a pale golden pill was out of the furnace. Qin Feiyang grabbed it with his hand, his face full of smiles. Will this work? After all, Hui Yi has already reached the Undying Realm. Fire Lotus had a doubtful attitude. How will we know if we don't try? It's best to pray that the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill can play a key role. Qin Feiyang muttered and waved his hand. The scene of the battle outside immediately appeared. Hui Yi was covered in wounds. And he had lost an arm. Even the Azure Phoenix sword was covered in cracks and would shatter at any time. Just two killing intents were able to force him to this extent. What cultivation is this ancestral dragon? Initial stage Undying Realm? Or greater stage Undying Realm? Fire Lotus murmured with a face full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang controlled the ancient castle and tried his best to get closer to Hui. It was very difficult for him to even get close to Hui Yi, because the fluctuations of the battle were too terrifying. Let's see who can save you this time. The two killing intents laughed sinisterly and turned into two black arrows that shot towards Hui Yi from the left and right. Seeing this scene, Hui Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Hui Yi, don't resist. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in his mind. An invisible force enveloped him. In the next moment, he appeared in the castle. Boom! At the same time, the two killing intents arrived and bombarded the castle. The castle suddenly shook violently. Hui Yi looked at Fire Lotus, then looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. What are you doing? Do you know that this will drag you down with it? Hurry up and take Fire Lotus with you and escape. Qin Feiyang said, What will you do if we escape? Hui Yi swallowed a life divine pill and said, It's just two killing intents, they can't take my life. Don't try to be brave, okay? Looking at you now, are you their opponent? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, raised his arm and extended it in front of Hui Yi. What? Hui Yi was suspicious. Qin Feiyang opened his big hand, revealing the heavenly dust divine pill, and said, Try consuming it. What kind of pill is this? You won't take this opportunity to harm me, right? Hui Yi looked at him warily. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily, and directly stuffed the heavenly dust divine pill into Hui Yi's mouth. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stared at Hui Yi, their expressions filled with anticipation. Hui Yi frowned. What was going on? Outside, two killing intents crazily bombarded the ancient castle. The ancient castle trembled violently and rumbled. Everything that Fire Lotus had painstakingly set up was once again destroyed. Above the barrier, Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei stared at the two killing intents, their eyes constantly flickering. Chou Tianwei suddenly sent a sound transmission. Old Shen, do you want to help them? For the sake of the big picture, for Eastern Tomb, for Heavenly Cloud Mountain and your treasure pavilion, you must endure. Shen Qianshan decisively replied. Chou Tianwei sighed and said, I hope they can escape this calamity. This old man believes that they can definitely do it. Shen Qianshan secretly said. Chapter 2279. In the blink of an eye. Inside the castle. Under the expectant gazes of Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, Hui Yi's aura suddenly rushed out of his body uncontrollably. Then, it rapidly soared. What's going on? Hui Yi was bewildered. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were overjoyed. Because this meant that the heavenly dust divine pill had an effect on the imperishable realm. This was beyond their imagination. One had to know. The imperishable realm was already a peak existence in this world, but the heavenly dust divine pill was still useful. It could be said that the heavenly dust divine pill was a terrifying trump card. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, Hui Yi's aura suddenly soared to an unprecedented high speed. Imperishable realm initial stage. What's going on? Hui Yi was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang said, You only have half an hour, quickly go out and get rid of the killing intent. Half an hour? Hui Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, If there's a problem, we can talk about it later. Alright. Hui Yi temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, looked at the scene in the air and said, Send me out. Qin Feiyang nodded. But he suddenly noticed the Azure Phoenix sword in Hui Yi's hand. The cracks on the Azure Phoenix sword were like a spider web. It seemed that he couldn't let the Azure Phoenix sword continue to fight. Otherwise, it might be destroyed. He waved his hand and a red giant scythe appeared. This was the Fire Dragon's legendary weapon. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Hui Yi understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. He put down the Azure Phoenix sword and grabbed the giant scythe. Let's end this quickly, Qin Feiyang said. Let me tell you, I'm very confident now. If God blocks, I'll kill God. If devil blocks, I'll kill devil. Hui grinned. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Hui Yi suddenly disappeared. Damn it. What's the point of hiding? Outside, the two killing intents became angry. If the black-robed old man was here, he would have a way to force Qin Feiyang's group out. They might even destroy the castle. This was because the black-robed old man also possessed a heaven-defying artifact. But now, the two killing intents were more or less powerless against the ancient castle. Of course. However, this did not mean that Qin Feiyang and the others could hide in the castle. Although the killing intent couldn't break open the ancient castle, it could trap it. After all, the ancient castle was still sealed. It could not be awakened, nor could it activate the power of laws. Therefore, he had to get rid of the black-robed old man's killing intent. The most important thing was, through the killing intent, the black-robed old man might have already known what had happened here. Perhaps they were on their way here right now. Once the black-robed old man's true body descended, then no matter how powerful they were, only death awaited them. After playing with you guys for so long, it's time to end it. Suddenly, with a cruel laugh, Hui appeared out of thin air. As soon as Hui appeared, the two killing intents were bewildered. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei were the same. Their eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. What's going on with his cultivation? Clang. Hui Yi's body shook, and his divine power surged out. The giant scythe in his hand emitted a dazzling light. The sharpness was earth-shattering, terrifying. After his cultivation was raised to the initial stage of the imperishable realm, the awakening of the legendary artifact's power was far greater than before. The divine power enchantment set up by Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei suddenly began to distort and break. The two suddenly changed color. His divine power poured out without reservation. If this wave of energy were to spread out, it would be a scene of utter destruction. Therefore, they must stabilize the divine power enchantment. They also hoped that Hui Yi could end the battle quickly. Because of Hui Yi's soaring cultivation, they could not hold on for long. If your true body was here, even if my cultivation was raised to the initial stage of the imperishable realm, I would only be killed. However, unfortunately, you guys are just too killing intents. Be destroyed for me. Hui Yi let out a long roar, his fiery red hair fluttering in the void like a demon god. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, the giant scythe fully awakened. Hui immediately grabbed the giant scythe and rushed toward the two killing intents. So what if you destroy us? As you said, we are just two killing intents. Our destruction will not cause any harm to my true body. But you are not the same as Qin Feiyang, because you will die in my hands sooner or later. The two killing intents laughed sinisterly, transforming into two giant black swords, madly slashing forward. Clang. Heaven and earth lost color. The void was annihilated. The divine power enchantment shattered. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei were also sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths. Just the fluctuation alone caused them to be seriously injured. This was the difference between a half-step imperishable realm and an initial stage imperishable realm. Could be said that, if one did not have a heaven-defying divine art and divine artifact, facing an initial stage imperishable realm expert, a half-step imperishable realm expert would only be killed in an instant. Clang! At the same time, the two giant swords formed by the two killing intents were both shattered and turned into ashes under the sharpness of the giant scythe. Only a sinister laughter was left, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. This is the strength of an initial stage imperishable realm expert? Hui muttered, his eyes full of shock. Even he himself was shocked by his current strength. Although the half-step imperishable realm and the initial stage imperishable realm were only one step apart, this step was like one was the sky and the other was the earth. They were not on the same level at all. After experiencing the power of an initial stage imperishable realm expert, he also yearned for this realm like never before. Hui, hurry and help. Suddenly, Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei shouted. Hui Yi quivered and came back to his senses. He raised his head to look at the two, only to see them scanning the surrounding mountains and rivers, their faces full of anxiety. Seeing this, Hui Yi also quickly swept his gaze around, and his face immediately changed. When the divine power enchantment shattered, the fluctuations of the battle were now ruthlessly destroying everything. Seeing this situation, he quickly waved his hand, and divine power surged, sweeping across the sky. A giant enchantment crashed to the ground. At that moment, all the fluctuations of the battle were trapped inside the enchantment. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Hui Yi took a step forward, leaving the enchantment, and landed in front of the two. The giant scythe in his hand pointed at the two. That world-destroying edge made Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei tremble uncontrollably. Obviously, He wanted to attack the two of them. Wait! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared beside Hui and grabbed Hui's arm. What are you doing? Hui frowned. Don't be impulsive. Qin Feiyang whispered, looked up at Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei, and said, Seniors, we need an explanation. The two looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. Hui raised his eyebrows, lowered his arm, and asked, Is it because of the ancestral dragon's killing intent? Shen Qianshan nodded. In other words, you really want to help us, but because of the ancestral dragon's killing intent, you have no choice but to attack us? Qin Feiyang said. His killing intent has been lurking in our sea of consciousness. In other words, our every move is under his surveillance. If we don't attack you, then not only will we suffer, even Heavenly Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion will be implicated. Chapter 2280. Hui nodded and threw the giant scythe to Qin Feiyang. He looked at Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei and smiled. Sorry, I misunderstood you. It's fine. It's human nature. At the same time, I have to congratulate you for breaking through to the imperishable realm. Shen Qianshan smiled. Hui shook his head. I don't think I broke through. What do you mean? Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei looked at each other and suspiciously looked at Hui. I don't know what's going on. This matter, you have to ask him. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei were slightly stunned, and their gazes immediately shifted to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei looked at each other, completely unable to understand the meaning of Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang looked at the two suspiciously and said, Seniors, I'm very curious. Why are you helping us? Chou Tianwei said, It's because of the pavilion master's orders. As expected, Qin Feiyang whispered. We already know what you've done in the northern region. To be honest, this old man has lived for so many years, and I've never met such great young people like you. A trace of admiration appeared on Chou Tianwei's indifferent face. For Jiutian Palace, for the Treasure Pavilion, you've sacrificed so much. It's really admirable. Shen Qianshan also praised. Great, admirable? This junior really doesn't deserve it. Because we were the ones who attracted the dragons. We have this responsibility and this obligation to protect everyone. Qin Feiyang said. Can you not count me in? I'm just a victim who was dragged down by you. Hui said unhappily. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui speechlessly and said, You make it sound like I forced you. You were the one who forced me. Hui pouted. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He didn't feel like wasting words with him. He looked at Shen Qianshan and said, Then do your Heaven Cloud Mountain's Peak Master, Vice Peak Masters, and those elders know about us? I haven't told them yet. I'm also hesitating. Should I tell them? Shen Qianshan said. Qin Feiyang asked, How do you know? He was the one who told me. Shen Qianshan pointed at Chou Tianwei. Qin Feiyang nodded and bowed. Thank you again, seniors. No. To be honest, we still feel a little guilty. Yeah. Not only did we not help you, we almost got you killed. The two of them apologized. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, This junior is already very satisfied that the two seniors have such intentions. Shen Qianshan said, Then tell me, should I tell the Peak Master and the others? Let's not talk about it. Especially Su Mo. I'm worried that he will leak information to the dragons in order to take revenge on me. At that time, it won't just be us. 9 Heavens Palace, Treasure Pavilion, and you will all suffer together. Qin Feiyang said. Shen Qianshan nodded. It made sense. In short, I don't want to implicate anyone in the grudge between me and the dragons. Qin Feiyang smiled. These words once again made Shen Qianshan and Hui look at him in a different light. Chou Tianwei said, As the Vice Pavilion Master of the North said, You are indeed a loyal and responsible young man. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Shen Qianshan smiled and said, Modesty is a good thing, but too much modesty is arrogance. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Shen Qianshan shook his head and sighed. But then again, I don't dare to tell the Peak Master and the others about you. Why? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at him suspiciously. Shen Qianshan said, because the ancestral dragon left more than 2 killing intents in Dongling. What? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were shocked. Shen Qianshan sighed. All the half-step invincible realm cultivators in Dongling have 1 killing intent in them. This? Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi looked at each other. In other words, whether it's Heavencloud Mountain or the Treasure Pavilion, we are all under the ancestral dragon's surveillance. Shen Qianshan said. Qin Feiyang asked, then how many killing intents are left in Dongling? 3. They are in the bodies of the Peak Master, the Vice Peak Master, and the Treasure Pavilion Master. Shen Qianshan said. Chou Tianwei said, so now, don't go to our Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a lingering fear after hearing this. Fortunately, he knew this in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hui Yi asked, do the people of 9 Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion know about this? They don't know yet. Because our every move is under the surveillance of the killing intents, no one dares to report to the northern region. Shen Qianshan said. Hui Yi turned to Qin Feiyang and said, then it seems that we have to go back to the northern region. Qin Feiyang nodded. You don't have to worry about this. That's right. Now, the killing intents that are monitoring us have been removed by you. So old Shen and I can find a chance to go to the northern region. Shen Qianshan and Hui Yi said. Hui Yi frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. How about this? We chase after them and remove the other 3 killing intents. No. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, Shen Qianshan and Hui Yi shook their heads. Why not? Hui Yi was suspicious. Only we know about the existence of these killing intents. If you go to the Peak Master and the others now, what do you think the ancestral dragon will think? He will definitely suspect that we said it. Shen Qianshan said. This is simple. Hui Yi chuckled. What do you mean? Shen Qianshan and Hui Yi were suspicious. Hui Yi smiled and said, you didn't take the initiative to tell us this. We forced you to say it. Forced us to say it? The two frowned and thought for a while. They suddenly understood. However, you have to suffer a little. Hui Yi said again. Shen Qianshan smiled and said, if we can really get rid of the killing intents, it's okay to suffer a little. I don't agree. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shook his head. The 3 of them looked at Qin Feiyang. It's just 3 killing intents. There's no need to go through so much trouble. And even if we get rid of them, what can we do? Can we bring actual harm to the ancestral dragon? No. So, there's no need to waste this energy. There's one more crucial point. With these killing intents, the ancestral dragon will think that everything is under his control. In this way, he will relax a little. And once we get rid of all the killing intents, he will definitely use other means. And he will be more careful and cautious than before. At that time, our situation may be even more passive. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Shen Qianshan and Hui Yi pondered for a while and nodded. That makes sense. Let's not touch these 3 killing intents first. All right. Chapter 2281. Then we won't stay any longer. We'll go back first. After we go back, I'll find an opportunity to go to the North region. Shen Qianshan said. Indeed, we can't stay any longer. Otherwise, the other 3 killing intents will definitely be suspicious. Chou Tianwei said. Qin Feiyang asked, then, have you thought of how to deal with them? That's simple. The 2 smiled confidently. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 turned and left. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly called out, Senior Shen, wait a moment. The 2 stopped in the air and turned to look at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang flew over and looked at Shen Qianshan. I suddenly thought of something and would like to ask Senior Shen for help. What is it? Shen Qianshan was puzzled. Senior, do you know a person called Ouyang Wenyi? Qin Feiyang asked. Ouyang Wenyi, Shen Qianshan pondered for a moment and nodded. I've heard of him, but I don't have any impression of him. Qin Feiyang said, He was once the #1 person on the Heavenly Cloud Mountain leaderboard and is now a core disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. If it's the #1 person on the Heaven leaderboard, I'll definitely be familiar with him. But the #1 person on the Earth leaderboard, to be honest, I've never paid attention to the Earth leaderboard. Shen Qianshan said apologetically. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, can you help me find this person and tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the Heaven Immortal Tower? Is he very important to you? Shen Qianshan was suspicious. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. When we return from the North region, I'll help you look for him. In order to facilitate communication, we'll also establish a contract bridge. Shen Qianshan took out an image crystal. My pleasure. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly took out an image crystal. For an expert like Shen Qianshan, it was difficult to speak normally, let alone establish a contract bridge. This was an honor for any young man. After establishing the contract bridge, Shen Qianshan turned to look at Chou Tianwei and said, Old Chou, establish a contract bridge with him as well, just in case. Chou Tianwei nodded. Qin Feiyang naturally couldn't ask for more, because in this way he would gain 2 half-step undying allies. After establishing the contract with the Chou Tianwei, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, cupped his hands and smiled. Take care, seniors. I won't see you off. Until we meet again. The two of them also cupped their hands and smiled in a rather courteous manner. Then they turned around and tore through the air with lightning speed. Hui Yi retracted his gaze and suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, Who is Ouyang Wenyi? Fiend ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. So it was him. Hui Yi suddenly understood. Actually, I don't know if Ouyang Wenyi is his real name. It's just that when I read the memories of that disciple from Heaven Cloud Mountain, I learned that he was using this name. Qin Feiyang said, Aren't you old acquaintances with him? Why don't I know his real name? Hui Yi was astonished. Because in the past, we all called him Fiend Ancestor. I've never heard anyone say his real name. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Hui Yi nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Now, tell me, what's going on with my cultivation? Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. What? There's actually such a pill in this world. Hui Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this. This was too miraculous. Qin Feiyang said, Speaking of pills, I want to ask you, where did you get that divine pill? Divine pill? Really? Why don't I know about it? Hui Yi said, Pretending and pretending? The Spirit Sea pill you took, if it's not a divine pill, then what is it? Qin Feiyang said angrily. You saw it. Hui Yi smiled embarrassedly. I'm not blind. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. Hui Yi said, I got this divine pill by chance. Why didn't I have this chance? Qin Feiyang sneered. Is there even a need to say it? It must be because my character is better than yours. Hui Yi despised. Your character is better? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about this first. This Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, how many do you have now? Also, is there any limit to it? Hui Yi asked with a bright light in his eyes. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang looked at him warily. I don't want to do anything. I just want to prepare a few in case of an emergency. Hui Yi smiled. In your dreams. This Heavenly Dust Divine Pill's medicinal herbs are more precious than the 4 symbols Infinite Divine Pill. Yesterday, Fire Lotus and I counted. After being in the ancient world for so long, we only managed to gather 3 sets of medicinal herbs. I just gave you 1. In other words, I only have 2 sets of medicinal herbs left. Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi was stunned and asked, including the City Lord Mansion's treasury? Qin Feiyang nodded. Isn't this too outrageous? All these years, you have killed and robbed many people. Including the City Lord Mansion's treasury, you only managed to gather 3 sets of medicinal herbs? Hui Yi's face was filled with disbelief. Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reached out to interrupt Hui Yi and frowned. When did I kill and rob people? Think about it yourself. How many people have you killed and how many universe rings and universe bags have you obtained? Hui said. Qin Feiyang said angrily, they deserve to be killed. Are they also killing and robbing people? What's the difference? Hui asked. Fine. I won't argue with you. Let's go to the castle first. Let me see how strong the side effects of this heavenly dust divine pill are. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he disappeared with Hui. Although the heavenly dust divine pill was heaven-defying, it had a fatal side effect. After the effect of the pill was over, he would enter a weakened state. However, as he had never taken it before, he was not sure how weak he would be. In the future, he would inevitably have to take the heavenly dust divine pill. Hence, he wanted to take a look in advance to be mentally prepared. In the sky above a certain mountain, Shen Qianshan and Hui Yi were moving as fast as lightning. Zhou Tianwei said, I really did not expect that Hui Yi's cultivation would suddenly increase to the undying realm. If his cultivation did not increase, they will definitely be in trouble this time. I just don't know what they have done. Shen Qianshan's face was filled with suspicion. Zhou Tianwei suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Qianshan. He asked, Did you notice a problem? What problem? Shen Qianshan asked curiously. When Hui Yi was fighting with the killing intent, he did not activate his fighting soul or use his divine art. Zhou Tianwei frowned. Shen Qianshan was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, It seems to be the case. Why did he not use his divine art when his life was at stake? Could he be hiding something? Zhou Tianwei muttered. Shen Qianshan pondered for a while and asked, Could he be hiding his identity? Hiding his identity, Zhou Tianwei murmured and nodded. This is the only explanation. Who is this Hui? Even the Nine Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion in the North region do not know his identity. Shen Qianshan smiled and said, There is no need to think so much. As long as he is not an enemy. That's true. This Qin Feiyang is still too weak. He has to grow up quickly. I also hope that we have made the right choice. Otherwise, we will become the sinners of the Eastern Tomb. Zhou Tianwei said worriedly. We have to believe in him. Moreover, isn't there still Qin Batian? Qin Feiyang can't do it, but I believe that Qin Batian can do it. Shen Qianshan smiled. I hope so. Zhou Tianwei sighed. The two looked at each other and slapped their lower abdomens at the same time. Boom. Their qi was shattered. Their lower abdomens were also badly mutilated. This was not the end. They each cut off an arm, and then used their divine power to cut open countless wounds on their bodies so deep that their bones could be seen. After a while, the two of them were dripping with blood. The intense pain caused their faces to turn pale. After doing all this, the two of them continued to fly toward Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Chapter 2282. Half an hour later. Ancient Castle. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stood in the hall, looking at Hui Yi with a stunned expression. They saw Hui Yi lying on the ground, his whole body twitching. His face was also pale, as if he was in a critical state. They couldn't sense any cultivation or aura from his body. This is the side effect of the heavenly dust divine pill? Fire Lotus whispered. This was too terrifying. With Hui Yi's current state, even a person without the strength to truss a chicken could easily kill him. Kid, you're not pretending, right? Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi and frowned. Wasn't this side effect a little too ridiculous? Pretending. When Hui heard this, a trace of anger appeared on his pale face. But it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to speak. It seems that you're not pretending. Qin Feiyang muttered. Hui rolled his eyes. What was there to pretend about such a shameful thing? Qin Feiyang said, All right, you just lie here and have a good rest. After half an hour, the side effect will disappear. What? It will take another half an hour for the side effect to disappear? Hui Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he didn't know the truth, he would have suspected that Qin Feiyang was deliberately harming him. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'll go to the Heaven Immortal Tower first. Let me know when you're done, I'll treat you to some heavenly immortal wine. That's more like it. A smile appeared on Hui Yi's face. Thinking of the heavenly immortal wine, he couldn't help but drool. However, Could this kid get the heavenly immortal wine? The heavenly immortal wine was never for sale. Then I'll go out, Qin Feiyang said and prepared to leave the castle. I say, don't ignore me. When I go out, I must see the heavenly immortal wine. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Hui opened his mouth and said intermittently, I'm just joking, do you really take it seriously? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hui was so angry that his body trembled. All right, I'll definitely think of a way to get you a pot. Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted him. 2 pots, Hui said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, I said, don't push your luck. Who did I end up in such a sorry state because of? I didn't ask you to do anything outrageous. It's just 2 pots of celestial immortal wine, and you're saying that I'm insatiable? Do you have a conscience? Hui angrily said. Fine. I'm afraid of you. I'll do my best. Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly and took out an illusory form elixir to disguise himself as a sickly young man. He left the ancient castle and headed towards Tianluo City. Hey, do you guys know? An hour ago, Heaven Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion sent out 2 half-step undying experts to hunt down Qin Feiyang and Hui. But guess what happened? Those 2 half-step undying experts had their sea of qi destroyed by Hui and Qin Feiyang. They fled back in a sorry state. No way. 2 half-step undying sovereigns are still not their match. I just came to Tianluo City, so I didn't know about this. Is what you said true? Of course it's true. The son of a friend of mine is an inner disciple of Heaven Cloud Mountain. He saw those 2 enter Heaven Cloud Mountain covered in blood. Then who are those 2 half-step undying experts? I think they're called Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei. Not only did their sea of qi shatter, but they also lost an arm. What a sorry state. Unbelievable. How strong are Qin Feiyang and Hui? Didn't they say that Qin Feiyang is only a low-level divine lord? Qin Feiyang is indeed a low-level divine lord, but that Hui is a half-step undying expert. He's too terrifying. But this Qin Feiyang isn't that simple. That's true. If he's just a simple character, how could Hui, a half-step undying expert, be so close to him? There was a long line at each of the 4 city gates of Tianluo City. Everyone who entered or left the city had to be checked by the Heaven's Eye Stone. This was an order from Heaven Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion. Their purpose was naturally to find Qin Feiyang and Hui. Everyone was waiting in line to be checked while discussing. At the back of the crowd, there was a sickly youth with a pale face. This person was Qin Feiyang. Hearing everyone's discussion, he was extremely moved. He never imagined that in order to cover him and Hui, Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei would actually lose an arm. On both sides of the city gate, 4 guards strictly carried out the orders of Heaven Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion, not letting anyone go. Qin Feiyang looked up and couldn't help but frown. It was almost impossible to use the Heaven's Eye Stone to check them. It seemed that he could only directly teleport in or use the Black Tortoise World or fly in. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at the city gate and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw an old man sitting on the city wall. The old man was dressed in black and his aura was unfathomable. And on the old man's clothes, there was a mountain-like pattern. Obviously, this old man was from Heaven Cloud Mountain. They actually sent such an expert to guard Tianluo City. Qin Feiyang mumbled. He left quietly and headed to the other 3 city gates to check. As expected, the other 3 city gates were each guarded by an expert from Heaven Cloud Mountain. It seemed that Heaven Cloud Mountain was serious. One must know. In the past few years in the northern region, even if the ancestral dragon personally came, 9 Heavens Palace and the Treasure Pavilion did not send any experts to guard Tianlong City. Heaven Cloud Mountain was more proactive than anyone. Retreating deep into the mountains, Qin Feiyang opened an altar and directly teleported to the vicinity of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Although only a day had passed, the Heaven Immortal Tower that was destroyed by Hui had been rebuilt and was even more imposing than before. The surrounding buildings and the city lord's manor were also rebuilt. Young master, please come in. Under the lead of a waiter, Qin Feiyang walked into the Heaven Immortal Tower. Yesterday's incident did not affect the Heaven Immortal Tower at all. It was as lively as ever. Whether it was the hall or the private rooms upstairs, it was filled with laughter. Qin Feiyang sat in an inconspicuous corner of the hall and ordered 2 side dishes and a pot of wine. Because he had changed his appearance, no one disturbed him and it was quiet. Time passed bit by bit. In the evening, the Heaven Immortal Tower was undoubtedly even more lively. Those who came in to eat and drink had to queue up, and most of them were from wealthy families. Because at night, this was a paradise for men to seek pleasure. Every man had a beautiful woman by his side to accompany him. Qin Feiyang was the only one who was always alone. "Young master, do you need me to accompany you?" Night fell. A gorgeously dressed and alluring woman walked to Qin Feiyang's table. She held a wine cup and looked at Qin Feiyang with seductive eyes. "It's quite comfortable to be alone." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang politely rejected the woman. "How boring." "Look, in the entire Heaven Immortal Tower, only you don't have a female companion. How eye-catching." The woman glanced at Qin Feiyang with disdain. She then turned and walked away, swaying her hips. "Aiching," Qin Feiyang mumbled and looked around. Compared to the others, he was indeed eye-catching. Because in the entire hall, his table was the quietest. It was easy to attract the attention of others. "Miss, hold on." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the woman's back. The woman was stunned. She turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, are you calling me?" "Nichim." Qin Feiyang nodded. He pointed to the seat opposite him and smiled. "Sit down and chat with me for a while." The woman smiled charmingly, but she didn't sit opposite Qin Feiyang. Instead, she sat beside Qin Feiyang. Moreover, she was very close to him. Her entire body was almost sticking to Qin Feiyang's body. "Young master, after being in the Heaven Immortal Tower for so many years, this is the first time I've heard someone call us miss. You are so innocent. Could it be that this is your first time here?" The woman curiously looked at Qin Feiyang. "Cough cough." Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and speechlessly said, "This is me showing my respect to you." "Respect?" The woman was astonished. She actually took the initiative to hug Qin Feiyang's arm and smiled. "You are really a special man." "Cough cough." You better sit opposite me." Qin Feiyang felt somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't because this woman was a prostitute. It was because he was really not used to such an indulgent life. All right. You are a guest. It's fine as long as you are satisfied." The woman shook her head and smiled. She got up and sat opposite him. She held her chin with both hands and sized up Qin Feiyang. Other men would have their hands on a woman like her when they saw her. But this man didn't have any thoughts at all. What a freak. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to him and continued to drink. Suddenly, the woman opened her mouth and asked very seriously, "Young master, do you have kidney deficiency?" Qin Feiyang almost spat out. Kidney deficiency? What the hell was this? I'm sorry, the woman hurriedly apologized, but her cheeks were red. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Qin Feiyang helplessly shook his head and said, "I will give you 100 million divine crystals. Just sit there quietly." 100 million. The woman's eyes immediately lit up. So he was a rich man? However, this person looked sick and his appearance and clothes were ordinary. He didn't look like a rich person. Could it be that he was ignoring her? Qin Feiyang didn't speak again. 100 million divine crystals was just a drop in the ocean for him. Yesterday, when he and Fire Lotus counted the treasures in the City Lord's mansion's treasure vault, he was also shocked. There were as many as 100 billion divine crystals in the treasure vault. There were also more than 10 billion soul stones. There were countless medicinal herbs, divine weapons, and divine arts. For example, there were hundreds of supreme-grade divine weapons and perfect divine arts. The only regret was that there were no peak-grade divine weapons and peak-grade divine arts. Although there were no peak-grade divine weapons and divine arts, if he sold these divine weapons and divine arts, it would still be a considerable amount of wealth. So, he planned to find time to return to the northern region and sell all these things to the treasure pavilion. Because these things weren't of much value to him, he might as well exchange them for divine crystals. Why did he exchange them for divine crystals and not soul stones? Because right now, what he wanted the most was divine crystals. Chapter 2283. If it was in the past, Qin Feiyang would definitely choose the soul stone without hesitation. Because the soul stone was the key to cultivation. But it was different now. After learning about the situation of the black tortoise world from the little boy, he began to plan in his heart. The growth process of the black tortoise world was very slow. But if there were a large number of crystal veins and divine crystals, it could accelerate the growth of the black tortoise world. And the divine crystals could also nurture spirit veins. Although he didn't have a spirit vein that truly belonged to him now, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't have one in the future. So he had to plan ahead and make preparations in advance. Of course. It was also because the soul stones he had now were enough for a long time. Because everyone had gone to the divine land, only he and the white-eyed wolf were left. Naturally, the soul stones weren't so tight. Suddenly, a bell rang in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up. The bell came from the top floor of the Heaven Immortal Tower. Why was there a bell ringing for no reason? At the same time, everyone in the hall raised their heads and looked at the top floor. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Even the people in the private rooms upstairs walked out one by one. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. He looked at the woman sitting opposite him and asked, "What's going on?" "It's very strange." The woman whispered. "What's strange?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The woman frowned and said, "This bell only rings at the beginning of every month. Why is it ringing now?" "It only rings at the beginning of the month? What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. The woman seemed to have come back to her senses and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You're really a weirdo. Anyone who has stayed in Heaven Immortal City knows the meaning of the bell ringing." The woman said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "It's my first time in Heaven Immortal City. Isn't it normal that I don't know?" "First time?" The woman was stunned and said with a smile, "Then you're really lucky. Make it clear in one go." Qin Feiyang frowned. The woman asked, "Do you know that our Heaven Immortal Tower has a type of supreme divine wine called the Heavenly Immortal Wine?" "I've heard of it." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This celestial immortal wine is only auctioned once a month. Every time, one pot will go to the highest bidder. This bell is the precursor to the auction of the celestial immortal wine." The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, the immortal wine will be auctioned soon?" The woman replied. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why did I hear that the auction won't start until the beginning of the month?" The woman said, "That's why I find it strange too. It's not even the beginning of the month yet." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Why did the Heaven Immortal Tower want to auction the Heavenly Immortal Wine in advance? However, this was truly a timely rain at the right time. Earlier, he was still thinking about how to get his hands on the celestial immortal wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Hui. The woman sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment and asked, "Young master, do you want to participate in the auction as well?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman said, "I advise young master not to participate." Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Those who participate in the auction of the celestial immortal wine are basically all big shots in East Tomb. Every one of them is extremely generous. You won't be able to compete with them in such a competition. The woman said. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. "Don't doubt me. There's still the most important point." The woman said again. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was curious. The woman got up and sat beside Qin Feiyang, saying in a low voice, "The most important thing is actually those playboys." "Playboys?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I think you're more innocent, so I'm telling you this. Those playboys actually don't want the celestial immortal wine, but Miss Celestial Immortal." The woman said in a low voice. "Miss Celestial Immortal," Qin Feiyang muttered. This Miss Celestial Immortal is the Tower Master of our Heaven Immortal Tower. She rarely shows herself. Not only is she beautiful, but her family background is also unparalleled. So, many playboys in Heaven Luo City are drooling over her. Even the heaven-ranking disciples of Skycloud Mountain regard her as their dream lover. The woman said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, in other words, they came to bid for the Celestial Immortal wine purely to curry favor with this Miss Celestial Immortal? The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, then what's the background of this Miss Celestial Immortal? Miss Celestial Immortal's background is very big. She's the granddaughter of the Treasure Pavilion's Tower Master. The woman said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So she was the granddaughter of the white-haired old woman. No wonder even the heaven-ranking disciples of Skycloud Mountain wanted to curry favor with her. The Treasure Pavilion was a colossus that was even more terrifying than the Nine Heavens Palace and Skycloud Mountain. If one could marry the granddaughter of the Treasure Pavilion's Tower Master, they would soar to the sky and reach the peak of their life. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? The woman smiled and said, so don't participate in it, lest you offend those people. Thank you for telling me. Qin Feiyang smiled. The woman hugged Qin Feiyang's arm and said, young master is really smart. Why don't you let me accompany you tonight? Stop, stop. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. The woman was stunned and said, young master, you can't really have a kidney, cough, cough. Qin Feiyang choked again and said helplessly, I admit, a little, so you can just accompany me. It's okay. Because I have a way to make you lively again. The woman smiled ambiguously. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He thought that this woman would stop after admitting it, but he didn't expect her actions to be even more daring. Young Master Li is here. Young Master Wang is here. Young Master Yun is here. Young Master Mo is here. Not long later, 4 young men walked into the Heaven Immortal Tower under the escort of a group of guards. They are the young masters of the 4 great clans of Heaven Luo City. The woman sat beside Qin Feiyang and explained. They came so quickly? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. The richest people of the Heaven Immortal Tower are these hedonistic young masters of the great clans. So every time the Heavenly Immortal wine is auctioned, the manager of the Heaven Immortal Tower will immediately send them a message. The woman said. That's true. With these people, the Heavenly Immortal wine can be auctioned for a higher price. Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman said, and they have their own VIP rooms in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Their own? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's the VIP rooms that the Heaven Immortal Tower specially set up for them. The top 10 heaven-ranking disciples of the Heavencloud Mountain also have them. They are all on the top floor. The woman said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, they have such treatment? Of course. The 4 great clans are rich. The heaven-ranking disciples might not be as rich as them, but they have good talent. Each of them is a monster in the Eastern Tomb. The Heaven Immortal Tower naturally has to give them special treatment. Other than them, there are also a few people with power and influence who also have their own VIP rooms. The woman said. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It seems that the Heaven Immortal Tower is quite snobbish. Which business person isn't snobbish? The woman pouted. Qin Feiyang smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked at the 4 young masters. The 4 of them had arrogant looks on their faces. They didn't care about the people in the hall and directly headed to the top floor. Subsequently, many people rushed over. They were basically all young people. They wore gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary aura. Behind them, there were also small followers. However, compared to the 4 young masters in front, they seemed much more humble. Other than the exclusive VIP rooms, the rest were already full. So no matter what their identity or background was, they could only stand in the hall or the corridor upstairs. Why don't I see any heaven-ranking disciples? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There were quite a number of Heavencloud Mountain disciples. But he didn't see any heaven-ranking disciples. These heaven-ranking disciples have always liked to pretend to be mysterious, so they won't come in through the door. Usually, they will be directly teleported to their exclusive VIP rooms. Now, they might already be sitting in the VIP rooms. The woman said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Thinking back to when he stayed in the Nine Heavens Palace for so long, he only saw Feng Zihan and Yu Zijia. As for the other 8, he didn't even know their names, let alone their looks. Brother, your side is still empty. Can I sit here? Suddenly, a purple-robed youth walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said with a smile. Because the woman was now sitting beside Qin Feiyang, the opposite side was empty. Qin Feiyang was stunned and raised his head to look at the youth. The youth was about 1.8 meters tall and had a dignified appearance. He had an extraordinary aura and a gentle smile on his face, looking very sunny. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. And in order to express my gratitude, I will pay for all your expenses in the Heaven Immortal Tower today. The purple-robed youth smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman beside him and then at the purple-robed youth. He smiled and asked, Is that so? You must keep your word. The purple-robed youth patted his chest and said, All right, have a seat. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Thank you. The purple-robed youth smiled gratefully. Such things were happening in the entire Heaven Immortal Tower at this moment. Because the people who came later didn't have seats. But some people didn't want to stand, so they went to find others to squeeze in. Aren't you young Master Zhang? The woman sized up the purple-robed youth and asked in surprise. Miss, you are? The purple-robed youth looked at the woman suspiciously. In the past, I even accompanied young Master Zhang to drink a few times. But young Master Zhang is a person of high status and has a short memory. It's normal that you don't remember. The woman said. I see. The purple-robed youth immediately understood. This woman wasn't Qin Feiyang's close female friend. She was just a temporary companion. The purple-robed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. I'm Zhang Xiaoyang. May I know your name, brother? Pai Lupi. Qin Feiyang casually thought of a name. The purple-robed youth said, Brotherly looks a little unfamiliar. You shouldn't be someone from Heaven Luo City, right? This is my first time here. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The purple-robed youth nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the highest level, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 2284. The woman asked, Young master, do you know about Zhang Xiaoyang's family background? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Zhang Xiaoyang's family is also very amazing, second only to the 4 major families in Heaven Luo City. However, Zhang Xiaoyang is not a direct descendant of the Zhang family, so his status in the Zhang family is not very high. The woman secretly said. Why are you telling me this? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Although Zhang Xiaoyang's status is not high, he is after all a member of the Zhang family. If young master wants to establish a foothold in Heaven Luo City, you can make friends with him. The woman said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. She actually helped him find a way out? Isn't this woman a little too kind-hearted? The woman seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's doubts and secretly laughed. I can't possibly earn your 100 million divine crystals for free. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This woman was quite interesting. At this moment, the bell rang again. The entire Heaven Immortal Tower instantly fell into dead silence. It has finally begun. Zhang Xiaoyang murmured. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at Zhang Xiaoyang suspiciously. Did he want the immortal wine so much? On the top floor, one of the doors opened and a middle-aged man walked out in large strides. It was the steward of the Heaven Immortal Tower. The steward turned around and closed the door. Walking to the corridor, he glanced at everyone and smiled. I believe everyone is very puzzled at this moment. Why are we auctioning the immortal wine in advance? Everyone nodded. Actually, I don't know either. This is the tower head's order, I'm just following it. And this time, we are auctioning 10 bottles of immortal wine at once. The steward said. What? 10 bottles? Everyone was dumbfounded. auctioning 10 bottles at once. This was the first time this had happened. The steward smiled. Why don't you talk nonsense? Same old rules, the highest bidder wins. Let's begin. 1 million. 2 million. 5 million. 10 million. As soon as the steward's voice fell, the voices of people calling out bids continuously. All of them seemed to have gone crazy. 10 bottles, this is a bit over the budget. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the steward, his brows tightly furrowed. Qin was also surprised. How many bottles does the Heaven Immortal Tower usually auctions? 1 bottle. It's never more than 2 bottles. Before the woman could answer, Zhang Xiaoyang spoke first. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Then why are you taking out 10 pots to auction this time? I don't know. Zhang Xiaoyang and the woman shook their heads at the same time. They were also puzzled. Don't care so much about why. Today, you must get me all 10 bottles of immortal wine. Wei Yi's voice resounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. If I go out, I'll have to pay the bill myself. Wouldn't that be too convenient for you? Wei snickered. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he said disdainfully, You're a half-step Undying Realm expert. You actually hid in the castle for such a small profit. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't provoke me. It's useless. Hui Yi said indifferently. Fine. I'll keep my word. I'll treat you to a drink. But I still feel that this matter is a bit unusual. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. How is it unusual? Hui Yi was suspicious. Think about it. Why did the Heaven Immortal Tower change the previous rules and auction it today? And 10 bottles at once? Qin Feiyang pondered. Hearing you say that, it's a bit strange. I feel that the Heaven Immortal Tower did it deliberately. Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, and I feel that this is a bait. Bait? Hui was surprised. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he asked secretly, Do you think it's a bait? Nonsense. The Tower Master of the Heaven Immortal Tower is the granddaughter of the Eastern Tomb Treasure Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This Pavilion Master is also our ally. How could she possibly set a trap to lure us? Hui Yi said. I hope it's nonsense. Qin Feiyang mumbled. During the conversation, the price had already soared to 500 million divine crystals. But what was worth mentioning was that no one in the VIP rooms on the top floor had spoken yet. Zhang Xiaoyang sighed. The real competition has yet to begin. The woman beside Qin Feiyang also nodded in agreement. Just as the price soared to 1 billion, there was finally some movement in the VIP rooms on the top floor. Why is it that every time, there are so many trash who don't know what's good for them coming to join in the fun? Young Master Li, please don't take offense. Think about it this way. If there weren't these trash, how could the strength of our 4 great clans be displayed? Young Master Mo's words are reasonable. In this world, only green leaves can set off the beauty of fresh flowers. Laughter filled with contempt echoed in the Heaven Immortal Tower and didn't dissipate for a long time. Hearing these words, the people below couldn't help but have a trace of anger in their eyes. Trash? Green leaves? Even if it was the 4 great clans, they couldn't humiliate others like this. So what if it's the 4 great clans? We, the top 10 on the Heaven ranking, have never put you in our eyes. Don't say that I look down on you. You hedonistic sons can only show off in front of ordinary people. Another disdainful voice sounded. These people were the disciples of the Heaven ranking. They indeed had the capital to look down on the 4 great clans. Perhaps their family background and power couldn't be compared to the 4 great clans, but in terms of talent, they could completely crush any youth in the Eastern Tomb. Damn. We haven't even targeted you and you're already targeting us. Are the disciples of the Heaven ranking very powerful? You're just a bunch of poor people who rely on the Heavenly Cloud Mountain to eat and drink. What are you if you want to leave the Heavenly Cloud Mountain? You might be worse than a stray dog on the street. In terms of talent, we can't compare to you, but in terms of wealth, we can smash you to death. What are you so arrogant for? The 4 young masters weren't afraid at all and brazenly humiliated the disciples of the Heaven ranking. At the same time, they vividly displayed their hedonistic nature. I'm rich. You can't earn as much money as I do in a few lifetimes. You can only be envious and jealous. Zhang Xiaoyang coldly looked at the VIP rooms and snorted. You're all trash. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the steward hurriedly said with a smile, Everyone, please don't forget the important matter. We're now auctioning the heavenly immortal wine. That's right. Let's get down to business. I almost lost my head because of these heaven-ranking paupers. I'll bid 1 billion. I'll bid 2 billion. I'll bid 3 billion. The three of you, don't give these heaven-ranking paupers a chance. Just bid 10 billion. A mere 10 billion is too much for us heaven-ranking disciples? 11 billion. 12 billion. A new round of competition began again. But this time, the people below were basically just supporting characters. No one spoke again. Two sides. The hedonistic disciples' side. The heaven-ranking disciples' side. The competition was extremely fierce. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Each one is more prodigal than the other. Wrong. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaoyang curiously. Zhang Xiaoyang said, These hedonistic disciples all have the support of their families behind them. The support of their families? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The patriarchs of the 4 major families all want their sons to marry into the treasure pavilion. So, no matter how much they squander here, the 4 major families will fully support them. As for the heaven-ranking disciples of Tianyun Mountain, they have the same purpose. But in terms of financial resources, they really can't compete with the 4 major families. So, for a long time, the two sides have formed a deep grudge. In short, you look down on me and I look down on you. Zhang Xiaoyang said. Qin Feiyang asked, What about your Zhang family? My Zhang family? Zhang Xiaoyang murmured and looked up at the corridor on the 6th floor. On the corridor, a young man in black stood with an arrogant face and 2 guards behind him. Qin Feiyang looked up and asked suspiciously, Who is he? He's the young master of our Zhang family, Zhang Xiaofeng. In front of the 4 major families, even he doesn't dare to interrupt, let alone me. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. It seemed that this person's status in the Zhang family was not very high. Moreover, his relationship with the direct descendants of the Zhang family was not very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting opposite him now. Soon, the price of 10 bottles of fairy wine rose to 50 billion. This price is about right. In the past, the highest price of a bottle of fairy wine was 5 billion. But judging from their attitude, they will continue to compete. People whispered, 5 billion for a bottle of fairy wine? It's really more expensive than bejeweled nectar. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The price was raised by this group of people. Fairy wine is indeed good, but it's not worth 5 billion divine gems. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaoyang in surprise. Finally, he met a more rational person. When the price soared to 60 billion, the heaven roll finally stopped. Why did the heaven roll paupers stop? Continue. I like to use money to humiliate you. Hurry up, hurry up. The 4 young masters clamored. We, the heaven roll disciples, rely on talent and strength to speak. You fools who only know how to eat and wait for death won't understand. The heaven roll disciples retorted. What are you pretending for? Don't you know that wealth equals strength? You're only at this level. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Young Master Li, Young Master Mo, Young Master Wang, why don't you give it to me this time? I'll withdraw from the next competition. Young Master Yun said through the door. This, Young Master Li and the other 2 were a little hesitant. Young Master Yun said unhappily, We've been brothers for many years. Can't you agree to such a small request? I'll withdraw. But you have to remember that you owe me a favor today. Young Master Li said. Since you've said so, I'll withdraw too. Treat me to a drink later. Young Master Mo followed. Since Young Master Li and Young Master Mo have withdrawn, then I won't compete. Young Master Wang hesitated for a while and said with a smile. Thank you. Young Master Yun was overjoyed and said, "Manager, announce the result." Chapter 2285. The steward smiled, glanced at the people below, and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" No one answered. Actually, it wasn't that no one wanted to offend these rich kids. After all, the forces behind these rich kids were very powerful. "Manager, forget it. Why don't you think about it? Who would be so insensible? Besides, you guys have already earned a lot of divine crystals. You should be satisfied." Young Master Yun's arrogant voice sounded. The manager smiled and was about to announce the result. But at this time, Zhang Xiaoyang, who was sitting opposite Qin Feiyang, gritted his teeth and stood up. 61 billion. Everyone present immediately turned to look at him. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. There was actually someone who dared to compete with young Master Yun? Qin Feiyang also looked at Zhang Xiaoyang in shock. How much courage did one need to compete with the people of the four great families? The whole place was dead silent. The manager lowered his head and looked at Zhang Xiaoyang with a look of disbelief. "Wait, isn't he Zhang Xiaoyang of the Zhang family? He doesn't seem to be a direct descendant of the Zhang family. What do you mean by, seems? He isn't, he's just a small character from the side family. Then why does he dare to go against young Master Yun? You have to know that even Zhang Xiaofeng, a direct descendant, doesn't dare to say anything in front of young Master Yun." The dead silence was quickly broken. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. On the top floor, young Master Yun's voice also didn't sound for a long time. He naturally knew a little about Zhang Xiaoyang. A mere branch descendant of the Zhang family actually dared to interfere. Was this a dream? The manager came back to his senses and sorted out his emotions. He smiled and said, "Young Master Zhang Xiaoyang has bid 61 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" "Zhang Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Do you have so many divine crystals?" Young Master Yun's voice rang out, bringing with it an icy chill. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoyang's behavior made him very angry. Zhang Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at the VIP room where young Master Yun was. "Young Master Yun, this is the Heaven Immortal Tower, not your house. Whether I have so many divine crystals or not, what does it have to do with you? How dare you?" Before he finished speaking, a loud shout was heard. However, this shout did not come from young Master Yun. It came from Zhang Xiaofeng, who was standing in the corridor of the 6th floor. Zhang Xiaofeng angrily jumped down and landed in front of Zhang Xiaoyang. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Zhang Xiaoyang's face. But a bright red palm print suddenly appeared. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Half of his face was swollen, which showed how powerful the slap was. The two guards behind Zhang Xiaofeng also looked at Zhang Xiaoyang angrily. In the face of this sudden scene, Qin Feiyang was quite astonished. Although Zhang Xiaoyang's status in the Zhang family wasn't high, they shouldn't treat him like this. With so many people watching, how embarrassing would that be? But after slapping Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhang Xiaofeng still seemed to be angry. He grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang's clothes again and roared, "Are you crazy? He actually dared to oppose the Yun family? Do you know what consequences this will bring to our Zhang clan?" Zhang Xiaoyang looked at him expressionlessly. Zhang Xiaofeng was burning with anger and shouted, "Kneel down and apologize to young Master Yun right now." Zhang Xiaoyang still turned a deaf ear. "You?" Zhang Xiaofeng was furious. "Young Master, there are too many people here. We'll talk when we get back." Seeing this, the two guards hurriedly said in a low voice. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng glanced around and immediately kicked Zhang Xiaoyang's lower abdomen. Zhang Xiaoyang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was in so much pain that his face was covered in cold sweat. "When we get back, I'll take care of you slowly." Zhang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, then looked up at young Master Yun's VIP room and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Yun, I'm really sorry. The dog at home is not strict enough. Please forgive me." Everyone was used to this scene, as if they were already used to it. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Although he was afraid of the Yun family, he shouldn't be so humble. Upstairs. There was no movement from young Master Yun's VIP room. Zhang Xiaofeng was extremely nervous. He bowed and said, "Brother Yun, I'm really sorry. When I get back, I'll teach him a good lesson. Alright. For your sake, I won't pursue this matter this time. But you have to remember that since it's a dog, it must be locked up properly. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to your Zhang family." Young Master Yun said lightly, "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." Zhang Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the restaurant manager. He smiled apologetically and said, "Just take it as a joke. I'm sorry." After that, he turned to the two guards and shouted, "Take him back." The two guards replied and then walked toward Zhang Xiaoyang. "Get lost." But at this moment, Zhang Xiaoyang suddenly stood up and stared at the two guards and shouted. The two guards were a little confused. Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't help but be taken aback. He immediately shouted, "How dare you shout in front of us? Shut up." But before Zhang Xiaofeng could finish, Zhang Xiaoyang shouted and roared, "You only dare to abuse your power in front of me." "What did you say?" Zhang Xiaofeng said word by word, his face extremely gloomy. "Did I say something wrong? Ask the people here, who doesn't know your character? Weak and incompetent, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you see the people of the four major families, when you see people stronger than you, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. You can only show off in front of me and find some sense of existence." Zhang Xiaoyang roared. Zhang Xiaofeng was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Xiaoyang again. But this time, Zhang Xiaoyang did not wait to be beaten. He raised his arm and grabbed Zhang Xiaofeng's wrist, saying, "My Zhang family is a famous family. As a direct descendant and the son of the patriarch, you are like a dog all day long, bowing and scraping in front of them. Don't you find it embarrassing? Presumptuous, presumptuous." Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and looked at the two guards beside him. He said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Cripple him and drag him back." The two guards nodded, their eyes flashing fiercely. "It seems that you have been kneeling for too long and can no longer stand up. My Zhang family is really full of talents." Zhang Xiaoyang laughed, but his laughter was full of mockery. "He is quite pitiful." "Indeed, but the fact that the Zhang family is not as good as the four major families can't be changed. In front of the four major families, they have to bow and scrape. Acting on impulse like him will only harm the Zhang family." Some people whispered. These discussions entered Zhang Xiaoyang's ears, and the mockery on his face became thicker. He looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and said, "Maybe in your eyes, bowing and scraping is natural, but I don't think so. I have had enough of your weakness. I will leave the Zhang family now, and from now on, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family." What? Everyone was shocked. Was he going to cut off all ties with the Zhang family? Zhang Xiaofeng was also caught off guard. The two guards also stopped and looked at each other. Zhang Xiaoyang looked up at the top floor and said lightly, "Young Master Yun, I believe you have heard it. I have nothing to do with the Zhang family, so you don't have to threaten me with the Zhang family. These 10 bottles of immortal wine, I will take them today." "Good. Very good. Very good." Young Master Yun laughed. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the steward and said, "Please continue the auction." The steward looked at him deeply and asked, "Zhang Xiaoyang bid 60. 1 billion. Are there any more bids?" "Zhang Xiaoyang, I want to see what you can do. 70 billion. As soon as the voice fell, young Master Yun's contemptuous voice sounded. 71 billion. Zhang Xiaoyang said without hesitation, but his hands quietly retracted into his sleeves and clenched together. This abnormality was clearly noticed by Qin Feiyang. Because he was sitting opposite Zhang Xiaoyang, and Zhang Xiaoyang was standing at the moment, he could easily see it. 100 million? 100 million? Are you kidding? This is not a place to play house. If you don't have the ability, get out of here. 80 billion. Young Master Yun said. 81 billion. Zhang Xiaoyang raised the price again without hesitation. But there was a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Even sweat could be faintly seen on his forehead. 90 billion. Young Master Yun shouted. Zhang Xiaoyang said again, 90 billion. But before he finished, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying lightly, 100 billion. What? 100 billion? Everyone was shocked. Wait, that didn't seem to be Zhang Xiaoyang's voice? Everyone immediately scanned the hall. Who was bidding? Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd and said with a faint smile, "Is there a problem?" "It's him?" Everyone stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of disbelief. Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the woman sitting next to Qin Feiyang were also stunned. Was he challenging young Master Yun by increasing the price by 10 billion? Wasn't this a little too extravagant? Qin Feiyang looked at the steward and said with a smile, "If there's no problem, let's continue." "Interesting." The steward mumbled and asked with a smile, "May I know young master's name?" "Pai Lupi," Qin Feiyang said. "So it's young Master Li. I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you." Young Master Li bid 100 billion. Is there anyone else? In fact, he had never heard of the name Pai Lupi. It was completely a polite remark. The Heaven Immortal Tower was silent for a moment. Young Master Yun said in a low voice, "Pai Lupi, are you challenging me?" "Challenging? No. Young Master Yun's identity is noble. I'm just a nobody. How would I dare to challenge you? I'm just participating in a fair competition. I think young Master Yun wouldn't mind, right? If young Master Yun minds, I'll withdraw immediately as long as you say the word." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This is a ruthless person. Yeah. Although it seems like he's complimenting young Master Yun, he's actually checkmating him. If young Master Yun were to really say that he minded, it would be extremely humiliating. People muttered. Chapter 2286. Looking at young Master Yun again. He was sitting in the VIP room with a gloomy face. The group of guards behind him also had ugly expressions on their faces. Suddenly, young Master Yun looked at the group of guards and asked, "Have you heard of the name Pai Lupi?" "I have no impression of it at all." The group of guards shook their heads. Young Master Yun's eyes suddenly flickered, and he suddenly said, "May I ask, Brother Li, which famous family are you from?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "A passerby." "Passerby?" Young Master Yun raised his eyebrows. So he was someone who had no family background and was wandering around? Young Master Yun suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "Brother Li, you shouldn't be clear about the situation of my Yun family, right? Why don't I tell you in detail?" Qin Feiyang said, "Young Master Yun, we are in the middle of an auction. It's not good to say this. Explain the situation of the Yun family in detail? Wasn't this a blatant threat to him? If it was someone else, they might be afraid. But he, Qin Feiyang, had never been afraid of anyone. He even dared to challenge the dragons, let alone a small family." Young Master Yun said sternly, "You are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm not interested in a toast or a forfeit. I'm only interested in the immortal intoxication. Why don't you stop talking nonsense and hurry up? Don't delay the business of the Heaven Immortal Tower." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Good, you have guts. In terms of wealth, I've never been afraid of anyone." 150 billion. Young Master Yun shouted, 150 billion? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This person was too crazy. As expected of a hedonistic son, he didn't even blink. However, this 150 billion was really a difficult problem. After plundering the wealth of the northern region over the years, coupled with the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion, he estimated that the divine crystals on him were only around 150 billion. If he continued to compete, he probably wouldn't be able to pay the bill later. Qin Feiyang, as a man, you have to do what you say. Don't make me despise you in the future. Hui Yi's voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Feiyang's mind. I don't have that many divine crystals. What do you want me to do? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why should I care? Hui Yi said. Continue. Isn't he very arrogant? Why is there no sound? Young Master Yun laughed loudly. Look, how can you tolerate such an arrogant person? Hui Yi suddenly said, his words full of ridicule. Cut the crap. Qin Feiyang was furious. Zhang Xiaoyang sized up Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. Brother, I'll support you with 100 billion divine crystals. You just need to give me 2 pots. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaoyang in surprise. This person actually had such insight? I know that you stood up to help me. I want to thank you. Because you're the 3rd person to lend me a helping hand in all these years. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself. Who are the 1st and 2nd? Qin Feiyang was curious. My parents. Zhang Xiaoyang said. Qin Feiyang suddenly came to a realization and said to himself, I didn't do it to help you, because I really did intend to bid from the beginning. It doesn't matter, because this won't affect our cooperation. Zhang Xiaoyang said. Cooperation. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked up at the top floor. He said indifferently, I think it's boring to use divine crystals to bid. Why don't we use soul stones? What? Soul stones? This person is crazy. The Heaven Immortal Tower was in an uproar. The manager's face was also full of shock. Using soul stones to bid, this was something that he had never thought of before. No one was willing to use soul stones to trade. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on the manager. He smiled and said, Manager, can I? This? The manager hesitated for a moment and nodded with a smile. As long as both of you have no objections. Qin Feiyang said, Young Master Yun, your family is powerful. You shouldn't object, right? In the VIP room. Young Master Yun frowned. Young Master, this won't do. Although our Yun family is rich, we don't have many soul stones. Yes. You have to think twice, don't be tricked by him. The most important thing is that if we use soul stones to trade, the advantage of being a disciple on the heaven list will be there. That's right. Disciples on the heaven list can receive a large number of soul stones every month. A group of guards hurriedly said. The source of soul stones was the spirit vein. The spirit vein in East Tomb was similar to the North region. It was basically under the control of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain and the Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, even the 4 great families didn't have much. Young Master Yun, if you don't say, I'll take it that you agree? Then I'll go first. 10 billion soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? 10 billion soul stones at once. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Even a disciple on the heaven list wouldn't be able to do such a big thing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Young Master Yun, it's your turn. Young Master, please think twice. A group of guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted. 10 billion soul stones, the Yun family could also afford it, but the other party was full of confidence. Who knew how high the price would soar in the end? Once it exceeded the range that the Yun family could afford, it would shake the foundation of the Yun family. This was no small matter. Therefore, they couldn't take this risk. At this moment, young Master Yun was extremely irritated. The other party was obviously provoking him on purpose. How could he tolerate this? But these guards were right. The soul stones were the foundation of the Yun family and couldn't be touched. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the steward and said, It seems that we can announce the result. This? The steward hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, since there are no objections, then, wait. Did I agree to use soul stones to bid? Young Master Yun said angrily. Young Master Yun, this is your fault. I asked you just now, but you didn't say that you didn't agree. Qin Feiyang said. But I didn't say that I agreed. Young Master Yun said in a deep voice. You didn't say it, but when I asked you, you didn't say anything. Isn't this the same as admitting it? Young Master Yun, don't be a sore loser. This isn't just a loss of face for you, it's a loss of face for your entire Yun family. Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Yun roared, Don't be presumptuous. See, you're angry out of humiliation. There's no need. If you lose, you lose. It's not the last auction. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Why bother? Qin Feiyang laughed. You, young Master Yun suddenly stood up, his body full of killing intent. Young Master, don't be rash. This is the Heaven Immortal Tower, you can't fight. The group of guards hurriedly comforted him. Young Master Yun glanced at the group of guards, took a deep breath, and said, Fine, Pai Lupi, right? You're good. Let's wait and see. Thank you for admitting it, young Master Yun. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then I'll announce the result. The winner of the 10 pots of immortal wine this time is Pai Lupi, young Master Li. The steward laughed loudly. 10 billion soul stones, amazing. This person's background is definitely not small. Someone said. The others also nodded. The steward looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young Master Li, please come up and trade with our tower master. What? Miss Immortal is also here. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew that it was a face-to-face trade with Miss Immortal, I would have sold everything to get these 10 pots of immortal wine. Everyone's face was full of regret. Especially those heaven-ranking disciples and young Master Yun. This was a rare opportunity to be alone with Miss Immortal. Miss Immortal, Qin Feiyang muttered, jumped, and landed next to the steward. Frankly speaking, he was also a little curious about this woman. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Qin Feiyang's back, walked to Zhang Xiaoyang's side, and asked in a low voice, Zhang Xiaoyang, do you know him? I don't know him. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. If you don't know him, you're sitting with him? Zhang Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. Do we have to know each other just because we're sitting together? Wait. I'm no longer a member of the Zhang family. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? After Zhang Xiaoyang finished speaking, he returned to his seat and ignored Zhang Xiaofeng. Well, your wings have hardened, right? You think you can fly, right? Fine, wait for me, I'll make you regret it. After Zhang Xiaofeng finished speaking, he turned and left angrily with 2 guards. The woman glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng, looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and said, Young Master Zhang, are you serious? Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Then you have to be careful in the future. The woman smiled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. An imperceptible light flashed in her eyes. On the top floor, the steward pushed open the door and said with a smile, Young Master, please come in. Qin Feiyang scanned the room. On the ground, there was a layer of fluffy white carpet, spotless. On the left, there was an exquisite tea table and 3 chairs neatly placed. On the tea table, there was a set of jade tea set. A woman in purple, with her back to the door, was sitting in front of the tea table, elegantly brewing tea. On the left and right of the woman in purple, there were 2 young women standing. One was wearing a red dress, the other was wearing a green dress. Missy's here. The woman in green glanced at Qin Feiyang outside the door and whispered with a smile. The woman in purple said, Then invite him in. The woman in green turned and walked quickly to the door. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she laughed and said, What are you standing here for? Come in. Qin Feiyang smiled and then entered the room under the jealous eyes of countless people. The woman in green looked at the steward and said, Go and bring 10 pots of immortal wine. The steward nodded and turned to leave. The woman in green also closed the door and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. She led Qin Feiyang to the tea table and said with a smile, Young master, please sit opposite. Qin Feiyang nodded, walked to the opposite side of the woman in purple, and then looked at her. Immediately, there was a trace of amazement in his eyes. This woman was about 20 years old. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her skin was ice and jade bones, and her figure was perfect and flawless. It was no exaggeration to say that she could compete with the mermaid princess. Young Master Li? The woman looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Miss Immortal? The woman also nodded. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, Nice to meet you. But then, his gaze was attracted by the teapot in the woman's hand. Chapter 2287. Smoke rose from the teapot, and the fragrance of the tea wafted into his nose. He had never smelled this tea fragrance before. There was a kind of fragrance of flowers and plants that made one intoxicated. Looking at the tea leaves in the teapot, they were like tender buds wrapped in dew, crystal clear and emitting a hazy treasure light. Miss Sky Fairy poured a cup and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang, smiling, Young master, try it? Qin Feiyang glanced at her, picked up the teacup, put it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then put it at the corner of his mouth and tasted it carefully. His eyes lit up. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, his entire person seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze, as if he was standing on a grassland in spring. There was an indescribable enjoyment. Miss Sky Fairy said, "Young master, how do you feel?" "Not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded. This tea was the best of the best. But sometimes, even if he knew, he had to pretend not to know. For example, he couldn't see through the woman in front of him at all. So, he didn't want to be seen through by the other party. "It's just not bad?" Miss Sky Fairy looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang smiled. "To be honest, I don't know much about tea." "No wonder." Miss Sky Fairy nodded in realization. "You brat, you really don't know how to appreciate favors. Do you know what tea this is?" "This is called Heavenly Immortal Dew. It was personally cultivated by Mississippi. It can be said that it is even more precious than Heavenly Immortal Dew. In the entire East Tomb, there are less than 10 people who have drunk Heavenly Immortal Dew." The two young women looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction and said, "Is that so? Then I'll have to drink a few more cups." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and drank it in one gulp. "Drinking like this is a reckless waste of natural resources." "Miss, I told you not to treat him with Heavenly Immortal Dew. You didn't believe me. Now you see, he is a person who doesn't know what's good for him." The two of them were furious. Miss Sky Fairy looked at Qin Feiyang and scolded, "Little red, little green, don't be rude." "Miss." The two of them were dissatisfied. "You're not done, right?" Miss Sky Fairy stared at the two of them. The two of them lowered their heads and pouted. Miss Heaven Fairy looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "I have spoiled them too much and have no manners. Please don't take offense." No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, glanced at the two and asked, "They are?" "They are my personal maids. However, I have never treated them as maids. I have always seen them as younger sisters." Miss Celestial Immortal smiled. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that this woman's character was not bad. This was because a normal person would never treat their servant girl so well. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Miss Celestial said. The door opened, and the steward walked in, saying, "Young miss, the Celestial Immortal Intoxication has been brought." Miss Fairy pointed at the tea table and said, "Leave it here and leave." The steward respectfully responded and walked to the tea table. With a wave of his hand, 10 pots of Celestial Immortal Intoxication appeared neatly on the tea table. Then he turned and left the room, closing the door. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 10 pots of wine and thought, "Fire Lotus, prepare 10 billion soul stones for me." 10 billion soul stones to buy these 10 pots of wine? Aren't you all too prodigal? In the castle's hall. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Fire Lotus immediately glared at Hui angrily. Hui Yi was leisurely lying on a recliner, laughing. "I'm so angry." Fire Lotus stomped her feet, turned around, and ran into Qin Feiyang's cultivation room. Outside, Miss Celestial Immortal sipped her tea, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Young Masterly, I can give these 10 pots of Celestial Immortal Intoxication to you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Give it to him? This was too unexpected. However, was there such a good thing in the world? Of course. There's also a condition. Miss Celestial Immortal put down her teacup and said, "I knew it." Qin Feiyang muttered. Miss Celestial Immortal's eyes flashed and said, "Red." The red-clothed woman immediately took out a crystal from her bosom and placed it in front of Qin Feiyang. "This is..." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This was actually a Heaven's Eye stone. Why did this woman give him a Heaven's Eye stone? Could it be that she knew his identity? But that's not right. If she really knew his identity, there was no need to use the Heaven's Eye stone to verify it. Wouldn't it be fine to just lay all her cards on the table? Miss Celestial Immortal said, "As long as you hold this Heaven's Eye stone, I will give you 10 pots of Celestial Intoxication." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Miss Celestial Immortal said, "I have to know who the person I'm giving the gift to is, right? Am I not Pai Lupi?" Qin Feiyang said. "Are you really Pai Lupi? Is this really your true face?" Miss Celestial Immortal asked back. Qin Feiyang stared at Miss Celestial Immortal without blinking. What did he want to see from this woman's expression? However, after looking for a long time, he didn't catch any clues. Qin Dage, get ready. At this time, Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang calmed down, took out an interspatial ring from the castle, threw it on the tea table, and said with a smile, I'm not interested in playing this kind of childish game with you. Count it. Is young Master Li guilty? Miss Celestial Immortal glanced at the interspatial ring and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of provocation in her eyes. Guilty? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a faint smile, If you say so. Miss Celestial Immortal raised her eyebrows and said, Xiao Hong, count it. The woman in red stepped forward, grabbed the interspatial ring, and poured her consciousness into it. A moment later, she nodded to Miss Celestial Immortal. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up and put away the 10 pots of Celestial Immortal wine. He cupped his hands and smiled, Thank you for your hospitality, Mississippi, goodbye. I won't see you out. Miss Celestial Immortal smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang nodded to the two maids again, then walked to the door without looking back. He opened the door and strode away. Miss, what are you doing? First, you entertained him with the Celestial Dew, and then you plan to give him the Celestial Immortal wine for free. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him? Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu looked at Miss Celestial Immortal suspiciously. Miss Celestial Immortal said, Do you know why I'm auctioning 10 pots of Celestial Immortal wine today? Xiao Hong said, We asked you a long time ago, but you refused to tell us. How could we not know? Now I can tell you. My goal is to lure Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi out. Miss Celestial Immortal said, What? Lure them out? Miss, what are you trying to do? Do you really like them? Do you want them to be your husband? You can't do that. The two of them were incomparably anxious. Miss Celestial Immortal's face darkened. She directly gave the two of them a slap on the head and said angrily, I really want to break open your heads and see what's inside. The two girls laughed dryly. Miss Celestial Immortal said, I'm luring them out to settle the score with them. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in my Heaven Immortal Tower, let alone tear it down. I see. The two girls were enlightened. What else do you think? Miss Celestial Immortal glared at the two of them. The two of them smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Hong asked curiously, Miss, why did you think of this plan to lure the snake out of its hole? According to the manager, that person called Hui Yi is addicted to alcohol. So I thought that using these 10 pots of Celestial Immortal wine should be able to lure him out. As for that Qin Feiyang, although he doesn't drink, I heard from my grandmother that the Northern Region Vice Pavilion Master told her that this person is a person who knows a lot about tea. So I took out the Celestial Immortal Dew. Miss Celestial Immortal said. So all of this is your trick, miss? Xiao Hong said. Do you know how to speak? What trick? How can you say that about your miss? Miss Celestial Immortal glared at Xiao Hong angrily. Xiao Hong giggled and said, Miss, don't be angry. I'll try not to tell the truth in the future. Try not to tell the truth? Miss Celestial Immortal's face darkened. Miss, don't be angry. When I see you angry, I get nervous. When I get nervous, I always say the wrong thing. Xiao Hong hurriedly waved her hand, but her face was full of laughter. Miss Tianxian shook her head helplessly and said, Although the plan was not bad, the result was as expected. I can't see through this pie loopy at all. Xiao Lu and Xiao Hong looked at each other and said, Someone that you can't see through, miss, is definitely not simple. So I'm thinking, is he Qin Feiyang or Hui? Also, when he faced me, he didn't show the slightest bit of humility or fear. He didn't even have any feelings for me. Do you think I'm not good-looking? Miss Tianxian looked at the two of them and asked. Good-looking, of course you're good-looking. Is the number one beauty of our Eastern tomb a joke? I reckon that this person might have a problem with his sexual orientation. I think so too. Xiao Hong and Xiao Hong discussed seriously. Achoo! In the hall outside, Qin Feiyang was walking towards Zhang Xiaoyang when he suddenly sneezed. Did someone miss me? He rubbed his nose and walked to the dining table. Young master, the woman who accompanied him was even more enthusiastic. She wanted nothing more than to crawl into Qin Feiyang's embrace. The people around were still looking at Qin Feiyang with jealousy. Isn't it just a woman? Is there such an exaggeration? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Brotherly, there's something you don't know. This Miss Tianxian is publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty of Eastern Tomb and the goddess in the hearts of countless people. How can they not be jealous? Zhang Xiaoyang chuckled. Goddess. Qin Feiyang muttered, took out 2 pots of Tianxian wine, placed them on the table, and said with a smile, "These 2 pots are for you." Zhang Xiaoyang was slightly stunned, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This won't do, this won't do, how can I take your things for free?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Although this is the first time you and I have met, it is fate that we met. Accept it." This, Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Qin Feiyang and the 2 pots of Tianxian wine, nodded and said, "All right, Zhang Xiaoyang will owe you a favor. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely return it. We'll see." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Zhang Xiaoyang put away the 2 pots of Tianxian wine and couldn't wait to get up, and said with a smile, "Brotherly, I still have something urgent, see you later. Also, settle the bill." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2288. You've settled the bill? Zhang Xiaoyang was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "When you asked for a seat, weren't you the one who said that you'll pay for all my expenses in the Heaven Immortal Tower today? Look at me. I'm so happy that I forgot." Of course, of course." "Waiter, the bill." Zhang Xiaoyang slapped his head and said to the waiter behind the counter. The waiter brought over a bill and handed it to Zhang Xiaoyang with a smile. "A total of 10,000 divine crystals." "Okay." Zhang Xiaoyang took out 10,000 divine crystals and handed it to the waiter without hesitation. Qin Feiyang pointed at the woman next to him and smiled at Zhang Xiaoyang. "And her 100 million. 100 million? What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaoyang was stunned. "Young Master Zhang, it's my service fee, of course." The woman got up and hugged Zhang Xiaoyang's arm with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyang was stunned. He pushed the woman away and sat beside Qin Feiyang. He whispered, "Brother, I know the market price here. It's at most 100,000. If you're more generous, it's 500,000 or 1 million. Why did you give her 100 million divine crystals?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "We agreed beforehand. I can't go back on my word, right? Even the playboys of the 4 major clans aren't as generous as you." Zhang Xiaoyang was speechless. In other words, Qin Feiyang was more of a spendthrift than those playboys. But thinking back, he even had 10 billion soul stones. What was a mere 100 million divine crystals? Although he felt a little heartache, since he had already agreed to pay, he couldn't go back on his word, right? Besides, the other party had also given him 2 bottles of heavenly immortal wine for free, so he counted out 100 million divine crystals and handed it to the woman. "Goodbye. Take care." After Zhang Xiaoyang left, Qin Feiyang ignored the gazes around him. He lowered his head and drank while pondering. Why wasn't the demon ancestor here yet? Could it be that Shen Qianshan hadn't found him yet? That couldn't be right. With Shen Qianshan's status in the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, it should be easy for him to find a disciple. "Young master, are you free tonight?" the woman asked as she looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of smiles. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The woman smiled charmingly and said, "If you're free, come to my house for a cup of tea and a chat." His intentions were clear. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He shook his head and said, "Thank you, but there's no need." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at the VIP room on the top floor. A trace of disappointment crept into the woman's eyes as she asked suspiciously, "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Why aren't there any movements from those disciples on the heaven roll and the 4 debauches? When you went to see Miss Sky Fairy, they had already left. However, you have to be careful. That young Master Yun is narrow-minded. He won't let you go just like that." The woman warned. "Really?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and picked up the wine cup, preparing to drink. "What are you doing?" Don't go too far. But at this moment, a furious roar came from outside. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaoyang's voice? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Cripple him for me. Another extremely arrogant voice sounded. Zhang Xiaofeng? Qin Feiyang frowned. The woman said in a low voice, Young master, you have already done your best for Zhang Xiaoyang. Don't meddle in other people's business. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, and a faint smile gradually crept onto his face. That made sense. In Dongling he was just a passerby. There was no need to get involved in such troublesome matters. A painful scream rang out. It was Zhang Xiaoyang who was screaming. Give me back the celestial immortal wine. Following closely, Zhang Xiaoyang roared. You think a piece of trash like you is worthy of having the celestial immortal wine? Zhang Xiaofeng's mocking voice also sounded. Qin Feiyang's relaxed brows knitted together again. Young master, you have already given him the celestial immortal wine. As for whether he can keep it or not, it's his own business. Don't worry about it. The woman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and shook her head. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and said, I find that you care about me more than usual. Of course. You are my patron. If I don't care about you, who will I care about? I still hope that the next time you come, you will reward me with 100 million divine gems. The woman laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He put down the wineglass and got up to walk towards the door of the restaurant. Alas! Seeing this, the woman shook her head helplessly. Outside on the street. At this moment, there was a sea of people. In the middle of the crowd, Zhang Xiaofeng grabbed an interspatial ring and looked down at Zhang Xiaoyang who was lying on the ground. His face was full of contempt. Next to him, the eyes of the two guards were also shining with cold light. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyang again, his lower abdomen was bleeding and his face was pale. But more than that, there was anger. Although there were many people around, they were all watching coldly. No one stood out to speak up for Zhang Xiaoyang. Qin Feiyang stood behind the crowd and looked at the arrogant Zhang Xiaofeng. He was extremely disgusted. Just as Zhang Xiaoyang said, he was a bully who feared the strong. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at Zhang Xiaoyang with disdain. He poured his divine thought into the interspatial ring and directly erased the blood contract with Zhang Xiaoyang. Then he dripped his blood on the ring to claim ownership. Then, Zhang Xiaofeng checked the interspatial ring and took out 2 flagons. They were the 2 flagons of immortal wine that Qin Feiyang gave Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaofeng squatted on the ground and said jokingly, Do you really want immortal wine? Give it back to me, give it back to me. Zhang Xiaoyang roared hysterically. Bang! Zhang Xiaofeng dropped the flagons and the 2 flagons of immortal wine fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. The strong fragrance of the wine immediately drifted out. What a waste! Yeah. Even if you have a grudge, you shouldn't waste it like this. People murmured. Looking at the smashed flagons, Zhang Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. Then he looked up and stared at Zhang Xiaofeng. He roared, What are you doing? What am I doing? Don't you like immortal wine? I'll give you a chance now. Lick it clean bit by bit. Zhang Xiaofeng got up, stepped aside, and glanced at the 2 guards. The 2 guards understood. They stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang's head, and forced him to the ground. This is a bit too much. People murmured. Immortal wine. Zhang Xiaoyang murmured and closed his eyes in pain. It was not easy to get these 2 flagons of immortal wine, but they were smashed into pieces just like that? How hateful! All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, which were full of killing intent. He said word by word, Zhang Xiaofeng, I swear, I will not let you go. How dare you threaten me? Break his limbs for me. Zhang Xiaofeng shouted. One of the guards released his hand and took out a dagger with a cruel smile on his face. That's enough. Don't go too far. But at this time, a voice sounded behind the crowd. Zhang Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows, glanced at the crowd and shouted, Who's talking? We're all from the same family. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? The voice sounded again. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes were like lightning. He immediately caught sight of the person who spoke. A cold light surged in his eyes and he said, "It's you." "Yes, it's me." "That's right." The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. But seeing Zhang Xiaoyang being bullied like this, he really couldn't bear it, so he interrupted. "This has nothing to do with you. You'd better mind your own business," Zhang Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. "I don't mean to interfere. I'm just giving you a kind advice. After all, there's a saying that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Just as Qin Feiyang spoke, the crowd in front of him automatically separated. Although he didn't want to interfere, others didn't think so. Everyone thought that he wanted to stand up for Zhang Xiaoyang, so they consciously made way for him. Similarly, Zhang Xiaofeng was the same. Since he didn't care, why did he interrupt? Did he think he was an idiot? Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd and said speechlessly, "I really don't mean to interfere." Everyone looked at him with disdain, as if to say that only a ghost would believe him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and walked to the opposite side of Zhang Xiaofeng. Looking at the wine spilled all over the ground, he shook his head and said, 2 billion soul stones, smashed into pieces just like that. It's really heartbreaking. 10 bottles of immortal wine, 10 billion soul stones. 2 bottles, naturally, was 2 billion. Zhang Xiaofeng frowned and said, "You've already given it to him. This has nothing to do with you." Qin Feiyang said, "Who said I gave it to him? I'm temporarily keeping it for him." Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I don't care about 2 bottles of immortal wine. Let him go, I won't make you compensate." "Compensate?" Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and laughed. "Are you talking in your sleep?" "Don't be so rude," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "I'm just being rude. What can you do? I didn't dare to cause trouble in the Heaven Immortal Tower just now. But now we're outside. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise," Zhang Xiaofeng's face was filled with a cold smile. "Otherwise what?" "I don't believe that you dare to disregard human life in broad daylight," Qin Feiyang said. "Provoking me?" Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly sank. But if you want to think so, I don't care," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his hands and looked at the guard holding the dagger. Killing intent flashed in the guard's eyes. He immediately grabbed the dagger and stabbed it at Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang glanced at the guard and said to Zhang Xiaofeng, "It's not too late for him to stop now. What are you being arrogant for? You're just a low-stage divine lord. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as killing a chicken. Kill him for me." Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted at the guard. Qin Feiyang's calmness and indifference from the beginning made him very unhappy. "So, it seems that I have no choice but to be the good guy this time." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and raised his hand to grab the dagger in the guard's hand. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Grabbing a divine weapon with his bare hands? One must know that the dagger was a high-grade divine weapon. Could it be that he was wearing something on his hand? But on closer look, this person didn't wear anything on his hand. This scene was hard for everyone to accept. The guard was also dumbfounded. Grabbing a divine weapon with his bare hands, how strong was his physical body? But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Qin Feiyang suddenly exerted force. Accompanied by a loud clang, the dagger in the guard's hand was immediately shattered into pieces. Chapter 2289. This, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did he catch a divine artifact with his bare hands, he even crushed a high-grade divine artifact with his bare hands? Was he a monster? He was too ridiculously strong. Zhang Xiaofeng's face was also filled with disbelief. Zhang Xiaoyang raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Who would have thought that this sickly-looking young man would be so powerful? The entire place was dead silent. On the top floor of the Heaven Immortal Tower, in a room on the street, Miss Heaven Immortal stood in front of the half-closed window and looked at Qin Feiyang in the middle of the crowd below. Amazing! I really didn't expect him to have such strength. Little Red and Little Green were also there and they were both amazed. Miss Heaven Immortal's eyes revealed a strange light and she whispered, crushing a high-grade divine artifact with his bare hands, "Our Eastern tomb doesn't have such a talent." "Miss, you can't be thinking that he is Qin Feiyang again, right? I think you are a bit bewitched now, thinking that anyone you see is him. What do you know? Our Miss is feeling amorous." "So it's like this, no wonder," the two women said meaningfully. Miss Heaven Immortal rolled her eyes. Below, the guard came back to his senses and suddenly retreated. His face was filled with fear. The other guard also decisively let go of Zhang Xiaoyang and stared at Qin Feiyang with vigilance. "You two are great success divine lords. Why are you afraid of him, a small success divine lord? Kill him for me," Zhang Xiaofeng shouted. The two looked at each other and immediately pounced at Qin Feiyang. "You want to die so badly? Then I will fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang chuckled. An invisible force emerged and pounced towards the two of them. Soul destruction technique. The two immediately screamed and fell to the ground, dead. What? They died just like that? How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. What was that invisible force? It actually killed two great success divine lords in an instant? The most important thing was, there were no wounds on the two's body. Two of the more courageous ones released their divine sense to check on the two of them. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked, but now that he did, his face couldn't help but turn pale. "What is it?" Everyone looked at them in surprise. "Their souls." The two of them spoke with great difficulty, their faces filled with disbelief. "Divine soul?" When everyone heard this and saw that Qin Feiyang did not show any signs of anger, they all released their divine senses to check. This, in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. He had actually erased their divine souls. When they looked at Qin Feiyang again, everyone's eyes were filled with fear that could not be dispelled. He actually possessed a killing technique that could directly obliterate one's soul. His divine soul was indestructible and immortal. What he meant was that as long as one's soul existed, one would not die. Even if his physical body was destroyed, as long as a wisp of his divine soul remained, he could return to his peak step by step. On the contrary, if his divine soul were to dissipate, then even if he had a peerless divine pill, he would still be powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, killing techniques that targeted the divine soul were what every living being feared. Just like Zhang Xiaofeng at this moment, he could no longer be arrogant. His face was pale as he trembled. He had never imagined that the other party would be such a terrifying person. The most important thing was, the other party did not seem to be afraid of his family background at all. Zhang Xiaoyang got up, looked at Qin Feiyang and bowed. "Thank you, brotherly, for saving my life." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You are at least a beginner divine lord, why didn't you fight back?" Zhang Xiaoyang was a beginner divine lord, and the two guards were divine lords. Although they were not a match for the two of them, as a man, how could he stand there and take a beating? Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his head in shame. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "It seems that you have been bullied a lot in the Zhang family. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the courage to do this." Zhang Xiaoyang became more and more ashamed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then turned to look at Zhang Xiaofeng, who was already paralyzed on the ground, and said helplessly, "I didn't play with you. I really didn't intend to interfere in the beginning. You were the one who was aggressive." "I'm sorry, I was blind. It's my fault. I apologize to you," Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly said. "You want to settle this with just an apology? How can there be such a simple thing in the world? Since you did something wrong, you naturally have to pay the price. Don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yes. "I'm willing to compensate you for your loss," Zhang Xiaofeng nodded repeatedly. "That's more like it. Come, get up quickly. There are so many people watching. How can you be paralyzed on the ground?" Qin Feiyang stepped forward to help Zhang Xiaofeng up, his face full of smiles. "Don't be like this, I'm afraid." Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Qin Feiyang in fear. "Don't be afraid. Actually, I'm a good person. I'm not bragging. You can tell from the fact that I stood up for Zhang Xiaoyang. I'm very kind. Really. As long as you have a proper attitude, I will talk to you properly." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Good person? I really can't tell. Little Red and Little Green, who were standing beside Miss Sky Immortal, couldn't help but pout, their eyes full of disdain. Miss Sky Immortal had a smile on her face. This person is really interesting. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and said with a smile, shall we go to the Heaven Immortal Tower to sit down and talk, or do you want to talk here? Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Qin Feiyang with a panicked expression. He really couldn't understand what this person wanted to do. Why don't we go to the Heaven Immortal Tower? We can find a private room and talk alone. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how many people there are here. I don't want to embarrass you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng's face changed and said with a flattering smile, it's okay, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. Let's talk here. Find a private room and talk alone? If he were to torture him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. All right, as you wish. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's him, surround him. But suddenly, in the sky, an angry roar sounded. Everyone raised their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes flying over with dozens of guards. Young Master Yun. Everyone's pupils constricted. Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. He laughed and said, Young Master Yun has brought people here. You're finished. Brotherly, let's go. Zhang Xiaoyang also hurriedly went to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered. Go. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and looked at young Master Yun's group. Including young Master Yun, there were a total of more than 50 people. Young Master Yun was a beginner divine lord. The group of guards were all perfect divine lords. Such a lineup, in Heaven Luo City, indeed had the capital to be arrogant. But it was not enough for him. Isn't flying not allowed in Heaven Luo City? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyang and asked. That was in the past. Now that the city lord is dead, no one obeys this rule. Brotherly, do you know how the city lord died? Zhang Xiaoyang asked. How did he die? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He was killed by two people called Qin Feiyang and Hui. These two people are arrogant. Hedonistic young masters like young Master Yun are simply not worth mentioning compared to them. Zhang Xiaoyang's face was full of admiration. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang said. Zhang Xiaoyang whispered, not only did they kill the city lord, but they also killed the law enforcement hall master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Don't you think they are arrogant? They are indeed arrogant. Qin Feiyang nodded. But he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This Zhang Xiaoyang probably would never have thought that the so-called arrogant person in his words was standing in front of him. Young Master Yun flew over and stood in the sky arrogantly. He stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Do you still remember what I said to you? And then? Qin Feiyang laughed. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Kill him for me. Young Master Yun roared. A group of imperial bodyguards immediately swarmed towards Qin Feiyang to kill him. You want to kill me with such a motley crew? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. An invisible force emerged again. Soul destruction technique. In an instant, following a series of cries of agony, the group of guards fell to the ground like fallen leaves. They died before they could figure out what was going on. Young Master Yun's eyes widened in anger. What was going on? So many perfection divine lords had died in an instant. Was he seeing a ghost? The surrounding crowd, Zhang Xiaoyang and Zhang Xiaofeng were also shocked. And this shock was even stronger than before. The previous two were only great success divine lords, but these people were all perfection divine lords. Their cultivation levels were 2 whole levels apart. But in the end, it was still an instant kill. What level was this killing technique? Bang, bang, bang. Bodies fell to the ground one after another. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear before death. Everyone also came back to their senses. Zhang Xiaofeng's face turned pale. He smiled and said, Brotherly, I'm sorry. I was just talking in my sleep. Please don't mind. Qin Feiyang raised his arm. Plop. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofeng was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head helplessly and said, I just wanted to pat your shoulder and tell you not to be nervous. Why are you so scared? Is that so? Zhang Xiaofeng was a little confused. Could it be that he was scaring himself? Qin Feiyang patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder and looked up at young Master Yun. He smiled and said, Come down and have a chat. Young Master Yun quivered and turned to escape. Only now did he realize that this was someone he could not afford to offend. Since you're already here, why go back? Qin Feiyang smiled and took a step forward. He instantly appeared in front of young Master Yun. What do you want to do? Young Master Yun slammed on the brakes and stopped. His face was filled with panic. Didn't I say that I just want to have a chat? Please. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Young Master Yun looked at the corpses of the guards and couldn't help but shiver. He smiled and said, Big Brother Li, I still have something to do at home. Can we do it another day? What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. I'll definitely come and apologize another day. Goodbye. Young Master Yun said flatteringly and then turned to flee in the other direction. Shua. Qin Feiyang took another step forward and stood in front of young Master Yun. His speed is so fast. Miss Celestial Immortal whispered. Is it fast? I didn't notice it. He's a small success Divine Lord. Young Master Yun is only an early success Divine Lord. It's normal for him to be faster than young Master Yun. Xiao Lu and the other girl said. Miss Celestial Immortal glanced at the two girls and didn't say anything. She continued to pay attention to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 2290. In the air. Young Master Yun was burning with anxiety. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he roared, I already said that I'll come and apologize another day. What else do you want? Do you know where my house is? Qin Feiyang laughed. Young Master Yun had the urge to curse. This was just a perfunctory sentence. What was there to take it seriously? However, he could only endure it and smile obsequiously. Look at me, I was so anxious that I forgot to ask, Big Brother, where is your house? Qin Feiyang laughed. My house is in the underworld. What? Underworld? Young Master Yun was stunned. How about I send you to my house to take a look? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. No need, no need. Young Master Yun hurriedly waved his hand, and a chill could not help but emerge in his heart. Underworld? Didn't this mean that he was going to kill him? Qin Feiyang said, Even if you don't want to go, then don't talk nonsense, please. Young Master Yun flew downwards with a mournful face. Sighed. Why was he so unlucky? He clearly looked weak, but who would have thought that he was a devil that could not be provoked? Landing in the middle of the crowd, young Master Yun looked at Zhang Xiaofeng. Looking at Zhang Xiaofeng's miserable appearance, his heart felt a lot better. At least he had a companion. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and laughed. Then let's settle the score. What score? Young Master Yun was suspicious. You guys came to find trouble with me one after another, causing my heart and spirit to be seriously injured. You have to give me some compensation, Qin Feiyang said. So you want benefits? Young Master Yun muttered in his heart and smiled obsequiously. Of course, just say the word. Anything that could be settled with money was not a problem. Besides, his Yun family was so poor that they only had money. It didn't matter. Let's talk about you first. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and said with a smile, I'm not going too far. You broke my 2 pots of immortal wine, so I'll compensate you 10 times the auction price. 10 times? Zhang Xiaofeng's expression stiffened. Let me calculate. I bid for it with 10 billion soul stones. 1 pot equals 1 billion. If it's 10 times, 2 pots would be 20 billion. In addition to the compensation for psychological damage, I'll charge you a total of 30 billion. Remember, these 30 billion are not divine crystals. They are soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled. You call this not going overboard? Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and turned to look at young Master Yun. Young Master Yun said with a flattering smile, Brother Li, I didn't break your immortal intoxication. There's no need to compensate so much. Don't worry. Listen to me slowly. When we were bidding for the celestial immortal intoxication, you repeatedly insulted me, causing me to feel very uncomfortable now. Let's count it as 10 billion here. Then, which is now, you brought so many people to find trouble with me. Fortunately, my strength is not bad. Otherwise, I would have died in your hands. Let's go by the head count. Let me see, you brought a total of... It seems to be 52 people. I'll give you a round number. Only 50 people, 1 billion each, added up to 50 billion. As for the rest, I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't count it with you. In other words, you only need to give me 60 billion as compensation. It's not much. I believe your Yun family must have it. Remember, it's also soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled. What a devil! The people around couldn't help but mutter. How was this compensation? It was simply extortion. At this moment, young Master Yun's face was even uglier than if he had eaten feces. How could he calculate 60 billion? How could these guards be counted? And it was calculated by the head count. This was too outrageous. Besides, the death of these guards seemed to be his loss, wasn't it? Because they were his guards. By right, he should be the one to settle this account. Could he be more reasonable? What? Aren't you happy? Qin Feiyang looked at the two suspiciously. The two were about to speak. Qin Feiyang said again, if you don't want to, then I can only invite you to my house. Of course, of course. The two hurriedly smiled. They were young and hadn't had enough fun. Who would want to go to the underworld? They had to agree first. As for whether they would pay in the end, it was not up to this person to decide. Straightforward. I like good children like you. Qin Feiyang laughed and then took out a brush, ink, paper, and ink stone from the universe ring. Children? You don't seem to be that old. The two complained and then looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Why did he take out a brush, ink, paper, and ink stone? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 4 pieces of paper spread out in the void. Then he grabbed the brush and waved it. So, small words appeared on the 4 pieces of paper. The general content was, Today I, Zhang Xiaofeng, owe Pai Lupi 30 billion soul stones. I will give it all tomorrow. Today I, young Master Yun, owe Pai Lupi 60 billion soul stones. I will give it all tomorrow. If you don't pay, I will give you my head. After writing, Qin Feiyang waved at the two and said with a smile, Come here and leave a bloody handprint. It's quite formal. The two muttered. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang urged impatiently. The two nodded and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Young Master Yun was straightforward. He directly cut his palm and left a striking bloody handprint. But Zhang Xiaofeng was a little hesitant. What are you afraid of? It's just a piece of paper. So what if you sign it? I don't believe that he really dares to ask for it from us. Young Master Yun sneered secretly. That's true. Zhang Xiaofeng responded in his mind and immediately pressed the bloody handprint. This contract is made in 2 copies, one for each of us. By the way, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't take any chances because the consequences of going back on your word are very serious. Qin Feiyang said. No. The two hurriedly shook their heads. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the 2 contracts. He waved his hand and said, You can go now. When the 2 of them heard this, they immediately fled into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. How childish. Upstairs, Little Green looked at Qin Feiyang and mocked. Indeed. Does he think that he can make the Zhang family and the Yun family obediently hand over the soul stones with just a contract? Such a prestigious family is not the treasure pavilion. The spirit of the contract is worthless in their eyes. This person is still too inexperienced. Little Red also said. Then what do you think will happen if the Zhang family and the Yun family go back on their word? Miss Fairy asked. What else can he do? Stare. He still dares to go to the Zhang family and the Yun family to ask for it? If he really dares to go, I dare say that he will definitely not be able to return. Not only will he not return, I'm afraid that not even his bones will be left. The 2 girls said. Then let's wait and see. Let's see what method he will use to resolve this matter. Miss Fairy smiled. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration and said with a smile, "Brotherly, you're really good. I admire you." "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked, "What are your plans next?" Zhang Xiaoyang said, "I'm going to continue looking for the celestial immortal wine." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want the celestial immortal wine so much?" Zhang Xiaoyang wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed to be a little wary of this question. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to leave. He did not go to the Heaven Immortal Tower again. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes had a trace of struggle. In the end, he tailed him all the way. Buzz. So, Qin Feiyang's image crystal suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be Shen Qianshan and Chou Tianwei? This was because he had established a contract with the two of them in East Tomb. He looked around and saw a secluded alley. He directly walked in. Then, seeing that there was no one around, he entered the ancient castle. "Where's my celestial immortal wine?" Huo Yiho anxiously ran in front of him and shouted. Qin Feiyang directly ignored him and took out the image crystal. Outside, Zhang Xiang also followed and entered the alley. But after entering the alley, he was immediately stunned. Where was he? In the ancient castle. At this moment, in the void in front of Qin Feiyang, there was a shadow. It was Shen Qianshan. Qin Feiyang said, "I was just about to send you a message." Shen Qianshan asked, "Do you want to ask about the fiend ancestor situation?" Qin Feiyang replied. Shen Qianshan said, "I've investigated. There was indeed such a person in Heavenly Cloud Mountain, and he had a demonic dragon by his side." Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui glanced at him and frowned. "Past is the main point, okay?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. It seemed to be true. Then he looked at Shen Qianshan suspiciously. Shen Qianshan hesitated and said, "This might not be good news. You have to be mentally prepared." Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He said, "Please speak." Shen Qianshan said, "According to my secret investigation, the fiend ancestor and the demonic dragon were already dead a year ago." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The fiend ancestor was actually dead? Hui Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Old Shen, are you sure the information is correct?" Shen Qianshan said, "That's impossible. Dong Jingyang said that people who have activated the 10 heaven-defying battle souls will not die so easily." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Shen Qianshan said, "If this person is really important to you, then I can only say, please restrain your grief." "How did he die?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Shen Qianshan, frowning. Shen Qianshan said, "It is said that he went to the Tianluo Sea to train and died under the claws of sea beasts." Sea beasts? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The fiend ancestor had a heaven-defying divine artifact. How could a mere sea beast kill him? Moreover, whether it was the fiend ancestor's methods or brains, he had personally experienced them. How could he die in training? This was too absurd. But Shen Qianshan should not lie to him. What was going on? Could it be that the heaven-defying divine artifact had abandoned the fiend ancestor? Because only in this situation could the fiend ancestor die in training. Where is the Tianluo Sea? When he died, did anyone see it? Qin Feiyang asked. The Tianluo Sea is our eastern tomb's biggest forbidden area, just like the Sky Dragon Sea in your northern region. And when the fiend ancestor died, someone saw it with their own eyes. Shen Qianshan said. Qin Feiyang asked. This person has already been killed by you. He is our Heavenly Cloud Mountain's law enforcement hallmaster. Shen Qianshan said. This is too much of a coincidence. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Once this woman died, there would be no more clues. Chapter 2291. Wait, isn't there still Su Mo? Su Mo is that woman's elder brother, so he must know a thing or two. Senior, have you asked Su Mo? Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Qianshan and asked. I did. According to Su Mo, the demon ancestor is just a core disciple, so he didn't care about this matter and didn't ask in detail. Shin Qianshan said. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said with a smile, "All right, thank you, senior." "No need." Shin Qianshan waved his hand. Hui Yi asked, "Have you been to the northern region?" The people of Nine Heavens Palace and Treasure Pavilion already know of the ancestral dragon's killing intent. Shin Qianshan smiled. "That's good." Hui Yi sighed in relief. Shin Qianshan asked, "What are your plans next?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I haven't decided yet." Shin Qianshan said, "All right then, send me a message if there's anything." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the image crystal. He lowered his head and frowned. Hui Yi sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Since the demon ancestor is dead, then there's no need for us to continue staying in Eastern Tomb, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. "But I still don't believe that the demon ancestor is dead. Think about it, how can a person with a heaven-defying divine artifact die under the claws of a sea beast? Moreover, the power of law of the demon ancestor's heaven-defying divine artifact is space-time travel." "Space-time travel?" Hui Yi was stunned and nodded. "Then it's indeed not so easy to die." Qin Feiyang said, "So I feel that there's something unusual about this." "You suspect that Shin Qianshan is lying to us?" Hui Yi was surprised. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hui Yi said, "Then what if the demon ancestor is really dead? Wouldn't we be wasting time in Eastern Tomb?" Qin Feiyang was a little confused. He had never had a good impression of the demon ancestor, but now that he suddenly heard the news of the demon ancestor's death, he seemed to feel a little sad. "How about this? Let's go talk to Su Mo," Hui Yi said. "Looking for Su Mo?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and speechless. "Don't forget, you killed his sister." "So what? If he dares to mess around, I'll destroy him," Hui Yi said domineeringly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. It was indeed different when one was strong. He nodded and said, "All right then, I'll think of a way to find Su Mo." Hui chuckled and said, "Now you can give me the celestial immortal intoxication." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He took out 8 jugs of heavenly immortal wine and threw them to Hui. Hui Yi quickly waved his hand, and his god force surged out, stopping the 8 jugs of heavenly immortal wine. He then said angrily, "Can't you be more careful? Can you afford it if it's broken?" Qin Feiyang froze and said with a frown, "Are you mistaken? This celestial immortal intoxication was bought by me. But now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Even if it's broken, you still have to pay for it." Hui said. "Shameless." Qin Feiyang glared at him and left the castle. When he saw Zhang Xiaoyang looking around, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhang Xiaoyang was also stunned when he saw Qin Feiyang appear out of thin air. "Are you following me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Brotherly, don't misunderstand." Zhang Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're not following me, then why are you here?" Zhang Xiaoyang stammered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "I'm not following you. I'm here specifically to find you." "Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang said. Zhang Xiaoyang wanted to say something but hesitated, as if it was difficult for him to speak. Qin Feiyang said, "My time is precious. If you have something to say it quickly." Zhang Xiaoyang knelt on the ground with a plop. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly went forward to help him, saying, "What are you doing? Get up." But Zhang Xiaoyang did not get up. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, took 2 steps back, and said helplessly, "Tell me, what do you need me to do for you?" Zhang Xiaoyang stammered for a moment and shouted, "I want 2 more bottles of immortal wine." "Please help me, brotherly," Qin Feiyang said in surprise. "You're kneeling here just for 2 bottles of immortal wine? I know it's embarrassing to kneel and beg, but I really need the immortal wine. I can sell it to you in divine crystals." Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang looked at him silently and said, "Get up first. Don't tell me you won't get up if you don't give me the immortal wine. I won't buy it." Zhang Xiaoyang looked up at Qin Feiyang and finally stood up. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why do you want the immortal wine so much?" Zhang Xiaoyang's body stiffened, and he lowered his head in silence. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there something you can't say?" Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "If you're willing to tell me, I may choose to help you. But if you don't, no matter how you beg me, I won't give it to you. Because first, I need to know what kind of person I'm helping." "Is he worth my help?" Qin Feiyang said. Zhang Xiaoyang heard this, and his face was full of struggle. "Zhang Xiaoyang, I finally found you." But at this moment, an angry shout rang out. Zhang Xiaoyang hurriedly turned his head to look at the entrance of the alley, and his eyes suddenly trembled. Qin Feiyang also looked up and saw an old man in black standing at the entrance of the alley. His face was gloomy and terrifying. And behind the old man in black, there were 4 tall and strong guards. And whether it was the old man in black or the 4 guards, their cultivation was extremely strong. Judging from their aura, they were at least at the supreme god level. "That's pretty cool." The old man in black walked to Zhang Xiaoyang step by step with a sneer on his face. Looking at the old man in black, Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes were full of fear. Suddenly, the old man in black raised his hand and slapped Zhang Xiaoyang hard in the face, saying, "You're really audacious. The patriarch is waiting for you at home. Let's go." "Why are you waiting for me?" Zhang Xiaoyang touched his burning face and asked in a panic. The old man in black said, "Why do you need to ask this old man about what you did?" Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes trembled. "Take him down." The old man in black waved his hand. The 4 guards immediately rushed to Zhang Xiaoyang's side. Zhang Xiaoyang's face changed, hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and cried, "Brother Li, save me." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, looked at the old man in black, frowned and said, "The younger generation's matters should be solved by the younger generation. It's not right for you older generation to interfere." "What younger generation? What older generation? What are you talking about?" The old man in black was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't you want to avenge Zhang Xiaofeng?" "Avenge?" The old man in black looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and said, "What did you say? You're crazy." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? "Who are you? Why are you the same as Zhang Xiaoyang? Are you his accomplice?" The old man in black looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. "Accomplice?" Qin Feiyang became more and more depressed. What was going on? Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. The old man in black took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was a middle-aged man, about 1.75 meters tall, with a gloomy look between his eyebrows. "Patriarch." The old man in black bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man said, "Have you found that bastard?" "Right here." The old man in black turned the image crystal and pointed it at Zhang Xiaoyang. "Little bastard, you must have eaten a leopard's guts." The middle-aged man instantly roared. Zhang Xiaoyang's body trembled and his face turned pale. Suddenly, the middle-aged man saw Qin Feiyang behind Zhang Xiaoyang and asked, "You are Pai Lupi?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "I was wondering why you would help Zhang Xiaoyang in the Heaven Immortal Tower. It turns out that you guys were in cahoots." "Speak clearly. How am I in cahoots with him?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. "Patriarch, what happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower?" The old man in black also looked at the middle-aged man with suspicion. "You don't know?" the middle-aged man asked. The old man in black shook his head. The middle-aged man said, "Bring them back first." After saying that, the shadow dissipated. The old man in black frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Patriarch invites you. Let's go." Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did he feel that this matter wasn't so simple? Zhang Xiang shook his head. "Brother Li, you can't go, pack." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoyang to finish, the old man in black slapped Zhang Xiaoyang's face again. And this time, the strength was even greater. Zhang Xiaoyang was sent flying and smashed into the wall, coughing up blood. The old man in black no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaoyang. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I advise you to follow us obediently." Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhang Xiaoyang and then at the old man in black. Who are you guys exactly? Actually, he had already guessed a thing or two. He just wanted to confirm it. I am the butler of the Zhang clan. The one from before is the patriarch of my Zhang clan. The old man in black said. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. All right, I will go back with you guys. I can also collect a debt. Collect a debt? What debt? The old man in black looked at him in puzzlement. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Not long ago, such a huge thing happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower. You don't know anything about it? I didn't pay attention to it. The old man in black shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, all right then, I won't say much. When we reach the Zhang clan, you will know. The old man in black glanced at Qin Feiyang. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation altar quickly opened. Qin Feiyang looked at the altar and said, your patriarch is not in Heaven Luo City right now? The old man in black said. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Then why did you open the altar? My Zhang clan can't afford to lose such an evil creature. The old man in black snorted and walked up the altar. One of the guards also grabbed Zhang Xiaoyang like a little chick and jumped up the altar. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhang Xiaoyang and also stepped onto the altar. This Zhang Xiaoyang must have done something that angered the Zhang clan. Otherwise, the Zhang clan patriarch and the butler wouldn't hate him so much. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyang wouldn't be so afraid. What could it be? The other three guards followed closely behind him. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang, as if they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would run away. Chapter 2292. The Zhang family. It was located in the southern part of Heaven Luo City. The mansion was extremely large and imposing. There were tens of thousands of people in the entire mansion. In the meeting hall of the Zhang family. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting majestically. Next to him was a young man in black, his eyes filled with resentment. This person was Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at the Zhang family's patriarch and said, Father, you must hand this Pai Lupi to me later. I want him to beg for death. You still have the nerve to say that? Do you know that what you did in the Heaven Immortal Tower has disgraced our Zhang family? The Zhang family's patriarch said angrily. I don't want to either. Besides, isn't there still the Yun family? In terms of disgrace, the Yun family is more disgraced than us. Zhang Xiaofeng lowered his head and said, That's true. The Zhang family's patriarch nodded. Swish. Before he finished speaking, 6 figures appeared in the hall. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately stood up and stared at Qin Feiyang. He laughed and said, Kid, you didn't expect to fall into my hands so quickly, right? Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. He glanced at the meeting hall and looked directly at the Zhang family's patriarch. The Zhang family's patriarch was also sizing up Qin Feiyang, feeling a little incredulous. Such a seemingly weak young man actually mastered a killing technique that could wipe out the divine soul? Patriarch, the person is here. The old man in black walked to the Zhang family's patriarch and bowed. The Zhang family's patriarch nodded. His eyes fell on Zhang Xiaoyang, and the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly burst out. The guard who was holding Zhang Xiaoyang also threw Zhang Xiaoyang to the ground. Patriarch, Zhang Xiaoyang was extremely nervous, and his whole body was sweating. The Zhang family's patriarch slammed the table and shouted, You really have guts. You actually dared to steal the divine crystal from the treasury. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and looked down at Zhang Xiaoyang. So that's what happened. He really didn't expect that this seemingly gentle and sunny young man would steal. Patriarch, I didn't. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. You still dare to quibble. I even went to the treasury last night. Everything was normal. However, when I went to the treasury this afternoon, I discovered that 100 billion divine crystals were missing. This really shocked me. I'll have the butler investigate this matter. When the butler asked the guards guarding the treasury, they said that they saw you near the treasury in the wee hours of this morning. Tell me, is this a coincidence? The patriarch of the Zhang family shouted. Zhang Xiaoyang said, Patriarch, I really didn't. If you don't believe me, you can search my interspatial ring. Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. He turned and glanced at the Zhang clan lord. Father, back then when I was outside the Heaven Immortal Tower, I checked his interspatial ring. There should only be a few 100,000 divine crystals inside. Are you sure? The patriarch of the Zhang clan asked. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded. The Zhang clan patriarch then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you have the 100 billion divine crystals with you? Qin Feiyang was astonished. He smiled bitterly and said, Do you really think that I'm his accomplice? If you're not his accomplice, why did you help him in the Heaven Immortal Tower? And why did the two of you sneakily hide in that alley afterward? Zhang Xiaofeng sneered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Quibble. Zhang Xiaofeng sneered. He looked at the four guards and said, Search him. The four guards immediately walked toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that sometimes, good intentions might not be rewarded well. If he wanted to clear his name today, he could only start with Zhang Xiaofeng. If Zhang Xiaofeng really stole the 100 million divine crystals, where would he hide them? The four guards had already surrounded Qin Feiyang. Wait. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. The four frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and said, I helped you because I saw that your conduct was not bad. However, I didn't expect that you would actually do such a thing. If you still have the slightest bit of conscience, then please speak the truth. I really don't. Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head. If you don't, then why were you so flustered when you saw the butler bringing people to find you? Don't treat me like a monkey. I have the ability to help you, and I also have the ability to kill you, Qin Feiyang said. It's true, I'm not lying to you, Zhang Xiaofeng said anxiously. Okay. Then I'll see if you're lying to me or not. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and poured it into Zhang Xiaofeng's body. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression became more and more flustered. The Zhang family's patriarch and the butler looked at each other and chose to watch coldly. So, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise. In Zhang Xiaofeng's qi, he found a jade box. The jade box was very ordinary. If it was placed in front of people, no one would take a second look at it. But why would Zhang Xiaofeng keep it in his qi? Qin Feiyang moved his mind and the jade box immediately appeared in his hand. Zhang Xiaofeng shouted, Pai Lupi, don't open it. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and opened the jade box directly. An interspatial ring immediately appeared in his sight. The Zhang family's patriarch and others immediately stared at the interspatial ring. Qin Feiyang took out the interspatial ring, erased the blood contract inside and checked it carefully. It was full of divine gems. You're lying to me. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Zhang Xiaofeng who had collapsed on the ground. His eyes were full of disappointment, and then he threw the interspatial ring to the Zhang family's patriarch. After checking it, the Zhang family's patriarch was furious and shouted, Zhang Xiaofeng, what else do you have to say now? I'm wrong, patriarch. I won't do it again. Please be merciful and let me go. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately knelt on the ground and begged. I was wondering why you were so confident to go to the Heaven Immortal Tower to bid for the immortal wine. It turns out that you stole our divine gems. Zhang Xiaofeng stepped forward and kicked Zhang Xiaofeng. The Zhang family's patriarch said, There's nothing to say to such a person. Steward, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. The old man in black responded and stepped forward to grab Zhang Xiaofeng's hair and dragged him out. Brotherly, I beg of you, please save me. I have my own difficulties, I don't want to die, and your Zhang family, you owe me this. Why are you doing this to me? Zhang Xiaofeng roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhang Xiaofeng. What did he mean by that? The Zhang family's patriarch shouted, Don't talk nonsense with him. Drag him out. You old bastard, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Zhang Xiaofeng roared in disbelief. Then I'll make sure you don't even have the chance to become a ghost. The Zhang family's patriarch suddenly stood up, rushed in front of Zhang Xiaofeng, and slapped him in the head. You killed my parents, and now you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Zhang Xiaofeng roared. The Zhang family's patriarch's eyes suddenly surged with a terrifying murderous intent, and the divine power in his palm surged. Swish. But at this moment, a black shadow appeared out of thin air, grabbed Zhang Xiaofeng, and disappeared without a trace. The Zhang family's patriarch was stunned and quickly released his divine sense. Qin Feiyang also immediately released his divine sense, but he didn't find anything. The Zhang family's patriarch was the same. He turned to stare at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily, "You have an accomplice? What? Are you still suspecting me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Do you think you can wash away the suspicion by finding the universe ring? Who knows if this is a show that you're deliberately putting on?" The Zhang family's patriarch said. Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "Are you an idiot? If I'm his accomplice, why would I give you such a large amount of wealth? It's useless to say more. Father, just cripple him." Zhang Xiaofeng sneered. The Zhang family's patriarch immediately turned around and attacked Qin Feiyang. "Are you sure you want to attack me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Zhang family's patriarch turned a deaf ear to him and sneered. "I hope you won't regret it." Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Gone again? The Zhang family's patriarch was stunned. He released his divine sense again, and this time he caught a space divine object. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang stood in the hall with a gloomy face. He didn't take out the hidden soul stone or the divine moon jade pendant, so it was normal that the Zhang family's patriarch could catch it. He didn't plan to hide it anymore. Hey, are you done drinking? If you're done, come out with me." Looking at Hui Yi, who was lying on the recliner and leisurely drinking the immortal wine, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a row of black lines on his forehead. Hui Yi said indifferently, "Isn't it just a perfect supreme god, you can't handle it?" Qin Feiyang's veins bulged. Hui Yi hurriedly waved his hand, reluctantly put down the wine pot, and asked, "Do you want to hide your identity?" "Hide it." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui took out an illusory form pill, threw it into his mouth, and turned into a white-haired old man. His cultivation base was also suppressed a lot. Outside, Zhang Xiaofeng also released his divine sense, firmly locked onto the castle, and asked, "Father, what should we do? I don't believe that he can hide for a lifetime." The Zhang family's patriarch sneered. "What are you doing? Can't you let this old man have some peace and quiet?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang and Hui appeared in the main hall. The Zhang family's patriarch and the others looked at Hui in surprise. Hui looked at the Zhang family's patriarch and the others, and said unhappily, "I say, why are you bullying my grandson? What the hell?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, turned his head to look at Hui and secretly said, "Bastard, you're still taking advantage of me?" Chapter 2293. Look at your current appearance, and then look at my current appearance. If I say that we're brothers, no one will believe it. Hui secretly chuckled. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Then there's no need to say that we're grandfather and grandson, right? Do you still want the 30 billion soul stones? If you want it, then shut up." Hui transmitted his voice with a threatening tone. "You're good. This time I admit defeat. There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Hui secretly laughed, looked at the Zhang family's patriarch and the others, and said, "This old man is asking you a question. Why are you bullying my good grandson?" The words good grandson were dragged out for a long time. Looking at that arrogant look, Qin Feiyang really wanted to kick him. The butler walked in front of the Zhang family's patriarch, looked at Hui vigilantly and whispered, "Patriarch, this person's strength is unfathomable, be careful." The Zhang family's patriarch nodded and said, "Old man, you have to be reasonable. Your grandson, in cahoots with Zhang Xiang, came to my Zhang family to steal. Wait. My good grandson is such a sensible child, how could he do such a thing? Kid, don't rely on the Zhang family's strength to bite people casually." Hui said. "You?" The Zhang family's patriarch's face was full of anger. Father, I think it's this old thing who planned this behind the scenes. Zhang Xiaofeng said. Impudent, you deserve to be slapped. Hua Yi stepped in front of Zhang Xiaofeng and immediately slapped him. Zhang Xiaofeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out, hitting a stone pillar behind him. Don't go too far. My Zhang family is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The Zhang family's patriarch said angrily. Is that so? Then this old man will really try to behave atrociously. Hua Yi chuckled, took another step, landed in front of the Zhang family's patriarch, and slapped him in the face. The Zhang family's patriarch originally wanted to dodge, but he found that the other party's speed was too fast and he couldn't dodge at all. He immediately realized that the old man was most likely a cultivator in the Nine Heavens realm. Don't just focus on showing off. Let's see if Zhang Xiaoyang and the mysterious man are still here. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Previously, he was unable to capture it because the other party had the soul-concealing stone. However, Hua Yi was different. With his half-step imperishable cultivation, the concealing soul stone was nothing in front of him. When Hua Yi heard this, he scowled and reprimanded, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Hua Yi quickly smiled apologetically and released his divine sense. Immediately, a hint of a smile crept into his eyes. A wave of divine power appeared and slashed toward the void on the left like a blade. With a clang, sparks burst out in the void. Following closely, two young men fell out of the void in a sorry state. One of them was Zhang Xiaoyang. The other person was a young man in black. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a thin body. His eyes were extremely sharp. However, at this moment, the two of them looked at Hua Yi with a hint of panic on their faces. I say, you two children, what can't you figure out that you want to stay here and watch the show? Look at it now, the spatial divine object is destroyed and our whereabouts are exposed. Hua Yi looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and said as if he was an old man. Their pupils shrank. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the young man in black with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The aura that this person faintly exuded gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hua Yi waved his hand and a barrier appeared, enveloping the entire hall. With this barrier, no matter what happened here, the outside couldn't hear it. Immediately, Hua Yi walked to the chair on the side and sat on it. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Good grandson, you can deal with it yourself. Qin Feiyang secretly glared at him, then looked at the Zhang family patriarch and said, I said, you will regret it. The Zhang family patriarch's face was ashen. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable young man would actually have such a terrifying grandfather? The butler's eyes flashed as he ran in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, Young Master Li, this is all a misunderstanding. Halfway through his words, he suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed it towards Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. A mere half-step supreme god dares to show off in front of this old man? Hua Yi laughed disdainfully. With a flick of his finger, a ray of divine power shot out and entered the steward's lower abdomen like lightning. Blood suddenly appeared. The steward immediately hugged his lower abdomen and squatted on the ground, howling miserably. The dagger in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. Qin Feiyang looked at the dagger, then lowered his head to look at the steward, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry. When the steward felt Qin Feiyang's gaze, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried out. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the Zhang family patriarch with a smile. Let's put Zhang Xiaoyang's matter aside for now. Let's settle the debt between us first. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the Zhang family patriarch couldn't help shuddering. Qin Feiyang said, Your Zhang family originally owed me 30 billion divine crystals, right? Preposterous. The Zhang family patriarch shouted coldly. There's real evidence, how can you call it preposterous? Could it be that your son didn't give you the contract? Qin Feiyang said. Do you think I'll take this kind of childish trick seriously? The Zhang family patriarch sneered. You may not take it seriously, but I'm serious. Qin Feiyang found the contract and placed it in front of the Zhang family patriarch, saying, "Look, it's written clearly here, and this bloody handprint was personally left by your son. Do you still want to deny it? Don't go too far. Let me tell you, although your grandfather is strong, if you really make a big deal out of this, you'll be the only ones to suffer." The Zhang family patriarch shouted. "It seems like you really want to deny it. All right then. We'll do it one by one." Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked to the front of the steward, saying, "Want to kill me?" No. I was confused just now." The steward hurriedly shook his head. "You don't even have the courage to admit it. What's the use of keeping you?" Qin Feiyang sighed, picked up the dagger on the ground, and directly plunged it into the steward's head. "Ah!" The steward screamed miserably. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pulled out the dagger. A wave of blood immediately gushed out from the steward's head. Bang! Following that, the steward also fell to the ground, dead. This scene caused the 4 guards and Zhang Xiaofeng to be extremely terrified. Zhang Xiaoyang and the mysterious black-clothed youth couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Feiyang looked at the Zhang family patriarch and asked with a smile, 50 billion soul stones, will you give it? 50 billion? The Zhang family patriarch was stunned and said angrily, "Didn't you say 30 billion just now? Why is it 50 billion now? It was originally 30 billion. But just now you attacked me and scared me. Shouldn't I find you to compensate? So, the extra 20 billion is compensation for my mental trauma." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You bastard!" The Zhang family patriarch roared. "No matter how much of a bastard I am, I'm not as much of a bastard as a son like you." Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked towards Zhang Xiaofeng step by step. "Don't come over, father, save me." Zhang Xiaofeng was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. "What are you doing?" The Zhang family patriarch also panicked and roared, "If you dare to kill him, I swear." Stop. I'm not interested in listening to the nonsense of killing you or chasing you to the ends of the earth. I'm just asking you, will you give it to me? Qin Feiyang grabbed the dagger and stopped in front of Zhang Xiaofeng. Looking at the dagger that was still dripping blood, Zhang Xiaofeng was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his face pale and trembling. The Zhang family patriarch looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and then at Qin Feiyang, unable to make a decision. "Looks like I'll have to help you decide." Qin Feiyang smiled, raised the dagger, and stabbed at Zhang Xiaofeng's head. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, okay?" The Zhang family patriarch's expression changed as he cried out in despair. Qin Feiyang withdrew the dagger and looked at the Zhang family patriarch with a smile. "You're quite tactful. You saved your son's life, and also saved your own life." The Zhang family patriarch was shocked and asked, "You still want to kill me? If you don't give it to me, then I'll have to kill you and personally go to your Zhang family's treasury." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You're a demon." The Zhang family patriarch's pupils shrank and he roared. No, I'm a good person. Because I didn't take it by force. I'm just taking back the soul stones you owe me. Otherwise, why would I say so much to you? I'll just slaughter your Zhang family and loot your treasury." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Good person?" The Zhang family patriarch was exhausted. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? If this was a good person, then there were no bad people in the world. Chapter 2294. Qin Feiyang chuckled and looked at the head of the Zhang family. "Where is the soul stone?" "The treasure vault." The head of the Zhang family's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Xiaoyang immediately said, "It's not in the treasure vault." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang said, "I've been to the treasure vault. There are only divine crystals, herbs, divine arts, and divine artifacts. There's not a single soul stone." Zhang Xiaoyang. The head of the Zhang family glared at Zhang Xiaoyang. Originally, this was his stalling tactic, but he didn't expect Zhang Xiaoyang to expose him. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the head of the Zhang family, his eyes flashing coldly. "I don't like people playing tricks in front of me." The head of the Zhang family's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang slowly walked to Zhang Xiaofeng's side, put his hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder, and said with a smile, "You should know where the soul stone is, right?" I know. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded repeatedly. Please go and get it for me. Remember, 50 billion soul stones, not one less. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded repeatedly, then ran to the door of the main hall. Don't rush, Qin Feiyang said. Zhang Xiaofeng's body suddenly stiffened, and he turned to look at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. Buzz. A seal quickly appeared. It was the seal of slavery. The black-clothed young man standing next to Zhang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the seal of slavery. What is this? Zhang Xiaofeng was surprised. What are you doing? The head of the Zhang family also said angrily. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the seal of slavery immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the top of Zhang Xiaofeng's head. Ah! Zhang Xiaofeng immediately held his head and lay on the ground, howling miserably. The head of the Zhang family ran to Zhang Xiaofeng's side. His face was full of anxiety, and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "What did you do to him?" Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. After a while, Zhang Xiaofeng stopped howling, and his eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? It didn't seem to have caused any harm to him. The head of the Zhang family asked with concern, "Feng, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head and stood up from the ground. His eyes were filled with doubt. What did this person do to him? Qin Feiyang walked over to the table and sat down beside Hui. He looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Go, I'll wait for you here." "All right." Zhang Xiaofeng nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Then he turned around and ran towards the door. Hui waved his hand, and a crack immediately appeared in the barrier he had set up earlier. "Feng, notify the Yun family." Just as Zhang Xiaofeng walked out of the barrier, the Zhang family's patriarch shouted. "Yun family." Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes flashed, and he ran out without looking back. The crack in the barrier was also repaired. Qin Feiyang leaned back in his chair and looked at the Zhang clan head with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "What is it?" Hui noticed his expression and asked secretly. Qin Feiyang said, "The Zhang clan's patriarch asked Zhang Xiaofeng to notify the Yun family." "How do you know?" Hui was stunned. Enslavement seal. This technique can peek into the other party's inner thoughts. Qin Feiyang said secretly. "In other words, this Zhang clan wants to borrow the Yun family's hand to get rid of us?" Hui asked secretly. Qin Feiyang responded. "Still not honest? I'll destroy him now." Hui snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "Don't worry, wait for the Yun family's people to come first." Hui was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and asked, "This can't be what you want, right? Since it's to collect the debt, then I'll collect it all at once, so as to avoid the trouble of running back and forth." Qin Feiyang said, "I think you want to extort the Yun family like how you extort the Zhang clan." Hui said secretly, "If the Zhang clan can take out 50 billion soul stones, then it won't be difficult for the Yun family, who is stronger than the Zhang clan, to take out 100 billion soul stones." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "Sure enough. You're really a bastard." Hui secretly despised him. According to the contract, the Yun family only needed to pay 60 billion. But now, Qin Feiyang had changed the script in advance and asked for 100 billion. When he thought of the Yun family's fate, he couldn't help but sympathize. "Afich," Hui said secretly. Qin Feiyang nodded. It really didn't matter about this. Last time, Shangguan Fenglan came to him to ask for the 10 fifth-level soul veins and promised to give him 10 billion soul stones. At that time, Hui also said that they would split the 10 billion soul stones. But now, the 10 billion soul stones were still in his hands. Hui didn't ask him for it. In fact, he was just saying it. "How do you plan to deal with these two?" Hui glanced at Zhang Xiaoyang and the black-clothed young man. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhang Xiaoyang and then locked his eyes on the black-clothed young man. This person's cultivation was a low-level divine lord. The aura he exuded really gave him a familiar feeling. However, this familiar feeling was also a little strange. In his memory, there was no information about this person. What was going on? At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyang and the black-clothed young man were also exchanging glances. Obviously. Were they also muttering something secretly? He even dared to steal. I guess he's not a good person. Let's just kill him. Hui transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he looked at the black-clothed young man and asked, "Who are you?" The black-clothed young man immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. But this fear was different from the fear of the Zhang family head and the four guards. The Zhang family head and the four guards were afraid of Hui. But this black-clothed young man was afraid of Qin Feiyang himself. This made Qin Feiyang even more confused. It was as if this person knew that he was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes were slightly cold. He said, "I don't want to ask a second time. Brotherly, please calm down. He's a friend of mine. He helped me because he wanted to help me take revenge." Zhang Xiaoyang hurriedly said. "Revenge?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Don't you want to know why I want the celestial immortal wine? I'll tell you now. Do you still remember the two people I told you about in the Heaven Immortal Tower, Qin Feiyang and Hui?" Zhang Xiaoyang said. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other. What was going on? How did it have anything to do with them? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "They're the two people who killed the city lord and his wife. Hui is a half-step invincible realm expert. He's extremely powerful. I want the celestial immortal wine to give it to him," Zhang Xiaoyang said. Hui was stunned. Was this a joke? He didn't know this person at all. Why did he give him the celestial immortal wine? Qin Feiyang asked calmly, "Do you know Hui?" But I know him. He's a very good wine drinker. If I go to him with 2 pots of the celestial immortal wine, I think he should help me," Zhang Xiaoyang said. "Help you with what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Zhang Xiaoyang's face suddenly became incomparably ferocious and full of resentment. He said, "Help me kill the patriarch of the Zhang family and Su Mo." What? Qin Feiyang and Hui were shocked. Not only did he want to kill the patriarch of the Zhang family, but he also wanted to kill Su Mo? This was too shocking. The patriarch of the Zhang family was just a small character, but Su Mo was the Grand Elder of Heaven Cloud Mountain. In East Tomb, he had an unshakable status and power. He actually wanted to kill him? He was crazy. They deserve to die. Because they killed my parents. Zhang Xiaoyang roared with resentment. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other. There really was another story. "Little bastard, don't talk nonsense. Your parents were killed by the sea beasts of the Tianluo Sea." The patriarch of the Zhang family shouted at this time. "I'm talking nonsense? Yes. When I first heard the news of their death, I also thought that they died under the claws of the sea beasts. But one night half a year ago, he came to me." Zhang Xiaoyang pointed to the black-clothed young man next to him and said, "He told me that the truth of the matter was not like that." The patriarch of the Zhang family stared at the black-clothed young man and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Not important." The black-clothed young man said coldly and looked at Zhang Xiaoyang. "Continue." "He told me that Su Mo ordered you to kill my parents and frame the sea beasts of the Tianluo Sea. But at first I was too sick to believe him. Because at that time, it was the first time I met him. It was impossible for me to believe a stranger. But later, he took me and hid in the space divine item, monitoring you day and night. Just a few days ago, I heard you talking to the butler," Zhang Xiaoyang said. The patriarch of the Zhang family's expression stiffened. Hui glanced at the three and said, "Zhang Xiaoyang, can you tell me why Su Mo killed your parents?" "Because a year ago, my parents saw something they shouldn't have seen in the Tianluo Sea. So Su Mo wanted to silence them," Zhang Xiaoyang said. "So serious?" Hui was stunned and asked curiously, "What happened?" "A year ago, Su Mo and his sister killed Ouyang Wenyi in the Tianluo Sea," Zhang Xiaoyang said word by word. "Ouyang Wenyi?" Hui was stunned. Why did this name sound familiar? Wait, wasn't this the demon ancestor that Qin Feiyang was looking for? Hui turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, only to see that Qin Feiyang's face was also full of surprise. At that time, when they killed Ouyang Weni, my parents happened to be nearby and witnessed the scene with their own eyes. But at that time, they didn't find my parents. After my parents came back, they didn't dare to say anything and only told the patriarch about it. But in the end, the patriarch of our Zhang family actually told Su Mo and his sister about it in order to curry favor with them. I don't need to say what happened later, you should be able to guess it. In order to silence them, Su Mo asked the patriarch to secretly kill my parents and throw their bodies into the Tianluo Sea. Until now, I still haven't found their bodies. I'm afraid that they have already been cut into pieces by the sea beasts of the Tianluo Sea. After Zhang Xiaoyang finished speaking, he closed his eyes in pain. So that's how it is. Hui Yi muttered, looking at the patriarch of the Zhang family and said, "They are members of your Zhang family, and it was because they trusted you that they told you these things. You actually betrayed them. Where is your conscience?" "I did it for the good of the Zhang family. As long as we have a relationship with Su Mo, the rise of my Zhang family is just around the corner." The patriarch of the Zhang family coldly snorted. "Really stubborn." Hui Yi shook his head. Chapter 2295. Stubborn. The Zhang family patriarch raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Don't act so high and mighty. Do you dare to say that you have never done such a thing when you were young?" "When I was young." Hui Yi was slightly taken aback, and quickly said, "Wait, am I very old? You even have a grandson, and you still think you're young? Do you want to look in the mirror?" The Zhang family patriarch looked down on him. Hui Yi was stunned, and then revealed a wry smile. His current appearance was indeed old. Suddenly, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and chuckled, "Good grandson, why aren't you saying anything?" Qin Feiyang's face immediately darkened. Hui Yi acted as if he didn't see it at all, and laughed, "Grandfather, I'm a little tired, you can deal with it yourself." After saying that, he closed his eyes. Qin Feiyang secretly glared at him, then raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaoyang and asked, "Why did the Su siblings want to kill Ouyang Weni?" "And you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed youth again, and said, "What is your relationship with Ouyang Weni?" "We just met by chance." The black-clothed youth said, "You told Zhang Xiaoyang the truth and risked your life with Zhang Xiaoyang just because you met by chance? Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The black-clothed youth's pupils shrank slightly, and he nodded. "All right, I admit, I have some friendship with Ouyang Weni." "Just some friendship?" Qin Feiyang said. "You're really not easy to fool. All right, I'll say it. He once saved my life, so I want to repay his kindness." The black-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang asked, "So, you also saw the Su siblings kill him in the Sky Luo Sea?" The black-clothed youth nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said, "Then tell me, why did they kill Ouyang Weni?" "Because of a heaven-defying artifact." The black-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He even knew about the heaven-defying artifact? Ouyang Weni has a heaven-defying divine artifact. Once, Brother Ouyang sent me a message, saying that we would go to the Tianluo Sea to gain experience together. Although the Skynet Sea is very dangerous, but because he saved my life, I agreed to it at that time. The two of us joined hands and entered the heavenly net sea. Everything went smoothly at first. But as we went deeper and deeper, we accidentally barged into the lair of a beast emperor and were surrounded by sea beasts. That beast emperor is a paragon god. Brother Ouyang and I are only divine lords. We are naturally not its match. At the critical moment of life and death, Brother Ouyang took out a heaven-defying divine weapon. It was only then that I found out he had a heaven-defying divine artifact. Later, we safely escaped and returned to Heaven Cloud Mountain. But for some reason, Su Mo and his sister found out about this. Just a year ago, Brother Ouyang and I went to the Tianluo Sea to train again. When we went deep into the sea, Su Mo and his sister came out and demanded Brother Ouyang to hand over the divine weapon. The black-clothed young man said, "Back to Heaven Cloud Mountain?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "You are a disciple of Heaven Cloud Mountain?" The black-clothed young man nodded. "Like you said, Ouyang Weni has a heaven-defying divine weapon. Even if Su Mo and his sister attacked him personally, they wouldn't be able to kill him, right? After all, Su Mo is only at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. Qin Feiyang frowned. Only at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm? How arrogant! The Zhang clan lord suddenly sneered. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the black-clothed young man, waiting for him to continue. If it's just Su Mo and his sister, they won't be able to kill Brother Ouyang. But Su Mo has been preparing for a long time to steal Brother Ouyang's divine weapon. And before he left, he went to the Peak Lord and borrowed the only heaven-defying divine weapon of Heaven Cloud Mountain. The black-clothed young man said, "What? Heaven Cloud Mountain also has a heaven-defying divine weapon." Qin Feiyang was surprised. The black-clothed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. Even Heaven Cloud Mountain had one? Wasn't this heaven-defying divine weapon everywhere? Don't make a fuss like a country bumpkin. Whether it's Heaven Cloud Mountain or Nine Heavens Palace, they both have a heaven-defying divine weapon. Otherwise, how could the Palace Lord of Nine Heavens Palace have the courage to fight against the dragons for your ancestor? But she didn't expect the dragons to be so strong. Even if she had a heaven-defying divine weapon, it was useless. Hui said telepathically. "How do you know so much?" Qin Feiyang joked. "Nonsense. I'm at least a half-step invincible realm cultivator." Hui thought. "But let's see how long you can keep pretending." Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at the black-clothed young man. Continue. When two heaven-defying divine weapons fought, they almost destroyed each other in the end. And because of this heaven-defying divine weapon of Heaven Cloud Mountain, Brother Ouyang died in Tianluo. The black-clothed young man sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then how did you escape?" "Before the battle, Brother Ouyang told me to escape. Su Mo and his sister also wanted to kill me, but Brother Ouyang fought with his life, so I was lucky to escape. After escaping, I didn't dare to return to Nine Heavens Palace, so I disguised myself and hid in Tianluo City, looking for a chance to avenge Brother Ouyang." The black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang asked, "What about Ouyang Wenyi's heaven-defying divine weapon?" The black-clothed young man said with hatred, "Do you still need to think about it? Brother Ouyang was killed, so the divine weapon must be in Su Mo's hands." Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes flashing. At this time, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly ran into the main hall. Hui waved his hand and the barrier cracked again. Zhang Xiaofeng entered the barrier and ran to the side of the Zhang family patriarch. "Did you inform the Yun family?" the Zhang family patriarch secretly asked. "And young Master Yun told me that he was going to ask the old patriarch of the Yun family to come out of seclusion." Zhang Xiaofeng sent a sound transmission. "Old patriarch of the Yun family." The Zhang family patriarch's spirit shook as he secretly laughed. "I heard that this old patriarch of the Yun family had already stepped into the half-step ninth heaven realm 1,000 years ago. With him personally coming out, then these two people." As he said this, the Zhang family patriarch's eyes couldn't help but emit a cold light. Zhang Xiaofeng also sneered in his heart. He looked at Hui, who was sitting on the chair, and secretly said, "Father, can you determine this old thing's cultivation?" "He's also a half-step ninth heaven realm," the Zhang family patriarch secretly said. "If two half-step nine heavens realm cultivators were to fight, it would definitely be a situation where neither side wins. At that time, we can reap the benefits." Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he sent a sound transmission. "That's right. The reason why the four great families are able to dominate Heaven Luo City is because they all have a half-step ninth heaven realm in their families. And if the old patriarch of the Yun family dies here today, then the Yun family will plummet, and my Zhang family will naturally have the chance to rise again." The Zhang family patriarch secretly sneered. "I was wondering why father wanted me to inform the Yun family. So it was because of this plan." Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly understood. The Zhang family patriarch laughed complacently and secretly said, "Man proposes, God disposes. Sooner or later, you will be the head of the family, learn more." "All right," Zhang Xiaofeng replied. "I say, The two of you have been exchanging glances since you came in. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at the father and son and frowned. Actually, did he know what the father and son were muttering about? He just didn't say it out loud. Nothing, nothing. The father and son hurriedly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, "Where are the spirit stones?" "Father, our Zhang family only has a total of 50 billion spirit stones. Are we really going to give it to him?" Zhang Xiaofeng's expression froze and hurriedly transmitted his voice. "It's okay, give it to him. It's just for the time being," the Zhang family patriarch said indifferently, full of confidence. "That's true," Zhang Xiaofeng muttered. In any case, this person and the old patriarch of the Yun family would both be injured. When the two of them were killed, the spirit stones would naturally return to their hands. Zhang Xiaofeng took out 5 universe rings and threw them to Qin Feiyang, and coldly snorted, 50 billion, not a single one. Count carefully, don't say that I lied to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, sent the universe rings to the ancient castle, and secretly said, "Fire Lotus, count them." Fire Lotus responded, and released her spirit sense to count. The Zhang family patriarch said in a deep voice, "The spirit stones have been given to you. Can you get out of my Zhang family now?" "Father, what are you doing? If he leaves, won't our plan fail?" Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned, and hurriedly asked. "You don't understand. If I don't say that, he will really leave once the spirit stones are in his hands." The Zhang family patriarch transmitted his voice. Zhang Xiaofeng pondered carefully, and suddenly said, "So that's how it is, you are deliberately provoking him." "That's right. If I provoke him, he will naturally not leave," the Zhang family patriarch secretly said. "Father is really wise," Zhang Xiaofeng said in admiration. "What do you think? To manage such a large family, how can one not have a brain?" The Zhang family patriarch said proudly. Yes. This child will definitely follow father's example and learn well." Zhang Xiaofeng secretly laughed. However, the father and son did not notice that the ridicule in Qin Feiyang's eyes became even stronger. Wisdom? Brain? Example? Why was it so funny? Because he had been secretly peeping at Zhang Xiaofeng's inner thoughts. He knew exactly what the two of them were muttering. However, he still did not expose them. Let the father and son be happy for a while. Chapter 2296. What are you still sitting there for? Didn't you hear me? I told you to leave? Could it be that you want me to treat you to a drink? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi sitting at the table, the patriarch of the Zhang family couldn't help but scold them angrily. Drink? Hui Yi suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "That's a good idea. Your Zhang family must have prepared some celestial immortal wine, right? This time." On the contrary, the patriarch of the Zhang family was caught off guard. But soon after, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Celestial immortal wine? I'm afraid you don't have the life to drink it. You're not leaving? Fine. Anyway, my Zhang family has plenty of space. You can stay as long as you want. As for the celestial immortal wine, we really don't have it. The patriarch of the Zhang family snorted and returned to the main seat, closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Xiaofeng stood behind the patriarch of the Zhang family, looking at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. The expression on his face was very angry, but he was also sneering in his heart. Qin Feiyang looked at the father and son, his eyes flashing with ridicule, then looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and the black-clothed youth, then lowered his head and muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng and his son, and asked suspiciously, "What are they doing?" The black-clothed youth secretly said, "This matter is definitely not over yet. They are all having their own ulterior motives." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded in realization. Time passed by. Hui Yi suddenly asked, "Good grandson, what are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and said angrily, "You're really calling me that?" Hui Yi secretly laughed and said, "Actually, you're not at a disadvantage because according to seniority and age, it's only right for you to call me grandfather. If you say any more, I'll turn hostile." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "I won't say any more," Hui Yi quickly said. Qin Feiyang stared at him and secretly said, "Have you ever thought of a problem?" "What problem?" Hui was suspicious. "When we entered the Eastern Tomb, we first met the city lord couple and's enmity with Su Mo. Next, Zhang Xiaoyang appeared again, which led to a series of problems. Originally, I thought that the appearance of these people had nothing to do with our purpose in coming to the Eastern Tomb. They were like passers-by that we met on our journey. But in the end, the Su siblings are related to the fiend ancestor. The Zhang family is also related to the fiend ancestor. Say, how did these seemingly unrelated people end up together in the end?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "This is fate." Hui laughed. "Fate? Why do I feel like there's an invisible string that's pulling us along?" Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, "Fate is just this wondrous. I'm playing the lute to a cow." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "I know that you are very unhappy that I pretended to be your grandfather, but you can't scold me in a roundabout way, right?" Hui was displeased. "Cut the crap. Do you think that everything we encountered in the Eastern Tomb was secretly manipulated by someone?" Qin Feiyang thought. "You're thinking too much. Even we can't predict what we encountered in the Eastern Tomb. Unless it's the god of creation, who else would have such great ability? You only know how to think nonsense all day long. Aren't you tired of living?" Hui said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang muttered. He didn't believe that all of this was secretly manipulated by someone. At the end of the day, this was the cause and effect. Boom. It was also at this moment. A terrifying aura descended outside the main hall. "It's here." The Zhang family head and Zhang Xiaofeng were shocked and quickly looked outside the door. They saw an old man with a ruddy face and white hair standing outside the door. The old man was about 1.78 meters tall and wore a black robe. His hands were behind his back, his body was strong and his face was incomparably cold. "Who is he? His aura is so strong." Zhang Xiaoyang also looked at the old man in shock. "Don't you know him?" the black-clothed youth thought. "I don't know." Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. Hui opened his eyes and looked at the old man, thinking, "Is it him?" "Old patriarch of the Yun family." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "He's indeed a half-step ninth heaven realm." Hui muttered. "A mere half-step ninth heaven realm, for you, isn't it as simple as swatting a fly?" Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Hui was slightly stunned, and said with a sneaky smile, "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" "If I don't curry favor with you, what if you leave me alone?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Hui frowned and said, "Why do I feel that your words are a bit harsh?" "Are you done? Hurry up and let him in," Qin Feiyang said. Hui waved his hand, and the barrier immediately cracked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Old senior, come in." Old Patriarch Yun glanced at Qin Feiyang and stepped into the barrier. He then looked at Zhang Xiaoyang and then looked at Hui. Don't look. This old man's cultivation is the same as yours, half-step ninth heaven realm." Hui said. Old Patriarch Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he pointed at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're his grandfather?" Hui nodded, answering very naturally and straightforwardly. "Grandson, outside the Heaven Immortal Tower, you killed over 50 of my Yun family's guards and humiliated my Yun family's direct descendant in public. You even wanted to extort my Yun family's soul stones. How do you think we should settle this debt?" Old Patriarch Yun said. Hui said, "Tell me, how do you want to settle this?" "Very simple. Immediately go to the central square and kneel in public. Apologize to my Yun family and this debt will be considered settled." Old Patriarch Yun said. "You're really not polite. This old man's good grandson, even this old man can't bear to make him kneel. You actually want him to kneel in public and apologize to your Yun family? Aren't you looking down on this old man too much?" Hui frowned. Old Patriarch Yun's gaze turned cold as he said, "So you're saying that you refuse? Look, you're the same as this old man. You're already so old, why are you still so unreasonable? Everyone knows what happened in the Heaven Immortal Tower. Now you're here to settle the debt with my good grandson? Do you think your actions are befitting of your status?" Hui Yi said indifferently. This old man isn't here to reason with you. Old Patriarch Yun's body trembled as he suddenly released his aura and pounced towards Hui. Then you're saying that you're here to find trouble? Hui Yi also stood up. With a wave of his hand, the aura of Old Patriarch Yun instantly disappeared without leaving any traces, as if it had never appeared. What? Old Patriarch Yun's expression changed, filled with disbelief. With a wave of his hand, he disintegrated his aura? Was this something a half-step ninth heaven realm cultivator could do? Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and quickly looked at Hui Yi with a smile. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Sit down first. If it wasn't for my good grandson, this old man would kill you right now. Hui Yi looked at Old Patriarch Yun and coldly snorted before returning to his seat. Old Patriarch Yun was extremely shocked. Was this person's cultivation really the same as his half-step ninth heaven realm? Old Patriarch Yun, right? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Old Patriarch Yun and smiled. That's me. The old family head of the Yun family turned his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, Actually, I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Old Patriarch Yun was stunned as he turned to look at the Zhang father and son. The Zhang father and son were a little flustered. Don't look at them. They didn't tell me that you were coming to find me. Qin Feiyang said. Then how did you know? Old Patriarch Zhang asked in surprise. Old Patriarch Yun and Zhang Xiaofeng also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the Zhang father and son and said with a smile, Do you still remember the mark that I evolved before? The two nodded. That mark is called the enslavement mark. It can control the soul of a living being and peek into their inner thoughts. Qin Feiyang said. What? Control the soul. Peek into their inner thoughts. The father and son were extremely shocked. If that was the case, didn't that mean the other party already knew their thoughts? I knew what you wanted to do from the beginning. Qin Feiyang laughed in ridicule. He turned his head to look at the Yun family's old patriarch and said, Old Patriarch, are you interested in hearing it? Speak. Old Patriarch Yun said. You are a half-step to the ninth heaven realm, and I cough. Grandfather is also a half-step to the ninth heaven realm. If the two of you fight, it will be a situation where both of you suffer. At that time, when you and my grandfather both suffer, the Zhang family will be able to reap the benefits. This is Patriarch Zhang's plan. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Old Patriarch Yun immediately looked at Patriarch Zhang and said angrily, How dare you scheme against my Yun family? You are courting death. Patriarch Zhang hurriedly said, Old Patriarch, don't listen to his nonsense. He is sowing discord, do you understand? Yes. We never thought of that at all. I swear to God, don't be deceived by him. Zhang Xiaofeng also said. The father and son were extremely shocked. He actually knew what they were thinking. However, even if Qin Feiyang said it, they weren't too nervous. Because this was only Qin Feiyang's side of the story, and there was no evidence. Besides, Qin Feiyang had also provoked the Yun family. Even if Old Patriarch Yun believed it, he would still make a move on Qin Feiyang first. As expected, after looking at the Zhang father and son for a while, Old Patriarch Yun's gaze suddenly swept towards Qin Feiyang and said, You want to deceive this old man with such a small trick? Qin Feiyang was startled and said helplessly, All right, it's fine if you don't believe me. The result is the same anyway. Did you bring the soul stone? What? You really dare to ask this old man for the soul stone? Old Patriarch Yun was stunned. Old Patriarch, did you see that? He is so arrogant, he completely doesn't put your Yun family in his eyes. The patriarch of the Zhang family naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to add fuel to the fire, and shouted angrily. Old Patriarch Yun smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of contempt, and said, I don't have the soul stone, but I do have a life. If you have the ability, come and take it. So, your Yun family also intends to renege on the debt? Qin Feiyang laughed. So what? Old Patriarch Yun's face was full of provocation. So what? Qin Feiyang murmured, looking at Old Patriarch Yun, his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Zhang father and son looked at each other and immediately retreated to the side, waiting to watch the show. What should we do? Zhang Xiaoyang asked secretly. Wait and see. The black-clothed youth transmitted. The two also quietly retreated to the edge of the barrier. Chapter 2297. Inside the hall, it was filled with an atmosphere of mutual hostility. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and returned to his seat. He looked at the Yun family's old patriarch and said, I don't like people like you who go back on their words. The Yun family's old patriarch said, this old man also doesn't like arrogant young people like you. I'm arrogant? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, compared to your Yun family's young master, I should be considered low-key. My Yun family has the capital. The Yun family's old patriarch said. Qin Feiyang said, so, you're not ashamed but proud? Sometimes, being high-profile also requires capital. The Yun family's old patriarch sneered. All right, I admit defeat. I can't compare to your mentality of thinking that you're superior. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. But ordinary people don't necessarily have no capital. Qin Feiyang leaned on his seat, his eyes full of disdain. Provoking this old man again and again, are you really not afraid of death? The Yun family's old patriarch's eyes sank, and his aura surged again. Hui opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Hey, don't make a move. The one who doesn't make a move is better you. Do you know the relationship between my Yun family and Heavenly Cloud Mountain? The Yun family's old patriarch said. You have a relationship with Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Hui was surprised and asked curiously, tell me, what relationship? My big brother, and he's my blood brother, the law enforcement elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. And he might soon become the hall master of Heavenly Cloud Mountain's law enforcement hall. You dare to provoke my Yun family? The Yun family's old patriarch shouted. Heavenly Cloud Mountain's law enforcement elder? Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other. Are you afraid? The Yun family's old patriarch sneered. Afraid? No, you should thank us. Hui waved his hand. Thank you? The Yun family's old patriarch raised his eyebrows. Yes, if we didn't kill Sumo's sister, would your big brother have the chance to become the law enforcement hall master? Do you think you should sense us? Hui joked. You killed Sumo's sister? The old patriarch of the Yun family was stunned. The Zhang clan head, Zhang Xiaofeng, and Zhang Xiaoyang were also dumbfounded. Only the black-clothed young man didn't seem surprised at all. Qin Feiyang also frowned and said, if you say that, won't you expose our identities? Anyway, the demon ancestor's death has already been confirmed. What does it matter? Hui thought. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Wait. Are you guys talking in your sleep? The law enforcement hall master was clearly killed by Qin Feiyang and Hui. How did it become you two? Old Patriarch Yun said. Hui said, why are you so stupid? I'm stupid. The old patriarch of the Yun family was about to fly into a rage when he suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed as he stared at the two of them and said, could it be that you two? Hui took out 2 facial restoration pills and tossed one to Qin Feiyang while he swallowed the other. Very soon, the two of them regained their true appearances. It's you. Immediately, the old patriarch of the Yun family, the Zhang father and son, and Zhang Xiaoyang's expression changed. They never would have thought that the two in front of them were actually Qin Feiyang and Hui. Hui said playfully, now tell me, shouldn't you be grateful to us? Yes. The old patriarch of the Yun family nodded repeatedly. The person in front of him was a half-step undying realm expert. How did he provoke these two fierce people? The Zhang father and son were also completely panicking, and their hearts were filled with regret. Qin Feiyang asked again, did you bring the soul stones? But I can go back and get them immediately. The old patriarch of the Yun family said. Qin Feiyang said, there's no need for that. Send a message to the patriarch of the Yun family and tell him to send someone over immediately. Remember, it's 100 billion soul stones, not a word less. 100 billion? The old patriarch of the Yun family was stunned and hurriedly said, isn't it 60 billion? You came here aggressively to find trouble and scared me. Aren't you going to compensate me? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The old patriarch of the Yun family nodded repeatedly and then said with difficulty, but 100 billion soul stones is too much. The Zhang family can take out 50 billion, your Yun family can't even take out 100 billion? If you dare say you can't take it out, then we'll personally go to your Yun family's treasury and see if it's true or not. Qin Feiyang said. We can take it out, we can take it out. The old patriarch of the Yun family hurriedly nodded. Go to the treasury? If these two really went to the treasury, then it wouldn't be as simple as losing 100 billion soul stones. Perhaps the entire Yun family's wealth would be robbed by these two. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, if you can take it out, then don't bother. Yes. The old patriarch of the Yun family nodded and took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang said, don't face us. Understood, understood. The old patriarch of the Yun family smiled flatteringly and activated the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared. As soon as he saw the old patriarch of the Yun family, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, Father, how is it? Don't ask. Immediately send me 100 billion soul stones. The old patriarch of the Yun family said, 100 billion soul stones? The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, Father, why do you need so many soul stones? I said don't ask, didn't you hear me? I'll give you 100 breaths of time. If you don't send it here within 100 breaths, you can forget about being the patriarch. After the old patriarch of the Yun family finished speaking, he directly turned off the image crystal. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? 100 billion soul stones? Could it be that something happened to father in the Zhang family? As soon as he thought of it, the middle-aged man quivered and activated the image crystal again. A red-haired old man who looked very similar to the old patriarch of the Yun family appeared in the void. Uncle, where are you now? The middle-aged man asked. Of course I'm at Heavenly Cloud Mountain, what's wrong? The red-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. The middle-aged man said, Father just sent me a message, asking me to send 100 billion soul stones to the Zhang family. I think Father might have encountered some trouble. Why don't you come back now and accompany me to take a look? Send 100 billion soul stones to the Zhang family? The red-haired old man was stunned. The middle-aged man nodded. The red-haired old man nodded and said, All right, I'll go back immediately, wait for me. The middle-aged man asked, Then what about the 100 billion soul stones? The red-haired old man said, Prepare it, what if your father really needs it? The middle-aged man nodded, turned off the image crystal, and quickly left. Zhang family, Great Conference Hall. Because Qin Feiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng's identities were exposed, the atmosphere became unprecedentedly solemn. Bastard, hurry up and apologize to the two lords. Suddenly, the Zhang family patriarch slapped Zhang Xiaofeng's face and shouted. The old patriarch of the Yun family, Zhang Xiaoyang, and the black-clothed youth looked at the father and son with a trace of contempt in their eyes. This was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned by this slap. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the Zhang family patriarch was constantly winking at him. He immediately understood and hurriedly ran towards Qin Feiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng. I'm sorry, lords. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and let my Zhang family off. It wasn't easy for my Zhang family to reach this point. Please be magnanimous. I'm willing to be your cow or horse. Plop. Very direct and straightforward. Zhang Xiaofeng knelt on the ground and cried out with snot and tears. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Zhang family patriarch, lowered his head to look at Zhang Xiaofeng, and said indifferently, We'll talk later. When the father and son heard this, they immediately felt nervous and uneasy. From the sound of it, the other party didn't seem to intend to let them off. Chapter 2298. What do you think of me as your bodyguard? Hui smiled proudly. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui immediately turned hostile and said angrily, Damn, you really think I'm your bodyguard? You said it yourself. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Do you know that a person's first reaction is the most realistic? When I asked you just now, you nodded without hesitation. What does that mean? You really hurt my heart. Hua Yi snorted. Come on. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Swish. At this moment, two figures appeared in the main hall. It was the middle-aged man and the red-haired old man. The two of them went straight to the main hall. But when they reached the door and saw Qin Feiyang and the old man sitting in the main hall, they immediately stopped, their faces full of surprise. Hua Yi waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the barrier. He laughed and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't even think about running away." Their first reaction was indeed to run away. But when they heard Hua Yi's words, the thought of running away immediately disappeared. Because with their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape from a half-step undying expert. Why are you standing there? Come in, Hui said. The two of them looked at each other and entered the main hall through the crack in the barrier. The crack also closed. The middle-aged man ran to the old patriarch of the Yun family and asked in a low voice, "Father, what's going on?" "Second brother, why are they here?" The red-haired old man was also puzzled. The old patriarch of the Yun family sighed deeply and said, "Pai Lupi is Qin Feiyang." What? The two of them changed color. The old patriarch of the Yun family said, "It's too late to say anything now. Did you bring the soul stones?" The middle-aged man nodded and took out 10 interspatial rings. The old patriarch of the Yun family looked at the interspatial rings, his eyes full of reluctance. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Give them to him." But the middle-aged man frowned. The old patriarch of the Yun family said, "If we don't give them to him, we'll all die here." The middle-aged man's eyes trembled. "It's okay. Give it to him first. I'll report this to the first elder as soon as we return. At that time, he will definitely die." The red-haired old man shot a glance at Qin Feiyang and the young man and secretly transmitted his voice. When the middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 10 interspatial rings immediately disappeared. "Aren't you going to check?" The middle-aged man frowned. "Who says no one is counting?" Qin Feiyang said lightly. "There's someone else?" The middle-aged man was bewildered. In other words, this person had a spatial divine item on him. Qin Dage, the number is correct. About a moment later, Fire Lotus's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. This trip was worth it. He had earned a total of 150 billion soul stones, enough for him and the white-eyed wolf to use for a long time. Next, he could concentrate on looking for the crystal veins. The red-haired old man smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, since the soul stones have been given to you, can you let us go now?" "You are?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The red-haired old man hurriedly said, "I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning." "Young Master Qin, he's not a nobody, he's the law-enforcing elder of Heaven Cloud Mountain," Patriarch Zhang said. "Shut up." The red-haired old man's eyes darkened as he stared at Patriarch Zhang and shouted, "So it's you. I just heard from the old patriarch that you're about to be promoted to the law enforcement hall master?" Qin Feiyang said, "This is still a matter of time. Besides, even if I become the law enforcement hall master, it's all thanks to the two young masters." The red-haired old man smiled flatteringly. Hua Yi chuckled and said, "Old man, you're quite sensible. Of course. If there's a chance, I'd like to invite the two young masters to my house and treat the two of you well." The red-haired old man flattered. "Big brother, what did you say? Letting them go to your house, isn't that inviting a wolf into your house?" Patriarch Yun hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Are you stupid? Can't you tell that I'm just being polite?" The red-haired old man secretly said. Patriarch Yun said, "You're just being polite, but what if they take it seriously?" The red-haired old man was stunned, and his heart suddenly became nervous. They wouldn't really take it seriously, right? Hua Yi's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "Don't say that. If there's a chance in the future, we'll really visit your Yun family." "You're welcome at any time, welcome at any time," the red-haired old man nodded and said flatteringly. But in his heart, It was even more bitter than eating Chinese gold thread. What was he being polite about? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Hui Yi looked at the red-haired old man with disdain and transmitted his voice. Brother Qin, do you want to avenge the demon ancestor? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After a long time, his gaze turned and landed on the Zhang clan patriarch. Patriarch Zhang couldn't help but panic in his heart. He bowed and said, Sir, if there's anything you need, please instruct me. Qin Feiyang said, Do you want to live? Patriarch Zhang was stunned and quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Qin Feiyang said, If you want to live, then call Su Mo for me. Call Su Mo? Patriarch Zhang was surprised. Right away. Qin Feiyang said. Patriarch Zhang took out the image crystal, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What should I tell him? Qin Feiyang pointed to Zhang Xiaoyang and the black-clothed youth, and said, It's the two of them who know that he killed Ouyang Wenyi. Okay. Patriarch Zhang immediately activated the image crystal. Father, who is Ouyang Wenyi? Patriarch Yun looked at Patriarch Yun suspiciously. I don't know either. Patriarch Yun shook his head. The red-haired old man thought for a moment and whispered, I've heard of the name Ouyang Wenyi. The two turned their heads to look at him. It seems to be a core disciple of Tianyun Mountain. Yes, yes, yes. It's him. This person was once number 1 on the Earth list. The red-haired old man said. Qin Feiyang also heard the conversation between the three. He looked at the red-haired old man and asked, Where is Ouyang Wenyi now? I don't know. After he became a core disciple, I didn't pay attention to him anymore. The red-haired old man shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, It seems that Ouyang Wenyi's death hasn't spread in Tianyun Mountain. What? He's dead. The red-haired old man was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's a pity. When this person was on the Earth list, he showed extraordinary talent and means. If he didn't die young, he would have become a great person. The red-haired old man sighed. Ouyang Wenyi is a core disciple. Don't you care why he disappeared? Qin Feiyang asked. There are hundreds of thousands of core disciples in Tianyun Mountain. How can we manage them all? Let's put it this way. Except for the Heaven List and Earth List disciples, if other disciples stand in front of me and don't wear the Tianyun Mountain disciple uniform, I won't recognize them at all. After all, there are too many people. Moreover, there are disciples dying outside of Skycloud Mountain almost every day. No one cares. The red-haired old man said. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed to the black-clothed young man. Do you know him? The red-haired old man turned his head and looked at the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man's expression didn't change. I don't know him. A moment later, the red-haired old man shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, He is also a disciple of your Tianyun Mountain. Is that so? The red-haired old man was surprised. The black-clothed young man looked at the red-haired old man and said, He used to be, but not now. The red-haired old man nodded and didn't care much. Buzz. At this time, Su Mo's shadow finally appeared. Looking at the Zhang family head, Su Mo asked expressionlessly, What's the matter? Lord, something is wrong. The Zhang family head glanced at Qin Feiyang and anxiously looked at Su Mo. What's wrong? Su Mo frowned. The Zhang family head turned the image crystal and said to Zhang Xiaoyang and Hui, They know that you killed Ouyang Wenyi. What? Su Mo was shocked. The Zhang family head said, But don't worry, I have trapped them and are waiting for you to come and interrogate them. Well done. I'll be right there. Su Mo laughed and turned off the image crystal. Ouyang Wenyi was actually killed by the Great Elder? The red-haired old man was surprised. Moreover, from Su Mo's previous expression and reaction, it seemed that there was something that couldn't be exposed. What was going on? Brother Qin, you are a bit reckless in this matter. Think about it. If the demon ancestor really died in Su Mo's hands, then the demon ancestor's divine artifact must be in his hands now. If they fight later, it won't be good for us at all. Hui Yi secretly said. I know. So, I want to confirm whether the divine artifact is in his hands or not. If it is, then the death of the demon ancestor is absolutely true. But if it isn't, then it is very likely that the demon ancestor is still alive. Qin Feiyang transmitted. So that's how it is. Hui nodded and said, then, have you thought of a way out? If the divine artifact is really in his hands, then I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to escape. It's fine. Even if it is in his hands, he won't dare to revive it here. Because it will affect the entire Tianluo city. As the great elder of Heaven Cloud Mountain, he won't dare to hurt the innocent. As long as he doesn't revive it, then it's almost impossible to keep us here. Qin Feiyang secretly said. So you've already thought about it. I realize that ever since I started fooling around with you, I haven't used my brain much. It's almost rusty. Thinking back to the past, I can be considered a resourceful young man. Hui sighed. Resourceful, I believe. But a young man? Do you have any shame? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. A half-step immortal realm old man calling himself a young man every day? How thick was his skin? Chapter 2299. Hui laughed dryly, got up and said, I have to personally greet Great Elder Su. After saying that, he took a step forward and passed through the enchantment, standing outside the door with his hands behind his back. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Hui outside and said, Father, grandfather, great-grandfather, why don't we take action now and take down Qin Feiyang? The three of them were stunned. Zhang Xiaofeng secretly said, as long as we take the opportunity to take him down and use him as a hostage, no matter how strong Hui is, he can only hold back. I agree. The patriarch of the Yun family's eyes flashed and said, You still agree with such a stupid idea? I think you've reached the end of your days as a patriarch. The red-haired old man immediately shouted. The patriarch of the Yun family's eyes trembled and said, Uncle, isn't this a good idea? What's so good about it? Do you know how strong a half-step eternal realm expert is? Let me tell you, he only needs to release his pressure and we will become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What a pig head! The red-haired old man snorted coldly. Big Brother's words make sense. In front of such a strong person, the most rational thing to do is to stand here obediently and not move. Otherwise, you will only suffer the consequences of your own actions. The patriarch of the Yun family said. Hearing this, the Yun father and son couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. But the most nervous were the Zhang father and son. This time, not only did they offend Qin Feiyang and Hui, but they also offended Su Emo. And now, even the Yun family hated them to the bone. Because if it weren't for their message, the patriarch of the Yun family wouldn't have come. If the patriarch of the Yun family didn't come, so many soul stones wouldn't have been taken away. The fate of the Zhang family in the future was worrying. Finally, a burly man descended in front of the main hall. It was Su Mo. As soon as he appeared, he saw Hui standing at the door and his face suddenly changed. Why was this person also here? Why didn't the patriarch of the Zhang family say so before? Not good. This was a killing trap. As the great elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, he was naturally not a stupid person. So, he thought of a possibility. The patriarch of the Zhang family betrayed him. He immediately turned around and prepared to escape. But at this moment, Hui took a step forward and landed behind Su Mo. He placed his hand on Su Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you still running? Su Mo's body stiffened. Hui released his hand and said with a smile, Let's go in and have a good chat. Su Mo swallowed his saliva and strode towards the door of the main hall. He saw Qin Feiyang, the father and son of the Zhang clan, the 4 members of the Yun clan, and Zhang Xiaoyang and his wife. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Why are there so many people? Hui had a smile on his face as he unhurriedly followed behind him. Suddenly, Su Mo suddenly turned around and slammed a palm towards Hui's chest. Hey! Hui grinned, raised his arm, and grabbed Su Mo's wrist with lightning speed, saying, What are you doing? In any case, we are old acquaintances. Su Mo's face paled. Although he was at the great circle of the 9 heavens realm, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist Hui, who was a half-step undying. Don't make me angry. If I get angry, the consequences will be very serious. Hui said. Su Mo's gaze trembled as he nodded helplessly, saying, "Okay, I'll go in." "That's right." Hui Yi released his hand and then waved. The barrier split open and smiled, saying, "Please." Su Mo's heart was filled with bitterness as he passed through the barrier and entered the main hall. After Hui entered, the barrier quickly healed. "Greetings, Great Elder." The red-haired old man bowed. "What are you doing here?" Su Mo secretly said. "It's all the Zhang clan's masterpiece. It's a long story." The red-haired old man sighed. As the law-enforcing elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, he was naturally very familiar with Su Mo, Zhang clan. Su Mo muttered and turned to stare at the Zhang clan head. He transmitted his voice, "You dare to harm me? Just you wait, this old man won't let you off." The Zhang clan head's body trembled. As expected, he had angered Su Mo. Su Mo smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiong and Hui, saying, "Your courage is really not small. Don't you know that my Heavenly Cloud Mountain and Treasure Pavilion are looking for you?" "Of course we know." "But so what? The two killing intents of the ancestral dragon, plus Shun Qianshan and Chou Tianwei, the two half-step undying experts, are not my match. Do you think I'm afraid of your arrest?" Hui Yi's face was full of disdain. Su Mo's pupils contracted. As the great elder of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, he naturally knew about this. Two half-step undying experts and two killing intents of the ancestral dragon couldn't take these two down? Could be said that, whether it was him or the other giants of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, this matter had a huge impact. It even felt like a dream. Su Mo said in a deep voice, "Then why did you let the Zhang clan head trick me here?" "Ouyang Wenyi," Qin Feiyang said. "Ouyang Wenyi?" Su Mo was slightly stunned and frowned, saying, "How did you get involved with him?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "This Ouyang Wenyi was once a sworn enemy of mine." "So it's a sworn enemy." Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was this person's friend. Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said, "However, this is all in the past. I don't want to care about it anymore." As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, Su Mo became nervous again. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhang Xiaoyang and said, "I heard them say that Ouyang Wenyi is in the hands of you siblings." "Nonsense!" Su Mo immediately shouted. "Is there a need to quibble? Just now, when the Zhang clan head sent you a message, we were here, so we saw your reaction." Qin Feiyang said. Su Mo glared at the Zhang clan head angrily, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I did attack him, but he didn't die." "Didn't die?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. At that time, I could have killed him. But at the critical moment, his heaven-defying divine artifact took him away. In the past year, I have also been looking for him, but there has been no news of him. That's why I rushed over here in such a hurry after hearing the message from the Zhang clan's clan head." Su Mo said. "Not dead," Qin Feiyang muttered and turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyang and Su Mo. The black-clothed youth said in a deep voice, "He is lying." "Or you? Why are you slandering me? Do I have a grudge against you?" Su Mo said angrily. "I am a friend of Ouyang Wenyi. When you siblings were murdering for money, I was with Ouyang Wenyi. Don't you remember?" The black-clothed youth shouted. "You were with Ouyang Wenyi? Wait. Why don't I remember someone like you? I remember that at that time, Ouyang Wenyi had a demonic dragon by his side." Su Mo frowned. "Demonic dragon?" Qin Feiyang looked stunned, and a flash of inspiration immediately flashed in his mind. The black-clothed youth sneered, "How long has it been? Do you have to pretend not to know me?" "I really don't know you. Who the hell are you?" Su Mo said angrily. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, his eyes flickering. Hui Yi suspiciously said, "Brother Qin, what's the situation?" "The situation is obvious. Between them, one of them is lying." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "Lying?" Hui Yi was stunned, looking at Su Mo and the black-clothed youth. "Qin Feiyang, I dare to guarantee with my head that Ouyang Wenyi died in his hands. He is pretending not to know me now because he is afraid that you will find trouble with him." The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Nonsense." Su Mo shouted. "Stop, stop." Qin Feiyong hurriedly waved his hand and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, a glint flashed across his eyes. He looked up at Su Mo and said with a smile, "Whether Ouyang Wenyi died in your hands or not, it is an indisputable fact that you killed and robbed." Su Mo's heart sank. This Ouyang Wenyi, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of him. But there is no other way. Someone told me that I must find him and protect him. But I didn't expect that this would happen. If I let you go now, I really can't explain it, so I can only wrong you a little. Qin Feiyong said. What do you want to do? Su Mo's face changed. While retreating, he looked at him vigilantly. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Moreover, because of your sister's death, if I don't get rid of you today, I will die in your hands sooner or later. Qin Feiyong laughed. Su Mo hurriedly said, Believe me, I never thought of avenging my sister. I'm sorry. I can't believe you. Qin Feiyong shook his head and turned to look at Hui. Hui smiled. The pressure rolled out, and Su Mo was immediately imprisoned, as if he was frozen, unable to move at all. Hui flicked his finger, and a wisp of divine power flew out, carrying a shocking murderous aura, towards Su Mo's forehead like lightning. No, Su Mo roared in horror. Of the next moment, his roar turned into a scream. The divine power entered Su Mo's forehead, and his head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering on the spot. Seeing this scene, the four people of the Yun family, the Zhang father and son, and Zhang Xiaoyang were all dumbfounded. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain was killed just like that. And it was so easy, so simple. It was like crushing an ant. Was this the strength of a half-step invincible realm? Although there was only one step between the peak ninth heaven realm and the half-step invincible realm, the difference between these two realms was like heaven and earth. How terrifying! At this moment, the hearts of the group were flooded with fear. Who could afford to offend such a ruthless person?